Seeing that the Tang family's young miss didn't answer but continued to show her fierce attitude through her eyes, Mangrio asked again in the same teasing tone, "I wonder what's bothering you, young miss." Mangrio's tone made the Tang family's young miss even more annoyed, tightening the leather whip in her hand. "I'm sure I told you to do things that wouldn't cause trouble in the future. But look at the situation now. What happened? The extraordinary Grand Representative, the Jagal clan, and even the pure dragon have all lost to him." The Tang family's young miss didn't relent, pulling the leather whip taut as if she wanted to pull him down. Mangrio's wrist trembled constantly due to the intense tugging between them, but he still put on a smug face, making the Tang family's young miss even more eager to add more sarcasm. "Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Couldn't you foresee that things would get out of control, Advisor Mang?" After a while, Mangrio still didn't offer any justification or show any remorse. The Tang family's young miss erupted in anger, threatening him with a murderous look in her eyes. "It seems, in the end, I'll have to kill you." Despite her outward anger, deep down, the Tang family's young miss was filled with anxiety, because she could sense that Jagang Jin was a very dangerous person. It wasn't by chance that he was the only survivor of the event with the poisonous mass in Unnam. The Tang family's young miss never forgot that day, the first time she saw Jagang Jin. Recalling Jagang Jin's determined gaze back then, the Tang family's young miss couldn't help but feel worried. "That guy is a disaster. If we let him be, he's sure to become an obstacle on our path in the future," based on what he said. The more the Tang family's young miss thought about it, the more she considered Jagang Jin a terrible danger that needed to be eliminated. That's why she vented her anger on Mangrio even more ferociously with the sound of her teeth grinding. "Now, the common people even call him the Poison Dragon." Mangrio wasn't worried at all. He even let out a gleeful smile. "Ah, Poison Dragon, that title is more than what he deserves, but all this is part of my plan." The Tang family's young miss angrily yanked the whip in her hand, her eyes like bullets. "You planned this beforehand, didn't you? Didn't you say the same thing at the Poison Valley?" Mangrio grinned with delight and easily removed the rope from his wrist. "See the bigger picture, young Miss Tang Haoran. That brat has unlimited untapped potential. If we can use him, it will bring great benefits to your family." After removing the leather whip, Mangrio calmly smiled slyly. "When a fire starts burning, trying to put it out is a bad move. A master will think about the trees planted outside where the fire is burning." Shouldn't a future heir to the Tang family's fortune at least have such deep thinking? Mangrio's taunting words targeting Tang Haoran's position immediately made her stop and become more cautious. Mangrio smugly and arrogantly declared to Tang Haoran, "I've planned everything out. Even if Baek Li-young wants to investigate the Tang family because of this, it won't be a problem." Although Tang Haoran was resentful inside, she had no choice but to retract her whip and show patience. "I don't know what you want to achieve, but you should act quickly. Before my grandfather says anything more, I don't want to disappoint him." Although Tang Haoran's tone was no longer as fierce as before, her eyes were still sharp as a knife, threatening Mangrio. As Tang Haoran angrily turned to leave, Mangrio gave her a fake smile, promising her, "I'm ready to act because now is the right time. Because young miss is under pressure to do well, I'll also try my best." Tang Haoran simply hummed in response and strode forward. Suddenly, Mangrio grinned and held back her steps. "But, aren't you curious about what kind of person he is? The one who's facing the Sichuan Tang family and being called the Poison Dragon." Tang Haoran was a little concerned, so she stopped and turned her head to glance at Mangrio, but didn't answer. Although there was a hint of interest in her eyes, the majority of her feeling was a deep suspicion about Mangrio's thoughts when he said those words. Her intuition told her that he had other ulterior motives. A few more days passed. On a mountain 100 kilometers away from the Sichuan capital, a carrier pigeon was flapping its wings hurriedly, flying towards the secret base of the evil sects in the big cities. This time, the one who received the carrier pigeon wasn't Pyeonbok, but Ryung Kyung herself, proving that the importance of the letter was different from ordinary news. Ryung Kyung seemed to have anticipated the contents of the letter. She opened it and read it with an indifferent look, devoid of any emotion. Although the content of the letter was within Ryung Kyung's expectations, after reading it, she couldn't avoid feeling a heavy heart and sighed softly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on the grass came from behind Ryung Kyung. She turned her head to look at the person approaching. As soon as she saw the person, a gentle and warm smile instantly appeared on her slightly worried face. It turned out to be Jagang Jin and So-So, who were walking behind Ryung Kyung. They seemed to be much closer after their misunderstandings were resolved. With So-So's attentive care, Jagang Jin had fully recovered from his external injuries. In response to Ryung Kyung's affectionate smile, he simply nodded in greeting with a slightly serious expression. as if there was something important he needed to tell her. Under the clear blue sky, a soft breeze blew past, bringing a sense of indescribable melancholy to those standing on the rock ledge. A silent, slightly mournful atmosphere enveloped them for a long time. After pondering for a moment, Jagang Jin opened his mouth and began the conversation with a firm voice. I will walk my own path. Jagang Jin looked at the sky with the wide-open scene before him and continued to explain his decision. Following her advice, I will go see the world for a while. I will travel, observe and experience the world for yourself to confirm whether what we know is true or not. If I encounter things that I don't know about during my travels, I will face them face to face, so that I can truly take revenge without turning into a monster. At this time, Jagang Jin's eyes will no longer be cruel, vaguely, flashing a strong will for revenge but also full of faith in the road ahead. Ryung Kyung, despite her sense of regret, had anticipated this outcome. She simply nodded in agreement with Jagang Jin's decision. I understand. I thought you would do this, it's a shame. After a moment of pause, she spoke to him with sincerity. It's easy to give advice on the path to take, but it's difficult to follow that path. That's why I hoped you wouldn't choose this path, but it seems your mind is set. Jagang Jin continued to gaze into the distance with determined eyes. I have realized that this is something I must go through. Ryung Kyung looked up at the sky with a sense of sympathy for Jagang Jin's troubled future. I guess you've decided to live a life dedicated to revenge no matter the cost. Feeling that the journey ahead wouldn't be easy for Jagang Jin, Ryung Kyung tried to persuade him once more. I hope you can see life with a different perspective. Seeing Jagang Jin remain silent, Ryung Kyung didn't force further advice, but simply smiled sincerely. I wish you luck on the path you've chosen. Jagang Jin silently nodded in gratitude. The sincere help and profound advice Ryung Kyung had given him over the past period had helped him see the path ahead more clearly, but his decision would not change. That afternoon, after sharing a farewell meal with everyone at the secret base, Jagang Jin packed his belongings, ready to embark on a new journey alone. When Jagang Jin announced his departure, everyone at the base felt a pang of regret that he wasn't joining their group, yet, they still cheerfully saw him off with smiles, wanting to leave behind the best memories in each other's hearts. Jagang Jin was given a more complete set of supplies by everyone at the base for his journey. Everyone hesitated, reluctant to say goodbye, but Ryung Kyung didn't want to delay Jagang Jin's journey, so she spoke first. Let's say goodbye here. Pyeonbok, realizing it was time to say goodbye, grumbled with dissatisfaction. You're as stubborn as an ox. We did everything to make you change your mind, but it was all for naught, though I knew you were this way when we first met at Nanjia village. Jagang Jin awkwardly smiled, feeling as if he had failed to live up to Pyeonbok's kindness. Even though we were together for a short time, I learned a lot from you, Pyeonhyung. Jagang Jin recalled the past days, how Pyeonbok had been very dedicated in teaching him martial arts. Although he seemed quite good at fighting, he actually didn't know the basics of martial arts. Before leaving, he thanked Pyeonbok. I learned a lot of things that I couldn't have learned while in the mine. Thank you for your perseverance in teaching me. Pyeonbok still turned away with a sullen expression. I taught you because I thought you'd join our gang. If I had known you were leaving, Ryung Kyung, understanding Pyeonbok's personality well, interrupted his grumbling and told Jagang Jin, just ignore him. He may seem like this, but he's very sentimental, Ryung Kyung said, smiling brightly, not noticing that Pyeonbok's face had frozen with a sullen expression. Just looks like this, huh? Pyeonbok immediately complained, challenging Ryung Kyung. Liege, what about my appearance? Even if I look like this, I'm still very famous. Seeing the somewhat chaotic scene, Jagang Jin unconsciously smiled. He had gradually begun to experience a wider range of emotions during his time with them. While Pyeonbok was complaining about Ryung Kyung's remark, Jagang Jin's eyes glanced down and noticed a small figure who had been silent until now. So timidly emerged from behind Ryung Kyung. If she hadn't been holding onto Ryung Kyung's hand, her clenched fist would probably have landed on Pyeonbok's face. Seeing that Jagang Jin's gaze had finally fallen upon her, So quietly let go of Ryung Kyung's hand and stepped forward, a small object hidden behind her other hand. So presented a small, delicate package to Jagang Jin, causing him to be a little surprised. What is this? At this time, Pyeonbok was still whining, trying to convince Ryung Kyung to change her perception of him. I have a very handsome heart, you know, but Ryung Kyung didn't pay any attention, quickly shifting her gaze to the package in So-So's hand. Since So couldn't explain what she wanted to give him herself, she opened the pouch for Jagang Jin to see. Inside were numerous pills. Ryung Kyung immediately recognized them and explained for So, oh, It's a rejuvenating circulation pill. I heard it's made from the girl's secret medical sect techniques and has a miraculous effect in sustaining energy and blood circulation. Ryung Kyung smiled brightly and patted So-So's head, praising her dedication. The girl stayed up many nights to make something, so this is what she stayed up for. It seems she wanted to give you this before you left. Jagang-jin no longer had his previous cold and indifferent demeanor. He smiled back at So-So with sincere gratitude in his eyes. In less than a month here, he had smiled more than during the entire time since he left the mine. Jagang-jin gently took So-So's small hand in his, a much more intimate gesture than before. She was slightly surprised, but felt a joy in her heart. Jagang-jin smiled brightly at So-So, trying to express his gratitude as clearly as possible. Thank you, miss. Looking into So-So's bright, sparkling eyes filled with joy, Jagang-jin made a promise to her. I hope the day we can walk together will come soon. So-So happily nodded her head, her eyes filled with anticipation for the day they would meet again. Ryung Kyung and Pyeonbok, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile warmly and with a touch of sadness. Over this time, not only Jagang-jin but also So-So had been healed and had gained new hope for the future. After carefully placing the pouch of medicine in his luggage, Jagang-jin respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to the members of the secret base who had helped him over the past period. Thank you everyone. Everyone smiled brightly and waved goodbye to Jagang-jin with sincere words of concern. Take care, don't forget to eat well. Afterward, Jagang-jin strode out of the secret base of the evil sects in the big cities and set off on the path leading towards the capital city of Sichuan. Everyone had gone back inside the base, only Ryung Kyung and Pyeonbok remained, watching Jagang-jin's retreating figure. When everyone else had gone, Pyeonbok seemed worried and asked Ryung Kyung, is it alright to let him go like this? Ryung Kyung calmly replied, didn't you know this was coming? Though I hope he stays because of the current situation, I have no intention of holding him back if he doesn't want to stay. After pondering for a moment, watching Jagang-jin disappear in the distance, Ryung Kyung looked up at the sky with a voice full of amusement. He's truly a courageous young man. I'm curious to see what path he'll take and what choices he'll make. A moment later, Ryung Kyung took out the small letter she had received earlier that morning and stared intently at it. Pyeonbok, knowing the contents of the letter, anxiously inquired about her thoughts. What are we going to do now? You're thinking of ignoring the letter we received, aren't you? Ryung Kyung remained silent and continued to fix her gaze on the words written on the small piece of paper. The date is approaching. The location is Mount Laozhai in Guangxi. I'll bring Jing Wang with me. You should bring the person you need to bring. The letter didn't mention the sender's name, but it was clearly from Manhwa. Ryung Kyung remained silent for a while before making her decision. No, I can't ignore this after having come this far. Pyeonbok exclaimed in astonishment. What? That's too dangerous. If he's setting a trap, then. But no, I'm sure this is a trap. Please reconsider, liege. Before Pyeonbok's earnest plea, Ryung Kyung remained calm and spoke with determination. This is no different from what happened at Nanjia village. This opportunity may never come again. After decisively exhaling a breath, Ryung Kyung slowly opened her eyes, her brows furrowed in deep thought. In the depths of her eyes, hatred blazed like fire. Pyeonbok couldn't help but shiver with a cold dread upon seeing Ryung Kyung's gaze filled with resentment. Normally, she was a kind and compassionate person, but the flames of hatred in her heart, whenever they ignited, instilled fear in others. Ryung Kyung crumpled the letter in her hand, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Every sound she made carried a deep resentment. If it means I can take something from him, then this level of danger means nothing to me. That evening, in a deserted, desolate forest, the crackling sound of a fire broke the silence of the night. Manhwa sat by the fire, eagerly opening the reply letter he had just received. Let's see. Manhwa intently looked at the words on the letter and excitedly muttered to himself, because I've set all the traps I need, all that's left is to wait for the big fish to bite. Everything was progressing smoothly. Manhwa contentedly reread the reply letter, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. You don't need to worry anymore. Because from now on, things will be different. A chill ran down Manhwa's spine as he recognized the voice as Baek Lee-young's, whispering right beside him. Though he couldn't see Baek Lee-young's face, Manhwa could still picture it, ashen, cold, with murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Before Manhwa could react, Baek Lee-young slapped him across the face. The force from Baek Lee-young's hand made Manhwa's face contort, and his entire body could no longer stay seated. Even though Baek Lee-young had not yet used half of his power, Manhwa was thrown back dozens of meters, shot into the deep darkness of the forest until his figure disappeared completely. A few seconds after Mangryo was knocked deep into the darkness, a loud explosion occurred because of his collision with the trees blocking his way. A series of tall trees fell, bringing with them dust and birds flying in panic. Of course, Baek Lee-young had no intention of stopping so simply. He strode towards the fallen trees and called out to Mangryo lying in the ruins, "Come out. I know you are not someone who can be easily defeated with just that blow." Baek Lee-young had just finished speaking when he saw Mangryo getting up in the thick smoke and dust. He chuckled in sympathy for Baek Lee-young's violent action. "I understand how you feel, but you shouldn't just attack me without thinking and without listening to my story." Mangryo stood up with a disgruntled expression but a voice that showed he was feeling wronged and resentful. Seeing that Baek Lee-young didn't say a word, Mangryo actually dared to proudly smile sarcastically. "Sir, you really don't know how to be patient." Immediately, Baek Lee-young rushed in to attack Mangryo quickly with 5 angry fingers and fierce eyes. A violent collision occurred between the two sides. A rumble echoed throughout the forest, bringing with it thick smoke and dust covering both of them. From that thick dust, a figure flew up into the air with a distance of up to 20 meters, a decisive and proactive action that was unlike being knocked up high by an opponent. The dust quickly dissipated as Mangryo concentrated his chi into both of his hands with a fierce expression aimed at Baek Lee-young, who was still on the ground. "If you do that, then I have no choice but to counterattack, right?" Immediately after that, Mangryo's poisonous palm strike was unleashed. Poisonous chi erupted in the form of a thick fog accumulating into the shape of 2 hands, charging straight down to where Baek Lee-young was standing below. Baek Lee-young did not even take these ordinary palm strikes seriously. He stood calmly in place, swung his sword out in a few basic moves, using Heavenly Slash to break Mangryo's poisonous palm strike in the blink of an eye. The crescent-shaped sword chi slashed across Mangryo's poisonous palm strike and then continued to rip through the air, attacking him relentlessly. The internal chi accumulated in the sword strike was so thick that he could step on it like a support to dodge. Relying on the foothold that Baek Lee-young unintentionally created, Mangryo easily leaped higher, flipping in the air with inertia to escape the flashes of swords cutting through the air. However, in the moment when Mangryo flipped upside down in the air, he was startled and shocked to discover that there was a significant change on the ground. The spot where Baek Lee-young had just stood was empty, making Mangryo feel uneasy. Where did he disappear to? Before Mangryo could realize, Baek Lee-young had already flown up behind him with his eyes filled with murderous intent from who knows when. His palm technique raised high was ready to unleash the golden diamond soul-hiding palm. Mangryo immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon discovering the oppressive murderous intent approaching, but he was completely unable to do anything while suspended in the air like that. Before Mangryo could think of a solution or dodge, Baek Lee-young struck him with his palm on his side. The sound of cracking bones rang out along with a feeling of terrible pain spreading throughout his body. Mangryo's entire body was knocked to the ground by the golden diamond soul-hiding palm like a sandbag. The terrifying palm force created a violent explosion upon impact, shaking the entire forest. When the smoke and dust cleared, a desolate scene emerged in the middle of the forest, as if a meteor had just fallen, causing the trees to break and fall. Lying in the middle of that desolate, ravaged land, a faint groan came from Mangryo's mouth, his arrogant demeanor shattered like glass with Baek Lee-young's powerful palm strike. Mangryo lay flat in a deep depression in the ground, his mouth covered in blood. He admitted with regret, "I guess I'm really no match for you." Baek Lee-young didn't say much to Mangryo but continued to attack in a flash. He bent his legs and jumped straight down from above, aiming directly at Mangryo. Mangryo was completely powerless. He didn't even have time to roll to the side to dodge. Baek Lee-young's knee in a flash slammed into Mangryo's chest, creating a series of chilling sounds of cracking breastbones. Mangryo rolled his eyes in pain. A large amount of blood rushed to his head, turning his face red. The serious injury to his chest caused him to vomit blood immediately with a scream. Baek Lee-young exuded a thick murderous intent like the Grim Reaper, but he restrained himself from crushing Mangryo immediately. Finally, Baek Lee-young agreed to speak, his voice rattling like metal rubbing together. "You bastard, what happened to Quan?" Baek Lee-young's concern for Baek Lee-kwan showed that the lifeline was still in Mangryo's hands, so Mangryo immediately grinned. "I have no intention of hiding this. Jing Wang is still safe. He is at Tangjia Sichuan." Baek Lee-young didn't want to get entangled with Tangjia, so his anger grew even stronger. He glared, his pupils small as beans, looking fiercely at Mangryo. "Quan, he's with Tangjia." Mangryo, though smug, still knew that he couldn't carelessly provoke Baek Lee-young further. He hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand the current situation. Jing Wang was seriously poisoned. because it was very difficult for me to treat him myself, so I brought him to Tanjia and asked them for urgent help. If I hadn't brought him there, he would have died. As expected, Baek Li-young's murderous intent subsided slightly, but his anger still surged like a tide. You expect me to bow down, and thank you for that. Obviously, even if Mangryo had saved Baek Li-kwan's life, it couldn't cover up his mistakes from the beginning. Baek Li-young immediately sternly accused Mangryo. The one who instigated him to go to Nanjia village from the start was definitely you. Furthermore, Baek Li-young also concluded that Mangryo's next mistake was letting Yua reveal herself and then escape. Mangryo stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. I didn't know Jing Wang went there. As for Yua, how could someone like me resist her? I dared not do anything else but let her go. I thought I just needed to bring Jing Wang back and then Jie Galbang would deal with her. I didn't expect them to let her escape. Mangryo's words twisting black and white caused Baek Li-young's anger to surge fiercely. You shameless bastard. With his anger surging, Baek Li-young decisively raised his hand high, his fingers emitting chi radiating blazing murderous intent. Perhaps I was wrong to think that I could tame a wild dog and make it useful. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Li-young's raised hand slowly clenched. He didn't intend to use palm techniques or simply break Mangryo's neck, but he used his chi to use a more terrifying technique. The more Baek Li-young clenched his hand, the more terrible pressure Mangryo's head endured. Mangryo could feel his head being squeezed tighter and tighter with every fiber of flesh twisting from deep within and his eyes bulging as if about to explode from the pressure. In the moment of imminent death, Mangryo frantically pulled out the reply letter he had just received from Ryung Kyung. Then I will prove to you that I'm still useful. Baek Li-young paused his action and looked at the letter with suspicion. What is this? Mangryo, holding the second lifeline in his hand, grinned triumphantly. This is the weapon that will prolong my life. Cuckoo, you know what this is. Mangryo laughed gleefully, showing the front of the letter to Baek Li-young, causing Baek Li-young to be shocked and wide-eyed. Seeing Baek Li-young's expression as expected, Mangryo laughed even louder with a sense of smug satisfaction. Of course you know, this is the handwriting of your ex-wife that you can't forget. The murderous intent that had been thick just now disappeared completely in a flash. Baek Li-young hastily snatched the letter and questioned Mangryo with suspicion. What are you plotting? Mangryo became excited and smiled wickedly with his blood-stained mouth. I will eliminate Yua of Shandong, this time I guarantee it. The next day, Jagong Jin was wandering alone on a deserted forest path. He strolled along the road, leisurely looking at everything like a tourist, and did not look like someone carrying the burden of revenge. Jagong Jin walked with a completely relaxed mood, taking limping steps through the forest. Although his current psychology was quite comfortable, he still had to be highly vigilant because enemies could appear at any time. Behind Jagong Jin, a small figure was silently following him, but the stalker only followed silently for a long distance without any alarming actions. Jagong Jin continued to walk silently on his path as if he didn't notice the presence of the stalker, but in fact, he had discovered him from the very first moment he started following him. Jagong Jin didn't expose the opponent immediately because he wanted to investigate which force he belonged to. He still remembered clearly Ryung Kyung's instructions before they said goodbye to each other. She had told Jagong Jin privately, after you leave here, someone will be watching you soon. Jagong Jin opened his eyes in surprise. Who would do that? Ryung Kyung immediately explained, that's the three greats of Sichuan. After all, they have a huge influence in this area. Jagong Jin was curious to know which forces the three greats were. Ryung Kyung began to go into detail so he could be wary of them. They are Tanjia, Amei School, and Qingcheng School. The Tang clan is a renowned family, and they are also the most widely known among the poison sects. Therefore, it's impossible to call them a righteous sect. The other two sects in the Sichuan triad have a resounding reputation for being righteous. The Amei sect is considered one of the two great Buddhist martial arts sects alongside Shaolin. The Qingcheng sect is a Taoist martial arts sect that was established as a separate entity, not participating in the martial arts alliance. However, even without any ties to the alliance, they still thrive. Sichuan has been under the rule of these three great sects for a very long time. They have established their family's influence in each region for a long time and developed their strength by maintaining a minimal balance among the three sects. Because they have such a solid system and foundation, even after the establishment of the martial arts alliance, they still retain the title of Sichuan Triad, and now they are even called the Three Kings of Sichuan. After briefly mentioning the power of the Sichuan Triad, Ryung Kyung specifically reminded Jagong Jin that, like most people in Sichuan, they are very independent and difficult to integrate. They aren't good at communicating with people outside the Sichuan region, With someone who has caused so much controversy in Jianghu like you, you probably won't be welcomed in Sichuan. So, there's no doubt that they will be monitoring your every move, and the skills of Miram masters in Sichuan are significantly different from those in Annam. Be extremely cautious of everything around you. In response to Ryung Kyung, Jagong Jin silently nodded, but he had seriously listened and accepted her reminder. As Ryung Kyung had worried and warned, on Jagong Jin's journey, the closer he got to the capital of Sichuan, the more he felt that many eyes were watching him. It also means that they all know Jagong Jin is here, but he doesn't feel fear at the presence of these followers, only discomfort because of the feeling of being confined. Moreover, if they continue to follow Jagong Jin like this, he can't freely do what he wants, so, after seeing that the follower didn't have any ill intentions, he decided to act. Jagong Jin took out a small package from his luggage and prepared to carry out a plan to lose the person who was secretly following him. Then, as he walked, he scattered white powder from the cloth bag he had just taken out of his luggage. His steps were still leisurely and slow as before. The white powder quickly covered a stretch of the road, hiding Jagong Jin's footprints, causing the trail to be interrupted for a short distance of about 20 steps. The trail of white powder was so obvious that anyone could see it on the road, even from a distance. It didn't seem like Jagong Jin was trying to conceal the fact that he was spreading poison. After a while, when Jagong Jin had gone out of sight, the shadow of the follower appeared with a loud cry, Yuanshui Tianzuan, Lingbao Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan. The follower seemed to be a very moral person. He stopped right in front of the stretch of road where Jagong Jin had scattered the white powder and grumbled, criticizing him. How dare he spread poison on the road where so many people travel? He's truly a villain. After pondering for a moment, the follower suddenly reproached himself. No, this is my fault for being careless and letting him discover I was following him. Whatever the case, I have no choice but to deal with this so he doesn't harm others. Immediately, the follower used his martial arts techniques to suck the white powder from the ground into the palm of his hand. The white powder on the stretch of road, about 20 steps long, was quickly absorbed into the follower's hand, as if he had attached a vacuum cleaner to his hand. The absorbed white powder accumulated into a small sphere floating in the follower's hand. It looked like he was a magician, not a Miram master. After obtaining a large amount of white powder, the follower stared intently at the path where Jagong Jin had gone, with a fiery gaze. I must report this to the Qingcheng sect. To learn about the identity of this follower, we must go back about half a day ago, to Qingcheng Mountain, Sichuan, the headquarters of the Qingcheng sect. News of Jagong Jin's arrival had reached them. The follower was the youngest disciple of the Qingcheng sect. He was small, only of average height, and rather simple-minded, lacking much experience in Jianghu. He spent all day focused on chores and basic training within the sect. As he was sweeping the courtyard with boredom, as usual, a man suddenly appeared and called him in a hoarse voice, seemingly quite old, Unjong, come here for a moment. Unjong happily stopped sweeping immediately and greeted the man, yes, master. Then, Unjong went into the study of the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect to receive his mission. However, as soon as he heard the news from his master, he asked again in disbelief, what? Unjong opened his eyes wide in astonishment when he heard the name Dulong. His master nodded in confirmation and explained further, yes, Dulong is an assassin for the evil sects in the big cities. He's only recently started operating in the Annam region. He slaughtered villagers and killed those sent by the Martial Arts Alliance to question him about his crimes. He's a common enemy of Miram who has caused much unrest in Jianghu recently. Unjong listened intently to his master's words and immediately formed a prejudice against Jagong Jin. The sect leader of the Qingcheng sect, Taoist Bakshan, continued with a serious tone. There are rumors that he's been in hiding for a while. Apparently, he's been in a secret hideout with those from the evil sects in the big cities, but today, he left that place. I want you to monitor him while he's still in Sichuan. Unjong was frightened by the description of Jagong Jin and clearly showed his refusal of Bakshan's order. Ah, you want me to monitor someone as dangerous as him? Seeing his disciple so cowardly, Bakshan was displeased and hit him on the head with his staff, teaching him a lesson. Bakshan shouted angrily, making Unjong shrink back. You brat, how can a disciple of the Qingcheng sect be afraid of him like that? Have I raised you to be a coward? Unjong whimpered, holding his head, and dared not defy Bakshan anymore. No, no, master. Bakshan let out a sigh of exasperation at his foolish disciple. He emphasized his mission again. I didn't tell you to fight him or capture him. I just want you to watch and see if he does anything unnecessary. Unjong rubbed his head and cautiously looked up at Bakshan, hesitantly expressing his inner question. But if he's a villain, why don't we capture him before he commits more crimes? why are we just monitoring him? Bakshin patiently explained to his naive disciple, if we intervene, then the Tang clan and the Amaze sect will also be involved. If that happens, it will create much bigger chaos. Furthermore, his actions are very suspicious. We don't know what his plans are, so, compared to getting involved and escalating things, I think it's better to observe. After explaining to Unjong, Bakshin clicked his tongue and gave his final order, accompanied by a threat. Well, you've learned quite a few things during your time here, haven't you? This mission should be alright for you, right? If you can't handle something as simple as this, you'll have to repeat the wall-facing training for another year, Unjong exclaimed in a resentful tone but couldn't defy his master. As a result, he was in this forest, closely monitoring Jagang Jin and cleaning up the white powder he scattered behind him. Although he was very upset with Bakshin's order, Unjong only dared to grumble silently. If the mission is so simple, then he should do it himself. While gathering Jagang Jin's white powder into a small cloth bag, Unjong quickly changed his mind and encouraged himself with a more positive outlook. No, actually, Master entrusted this to me, meaning he recognizes my abilities. His enthusiasm surged like a tide. Unjong excitedly clenched his fist and made up his mind. Alright, I'll definitely complete this mission and make Master allow me to venture into Jianghu. He was excited to follow Jagang Jin further when Unjong suddenly realized that he had been left far behind. He could no longer see the figure he was supposed to monitor. The distance between us has widened. Is he trying to shake me off? However, Unjong was not discouraged. Instead, he smirked confidently. No matter how hard he tries, it's useless. Then, Unjong squatted down like a frog to observe the faint footprints on the ground and excitedly analyzed them. Since Dulong is a cripple, the weight of his body on his left leg must be different. As long as I follow these special footprints, I won't lose him. However, life didn't go as planned. Unjong fell into a state of paralysis when he discovered that Jagang Jin's footprints had completely disappeared after a short distance. There was no trace of the limping footprints on the ground, as if he had evaporated. Unjong helplessly shouted in astonishment, reaching the heavens, I lost him. Then, Unjong frantically searched around in despair. He even flipped over the stones along the roadside to check with extreme anxiety. Oh no, where did he disappear to? I haven't heard of Dulong being able to use stealth. After searching for a while without any results, Unjong's face turned pale with worry. He was even close to tears, with a tear glistening in his eye. Immediately, he hastily used his light-footed techniques to jump high and chase after the direction Jagang Jin might have gone. Before disappearing from the forest, he shouted in a pitiful voice, I can't bear the wall-facing training for another year. After Unjong left, the forest returned to its tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Only the faded footprints of Jagang Jin, now interrupted, remained on the ground. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from within a bush right beside the road, near the place where Jagang Jin's footprints had disappeared. Soon after, Jagang Jin's figure emerged from behind the bushes, cautiously looking to see if Unjong was still around. Once he confirmed that he could no longer see his pursuer, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Jagang Jin's journey continued towards the capital of Sichuan. As the sun began to set, he stopped in a village and went to an eatery to enjoy dinner. True to its name, even a village far from the center of Sichuan was much larger and more prosperous than Annam. While waiting for the food to be served, Jagang Jin was lost in thought about his future path. Although he had said he would wander the world without any plans, he honestly didn't know where to start. After some deliberation, Jagang Jin decided he needed to find out what was happening on the Jianghu to determine his next destination and actions. At that moment, a few guests who had finished their meal were leaving the restaurant, their whispers attracting Jagang Jin's attention. I heard the extraordinary Grand Representative and Jing Long of the 3 dragons and 4 great birds were defeated, one said. Yeah, I even heard Jing Long and Du Long were both seriously injured while fighting each other. Oh my god, does that mean he's on the same level as Jing Long? I guess so, because they fought after Du Long had passed the 9 platforms 8 gates formation of the Jagal clan, so he's probably even stronger than Jing Long. Anyway, another big shot has emerged on the Jianghu. Even though he heard them exaggerate so much about himself, Jagang Jin just had to swallow it. He couldn't explain or argue with those people because it would be useless. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from outside the restaurant, making Jagang Jin jump. Hey, you're here. Jagang Jin, confused, turned his head to see who it was. To his surprise, it was the person he had lost track of earlier. Unjong was grinning excitedly, his words punctuated by breathless gasps. I've been looking for you everywhere, how did you manage to escape me? Ignoring Jagang Jin's clearly disgusted look, Unjong continued to chatter. I've searched every village in this area to find you." Jagong Jin was astonished. He searched every village around here. That should take a whole day. He went through all those places already. After boasting for a while, Unjong slumped down, looking exhausted as he entered the restaurant, not showing any embarrassment for his role as a stalker. "Can I sit here?" Jagong Jin, speechless at his naivete and not seeing any malice in him, politely replied, "Please, feel free." Unjong quickly walked towards the seat opposite Jagong Jin. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." As soon as Unjong sat down, he clearly displayed his fatigue, slumping onto the table and complaining, "At first, I thought you used concealment magic to escape because your tracks suddenly vanished. But it turned out you were hiding by the side of the road. You're really good at deceiving people, like a ghost." Unjong's complaints suddenly stopped as the delicious aroma of the fried rice on the table wafted into his nose. Looking up, Unjong saw a plate of steaming, golden brown fried rice, exuding the rich aroma of eggs and minced meat. The glistening yellow rice was adorned with vibrant green and red vegetables, making it incredibly enticing. Unjong's fatigue vanished in a flash. He straightened up and looked at the fried rice with glistening eyes. It looked so delicious. Though he found Unjong's naivete unusual, Jagong Jin generously offered him the rice without hesitation. "If you want it, just eat." Unjong's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy. "Really?" Enticed by the food, Unjong quickly regained his enthusiasm and took the initiative to introduce himself to Jagong Jin. "Oh, I apologize for being rude. I'm Unjong, an ascetic, and I'm practicing on Qingqing Mountain. I heard you're in Sichuan, and my master sent me to monitor you." Jagong Jin was surprised that Unjong had voluntarily revealed his identity as an ascetic of the Qingqing sect. However, there was a more important issue that made him ponder, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Unjong didn't notice Jagong Jin's strange expression as he glanced at the two people in red sitting at the opposite table. He continued to naively propose, "Initially, I was just secretly following you, but it seems you noticed me, so I was trying to lose you. From now on, I'll stick with you, okay? Even if you refuse, I'll still follow you." Ha! Jagong Jin was even more stunned by Unjong's confidence. He couldn't believe the kid was revealing his identity and objective to someone he didn't know was friend or foe. Was it because he was a disciple of the Qingqing sect in Sichuan that he could be so confident? After chattering away to himself regardless of whether Jagong Jin agreed or not, Unjong grinned, picked up his chopsticks, and looked at the fried rice with hungry eyes. "I'll eat." Seeing Unjong take large bites of rice and chew with his mouth open, Jagong Jin slowly opened his mouth and said, "By the way, the food is poisoned." Upon hearing that, Unjong choked on his rice and stopped his eager actions immediately. He was stunned and paralyzed for a moment by his own foolishness, having devoured Dulong's food without any precautions. Unjong's face quickly turned from pale to ashen. He stammered to Jagong Jin with a trembling voice, What are you saying? You're kidding me, right?" Jagong Jin calmly shrugged, feigning innocence. "I thought you already knew," Unjong exclaimed with a voice of indignation. "What? How could I know that?" Jagong Jin pointed to the plate of rice with a calm expression, as if anyone would notice the abnormality in the food. "The yam sprinkled on the rice, isn't it changing color?" Unjong, having just ingested the poison, was still curious enough to exclaim with a mix of wonder and curiosity, "Ah, you're right. I was wondering why it was there and thought it was a special seasoning for the dish." It took a while for Unjong to realize the problem, and he roared in protest at Jagong Jin. "Wait, but why did you give me poisoned food?" Jagong Jin nonchalantly shrugged. "I didn't poison the food." Unjong, naturally, didn't believe Jagong Jin and continued his accusations. "You didn't do it. Who else would have been here?" Jagong Jin calmly glanced towards the two people in red sitting at the adjacent table and bluntly said to Unjong, "You should ask those people over there." Unjong turned his head, confused, to look in the direction of Jagong Jin's gaze. Previously, he hadn't even noticed the two people in such distinctive attire. The man in red let out a mocking laugh, glanced at Jagong Jin, and revealed his hand. "Haha, wow, I didn't expect a little brat from the evil sects in the big cities to notice the poison. I guess you're really familiar with various poisons," the arrogant man said calmly as he stood up and turned towards Jagong Jin's table, facing him and Unjong directly, with no remorse for accidentally poisoning the disciple of the Qingqing sect. Unjong only then saw the man's attire clearly, forgetting once again that he had just ingested poison. He stared at the arrogant man with a suspicious gaze. "Hold on, those clothes, you guys are..." The arrogant man had no intention of hiding his identity any longer. He arrogantly raised his chin and introduced himself to Unjong. "Greetings, ascetic Unjong. I am Tang Risham of the Tang family." Unjong replied frankly but rather wordily, even though I just ate poison rice, I could say I'm happy to meet you, but that was a few seconds ago. Now that I know you're from the Tang family, I can't say I'm happy to meet you anymore. Jagang Jin had no intention of joining the conversation between Unjong and Tang Risham. His gaze was focused on observing the person who had remained silent all this time, sitting at the same table as Tang Risham. Based on her facial features, Jagang Jin could tell she was a woman. Meanwhile, Tang Risham and Unjong continued to argue fiercely. What do you mean by that? Ascetic? As far as I know, this territory is under the control of the Qingqing sect, the Tang family, and the Amei sect. How dare you use poison here like this? It means you're disrespecting our Qingqing sect. The woman, seeing the debate heating up, remained calmly silent as she observed Jagang Jin. She was none other than the young miss of the Tang family, Tang Haran. She was genuinely interested in him to the point that she had to intervene directly. Tang Risham arrogantly refuted Unjong's accusations. I was just testing the lackey of that heretical sect. How can that be considered disrespecting the Qingqing sect? I didn't know you were going to eat it, so I didn't intentionally poison the food. Unjong clearly couldn't accept Tang Risham's arrogant demeanor. He narrowed his eyes and glared at him without hesitation. Oh, is that so? Tang Risham didn't back down either. He glared at Unjong with a clear challenge, as if he was ready to jump in and fight a kid right away. Unjong became even more aggressive and resolute in the face of Tang Risham's blatant provocation. His attitude was completely different from when he faced Jagang Jin, as if the Tang family was the evil one, not the one known as Dulong. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew heavy due to the tense confrontation between Unjong and Tang Risham. If no one intervened soon, it would undoubtedly lead to a merciless battle for honor between the disciples of the two sects. Finally, Jagang Jin couldn't bear the annoyance anymore and stood up. I can't even have a peaceful meal. I'm leaving now. If you have any issues with each other, solve them yourselves. See you later. Tang Risham, ignored by Jagang Jin, was furious and veins popped up all over his face. He gritted his teeth and called out to him, "You little brat. You think you can leave after humiliating me?" As he spoke, Tang Risham grabbed a chopstick from the table and flung it towards Jagang Jin while he was turning to leave the door. Killing intent surged in his eyes as if he wanted to end him immediately. However, Jagang Jin continued to walk calmly without turning his head. He had realized the chopstick flying towards him from behind but had no intention of counterattacking. He was silently judging its trajectory to avoid it. Just before the chopstick reached Jagang Jin, Unjong used the chopsticks in his hand to catch the flying chopstick with ease. Even though he looked much younger than Tang Risham, his martial arts and internal strength were almost on par. Tang Risham was both surprised and angry, rolling his eyes at the sight of Unjong easily blocking his attack. It was no different from slapping him in the face. Unjong gripped the chopstick firmly and turned to look at Tang Risham with a fierce and angry demeanor. You dare attack someone else while I'm talking to you? This time, you're definitely looking down on me, aren't you? Unjong's eyes gleamed with killing intent. His innocent naivete vanished in a blink, replaced by a fierce, menacing hostility that his opponent couldn't ignore anymore. The atmosphere grew heavy once again. Unjong continued to preach morality to Tang Risham. Disciples of the three sects must respect each other and not attack each other recklessly. That is the unwritten rule that my master taught me. Before this lecture of Unjong, Tang Risham was completely speechless because it was something he had known for a long time, but because of his arrogant nature and his contempt for Unjong looked quite young, so he ignored the unspoken rules between the three sects. Unjong still hasn't finished his harsh criticism. The more the boy talks, the more serious the problem becomes. Yet you not only use poison but also use weapons to assassinate others right in front of me. That's no different. It's defamation of my master's teachings. Tang Risham, cornered, started to argue in a strained voice. Even though you are young, I still try to treat you with respect, but you've been sticking around and protecting that guy. Are you intentionally trying to block Tang's family? Unjong resolutely presented his argument. You are the one who's obstructing me. I was the one who approached Poison Dragon to talk to him first. Immediately after that, Unjong erupted in anger. He suddenly grabbed the chopsticks he had just snatched from Tang Risham. Then he threw the chopsticks towards him without hesitation, along with a fierce shout, "You can have this back." Whether it was due to the surprise attack from Unjong or Tang Risham's inferior martial arts, he was shocked and surprised by the flying chopsticks. He tried to step back to avoid them, but the speed of the chopsticks was too fast. The moment the chopsticks were about to pierce Tang Risham's face, a whistling sound tore through the air. The bright red leather whip in Tang Haran's hand was timely released. Just before Tang Risham was injured, Tang Haran's leather whip struck the chopsticks accurately, breaking them in two. Thanks to this, he escaped a disaster and breathed heavily. The broken chopsticks clattered onto the floor, causing everyone to be surprised. Tension filled the entire restaurant. Fortunately, there was no one else there. Unjong only then noticed Tang Haran, who had been sitting quietly and seemingly harmless. He was surprised by her swift skill. In less than 3 seconds, the whip shot out, broke the chopsticks, and was neatly retracted back into Tang Haran's hand. Unjong honestly had to praise her. You are really quick. Although he felt that his opponent was stronger, Unjong still insisted on confronting them for the honor of the Qingqing sect. I can continue. Just then, a sharp abdominal pain arose within Unjong, making him unable to be aggressive anymore. The boy held his stomach, which was rumbling, and lowered his voice immediately. Ugh, my stomach is starting to hurt. Can you give me the antidote first? Tang Risham was speechless, not knowing what to say in this ridiculous situation. Before the situation could become tense again and affect the restaurant, Jagong Jin had to speak up and declare to this troublesome group, stop causing trouble for other people. If you have something to say to me, just come find me directly. Tang Risham immediately took it as a challenge from Jagong Jin and retorted with a threat. This is a warning to you. We are withdrawing today because of the Qingqing sect, but if you continue to swagger around in this area, you will not have a good ending. Jagong Jin didn't even bother to look back at Tang Risham. He calmly walked out of the door with an indifferent nod. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Unjong was still clutching his stomach in pain while Jagong Jin was walking away, making him even more flustered. He looked at Tang Risham and then at Jagong Jin. Wait for me. Of course, Jagong Jin had no intention of waiting for Unjong. With the boy's ability, catching up wouldn't be a big deal. Unjong watched as Jagong Jin walked out of the restaurant, only able to moan helplessly. Ah, poison dragon brother. Jagong Jin's limping steps did not take him far from the restaurant. Moreover, it was getting dark, so he planned to wander around the village to find a place to rest for the night. The peace lasted only a short while before Unjong's whiny voice sounded behind Jagong Jin. Poison dragon, wait for me. Jagong Jin sighed in exasperation but couldn't shake the boy off. Finally, Unjong caught up with Jagong Jin and started rambling again. Poison dragon brother, I didn't intend to get so close to you initially. I'll only follow you until you leave Sichuan, because if I don't supervise you, I'll have to train while facing the wall for another year. Jagong Jin sighed helplessly. All right. Unjong's eyes lit up. Wow, you'll let me go with you. Jagong Jin clicked his tongue and replied, even if I wanted to shake you off, you'd still follow me. Actually, Jagong Jin didn't feel too uncomfortable with Unjong's presence because he had other calculations. It's better to have him walk beside me than to have him follow me from behind. If something like what just happened happens again, he might be able to help. Of course, Jagong Jin didn't directly express that thought. Instead, he cleverly showed empathy for Unjong's situation. If I were you, I would hate to face the wall to train for a year too. Unjong, naive and easily trusting, believed Jagong Jin immediately. That's right, isn't it? Then, Unjong continued to chatter about his thoughts. What happened in the restaurant earlier was completely unexpected. Seeing that you were able to suppress your own killing intent and didn't react to him, it seemed like you had no intention of fighting. That's why I intervened. The poison dragon in my imagination was a temperamental and arrogant guy. Jagong Jin explained calmly as if it was common sense. My pride wasn't the most important thing at that moment. If we really fought, the shop would suffer significant damage. Unjong opened his eyes wide and gazed at Jagong Jin with admiration. Oh, considering the fact that you took that into account, you are a good person. But then, the boy changed his expression and muttered thoughtfully, but considering the fact that you spread poison on the road, you don't seem like a good person. Jagong Jin clicked his tongue and explained to Unjong, I wanted to see who was following me, so I scattered some grain powder on the road. Unjong was startled, his eyes wide open. What? Seeing that Unjong didn't seem to believe him, Jagong Jin revealed the details of his plan at that time. You looked in the forest to find footprints on the ground and followed my trail, right? That's where I spread the poison, but it's just a mild poison powder made from some types of herbal poison and yam starch. It won't kill anyone, but it will affect the judgment of the poisoned person for an hour, making it difficult for others to find me. Unjong didn't get angry for being tricked. Instead, he felt a little intrigued. Wow, that explains why my vision started to blur and I felt a little confused. So that's why I couldn't find you. Right after that, the boy innocently grinned. After all, you only used the kind of poison that's enough to shake off people instead of killing them, right? You are far different from what I heard about you. Jagong Jin had absolutely no idea what to say to this seemingly naive boy. After a while of thinking, Jagong Jin couldn't figure it out and frankly asked Unjong, are you always like this, or are you just acting? Unjan tilted his head, confused. Huh, what do you mean? Jagang-jin furrowed his brow with doubt, looking at the boy. I'm pretty sure everyone considers me a ruthless murderer. Unjan still didn't understand his problem and reiterated his purpose to Jagang-jin. Yes, that's why I'm supervising you, to ensure that nothing happens until you leave Sichuan. Is there a problem? Jagang-jin stopped and stared at Unjan with a serious expression. You seem to be unguarded around me, like you eat food without worrying about whether it's poison or not, even when malicious people like those guys approach you. Unjan only then vaguely understood Jagang-jin's question, but he still replied calmly, approach me, that won't happen. Jagang-jin, dubious, furrowed his brow, indicating that he couldn't believe it and didn't understand why Unjan could be so confident. Unjan laughed confidently and declared, because in Sichuan, nobody dares to harm the disciples of the Qingcheng sect. Jagang-jin opened his eyes in surprise, but that feeling of astonishment quickly passed, because he realized something more important, the significance of having a force protecting you. Unjan continued to speak with pride about the strength of the Qingcheng sect. If someone wants to cause trouble with us, they have to be prepared for the fact that their entire family will be implicated. So, at this point, Jagang-jin couldn't hear Unjan's words clearly anymore. His mind involuntarily went back to the past, to the hardship he had endured for 8 years, living like hell and thinking only about revenge. Everything that happened to him and the medical sects was because we weren't strong enough. But the case of this little kid in front of him was completely different, like how a mother will protect her child, his sect and his master will protect him from danger because they are strong enough. Jagang-jin couldn't hold back his emotions and stared at Unjan with envy, leaving the boy completely clueless. Looking at the boy's unguarded face, Jagang-jin felt even more bitter about his fate. Could it be that this boy is so carefree because he doesn't know what's happening around him? I'm really envious of him. Jagang-jin lowered his head, his eyes closed tightly, trying to suppress the feeling of annoyance welling up inside him. Unjan, seeing this, simply thought that Jagang-jin was worried, so he came closer and looked up at him. Are you worried about me, that someone will try to assassinate me? You're such a good person, haha. Unjan's innocent and carefree smile made Jagang-jin feel envy deep inside, but that didn't mean he hated the boy. So, Jagang-jin quickly dismissed the vague thoughts in his mind and stood up, taking a step forward. The sun is about to set, we have to hurry. Behind Jagang-jin, Tang Risham and Tang Haran were quietly following. Of course, he knew they wouldn't let him go easily, so he ignored them sneaking behind him. Seeing Unjan hanging around Jagang-jin cheerfully, Tang Risham started to complain. It seems like that little Qingcheng kid is protecting Poison Dragon by following him closely. Tang Haran finally spoke, but only to criticize Tang Risham. Risham brother, if we don't do anything to him, our image will become very bad. Even though we are not from the main branch of the family, they have trampled on the name of the Tang family. Tang Risham was reprimanded for no reason and immediately objected in displeasure. Haran, what are you talking about? So, you didn't even intervene just now. I did what I could. The arrogant Tang Haran of course never takes responsibility for herself. In her eyes, it was because Tang Risham was too weak that she lost to a brat like Unjan. She did not hesitate to scowl and show off her authority to him. What did you say? Tang Risham knew he wasn't as strong as Tang Haran, so he could only swallow his anger and frustration. Right after, he angrily strode ahead, as if he were in a hurry to follow Jagang-jin so he wouldn't lose track of him. Tang Haran calmly stayed behind, staring intently at her target. Her eyes held a mix of curiosity and a touch of amusement towards the boy with a strong will, but also a strange aura. Meanwhile, Jagang-jin and Unjan were growing closer through Unjan's endless stories. While it wasn't certain if Jagang-jin was really paying attention, the young boy kept on recounting stories and asking questions without tiring. The next day, on the rugged, undulating mountain ranges south of Guangxi, the atmosphere suddenly turned ominously eerie. Atop the mountain peak, Laoshan, Kailin, a small octagonal pavilion was erected as a resting place for weary travelers. This was also the meeting point for Ryung-kyung and Mangryo. Amidst the gloomy sky, a bright yellow whirlwind suddenly appeared, formed by swirling ribbons. The powerful vortex generated a series of eddies around it. As the yellow whirlwind touched the ground, the shimmering ribbons slowly unfurled, revealing Ryung-kyung's graceful and beautiful figure within. She landed softly like a goddess of war, her steps light yet incredibly steady. When the yellow ribbons fully spread out on either side, Ryung-kyung stood tall in the majestic pose of a female warrior, her sharp eyes fixed on the target inside the octagonal pavilion. Then, two dazzling streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky, like glittering stars in broad daylight. In a blink of an eye, the two streaks of light landed behind Ryung-kyung. The deafening impact felt like a meteor strike, causing the earth to tremble violently, but she didn't budge. The two Thursday brothers were the ones responsible for that massive commotion. They landed with an explosive power, seemingly to intimidate whoever was waiting for them in the octagonal pavilion. Mangryo had been waiting for Ryung-kyung on the steps for a long time. As soon as he saw them show off their power, he spoke with a cheerful tone, "You're here." Mangryo chuckled as he spoke. "Despite Ryung-kyung's lack of enthusiasm, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm so looking forward to this exchange that I couldn't sleep a wink." Then, Mangryo gave a sly grin as he glanced at Baek Lee Kwan, who was slumped beside the table in the octagonal pavilion. "I've prepared the goods as promised. He's been drugged and knocked out. He'll be able to move once you wake him up." "But why don't I see the goods I requested?" Mangryo's eyes narrowed as he couldn't see Jagang-jin being brought as promised, but his tone didn't sound too disappointed. Ryung-kyung finally gave a chuckle in response. "That's because I'm not here to exchange anything with you. I'm here to take what you have." A sly excitement flashed in Ryung-kyung's eyes, like a fox getting excited at the sight of its prey. Mangryo immediately feigned surprise at Ryung-kyung's declaration, but in reality, the corner of his mouth was slightly twitching behind his scraggly mustache. After feigning shock for a while, Mangryo pretended to be confused about Ryung-kyung's intention. "I'm sure the deal I offered was that I'd heal Jing Long in exchange for that brat, Jagang-jin. But now you're saying you're here to take Jing Long from me. Isn't that completely different from our agreement, servant of righteousness? I never thought someone like you could betray your own word. How disappointing." Even though Mangryo was criticizing Ryung-kyung, his voice held a tinge of excitement, as if he had been waiting for her to do this. Ryung-kyung calmly countered Mangryo's argument. "I don't know if you remember, but I never agreed to your proposal." Mangryo burst into mocking laughter. "Is that how you justify this? Are you obsessed with that kid?" Ryung-kyung calmly shrugged. "He's decided to walk a different path from us. I can't let someone who's not involved with us be dragged into this." Mangryo's eyes widened with excitement. "So, you let him go?" Ryung-kyung replied confidently. "Yes, I don't know what happened to him after he left." Mangryo let out a hearty chuckle, a sinister gleam in his eyes. "The servant of righteousness. She doesn't follow the evil path of the evil sects in the big cities. Even though she's one of them, she knew that bastard Jagang-jin would be in danger if she handed him over to me, so she didn't do it. I was right to let the servant of righteousness take him. It gave him a chance to live." Mangryo laughed even harder, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Just as I thought." Right then, he lowered his head, trying to hide his smug and carefree smile. He told Ryung-kyung, "Then take Jing Long and go." Ryung-kyung found his reaction unusual and frowned suspiciously. "You're not going to resist?" Mangryo suppressed his inner excitement and feigned reluctance as he made way for Ryung-kyung to enter the octagonal pavilion. "Well, someone like me can't fight you anyway. I came here because I believed in your title, servant of righteousness, and the reputation of your Dan family. If you're going to break that trust, then I can't do anything about it." Ryung-kyung scowled angrily and stared at Mangryo. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Mangryo pretended to be offended and sarcastically chided her, as if he were genuinely disappointed in Ryung-kyung's actions. "Seems like you know when you're doing something wrong, huh?" Then, Mangryo put on a disgruntled expression and urged Ryung-kyung, "Take him and go quickly, because I still have to figure out how to survive from now on." Ryung-kyung, completely unsuspecting, walked towards the octagonal pavilion. Once inside, she carefully observed Baek Lee Kwan to see if he was still alive. Baek Lee Kwan was simply slumped over, as if he had been drugged. He was still breathing and didn't seem to be seriously injured or close to death. Ryung-kyung finally felt reassured and reached out towards Baek Lee Kwan, intending to grab him and take him away. However, right at that moment, Baek Lee Kwan suddenly mumbled, "Shandong." Ryung-kyung was startled and her eyes widened in shock. She quickly retracted her hand. At the same time, Baek Lee Kwan snapped his eyes open, roaring a loud shout that called out Ryung-kyung's nickname, "Yua." Immediately after, he lunged towards Ryung-kyung with a clenched fist and a wild roar. However, Baek Lee Kwan's strength was no match for Ryung-kyung. She gently reached out and grabbed his face, stopping his seemingly aggressive action. Right after, she slammed his head back against the ground. The force of the attack caused the wooden floor of the octagonal pavilion to explode and shatter. After subduing Baek Lee Kwan, Ryung-kyung immediately turned her head and glared at Mangryo with furious eyes. "Mangryo, you bastard." Unexpectedly, Ryung-kyung's curse was met with a foot aimed directly at her face. Of course, it was just Mangryo's fake leg. Therefore, Ryung-kyung had no trouble stopping it. she used her other hand to gently grab his heel, successfully avoiding the dangerous situation. After securing Mangrio's heel in her hand, Ryung-kyung let out a mocking chuckle. "Ha, is that all you've got?" Mangrio replied with a crass laugh, laced with cunning. "It's not just about strength, you know." Right then, a thick black smoke, reeking of gunpowder, rose from Mangrio's heel, causing Ryung-kyung to flinch in shock. Before she could release his foot, the fake leg suddenly unhinged at the ankle, revealing a fake shin bone that looked like a cannon barrel. Inside, several shiny hidden weapons could be seen. In the blink of an eye, 3 hidden weapons were shot from Mangrio's artificial leg, aiming straight at Ryung-kyung's face at a distance of less than an inch. At that moment, she opened her eyes in surprise, tried to lean back, but still could not dodge in time compared to the speed of the hidden weapon fired with gunpowder. Seeing Ryung-kyung in danger, the 2 brothers rushed towards the octagonal pavilion. "Liege, this is clearly a trap, we must save you." Just as they were about to reach Ryung-kyung, a group of archers suddenly appeared behind them, their arrows already drawn and ready to fire. The sound of dozens of bowstrings being drawn taut immediately caught the attention of the 2 brothers, causing them to stop and look behind them. At that precise moment, dozens of arrows rained down in front of the 2 brothers, blocking their path to save their liege. Fortunately, they were agile enough to dodge the volley of arrows. Shocked, the 2 brothers turned to look towards the archers, who were hidden behind a thick cloud of smoke and dust, an ambush. Squinting through the smoke, the 2 brothers could finally see the attire of the ambushers. They were from the Jaegao clan. Leading the force was Jaegao's son Ji, seeking revenge for the severely injured deputy sect leader after his battle with Ryung-kyung. Jaegao's son Ji gritted his teeth and declared in a venomous voice, "You evil sects from the big cities, this time we won't let you escape." Meanwhile, Ryung-kyung, who had just escaped a near-death experience, was still panting heavily, her heart pounding from the fright. The 2 brothers, while dealing with the ambushers, anxiously called out to the octagonal pavilion, "Liege, are you all right? We're surrounded." Catching a glimpse of Ryung-kyung successfully blocking the darts with a silk cloth, the 2 brothers urged her, "Liege, you have to get out of here." Now, only then did Ryung-kyung realize Mangrio's sinister scheme. She gritted her teeth in anger. "So, this was your plan all along." Mangrio's prosthetic leg, broken by Ryung-kyung and thrown aside, was now detached by him to discard the remaining gunpowder. He nonchalantly replied to her accusation, "That's right, but I don't need to feel guilty about it." "Because you didn't keep your promise either," he continued. Immediately after reattaching the prosthetic leg, Mangrio charged towards Ryung-kyung, his palm strikes imbued with furious rage. Ryung-kyung, equally furious, unleashed her own palm strikes, accompanied by a fierce shout, "What a cowardly excuse!" As their attacks clashed, a surge of powerful energy erupted, spreading like a tsunami. In less than a second, the immense energy from the collision caused the entire octagonal pavilion to explode into a million pieces. Even the bricks, tiles, and stone pillars were shattered by the blast. The battle between Mangrio and Ryung-kyung didn't end there. They continued to exchange blows. After emerging from the collapsed pavilion, Mangrio fought with increasing ferocity, even pushing Ryung-kyung back. Mangrio, striking with greater power and intensity, sneered with a mocking laugh, "What's wrong with you? You can't even defeat an old man like me." Ryung-kyung, unable to believe she was being pushed back by Mangrio's power, doubted within herself, "How is this possible? He can't possibly have this much internal energy." In that instant, only one logical explanation came to mind. Ryung-kyung, her eyes wide with shock, stared at Mangrio, who was attacking with reckless abandon. He must be using heavenly blood fury. Mangrio didn't deny Ryung-kyung's assumption. He chuckled with a face contorted by blood vessels. "You know, that brat isn't the only one who swore to do whatever it takes for revenge." Ryung-kyung, while parrying his attacks, mocked his self-destructive actions. "You're talking about Jadong-jin, right? He's the reason you continue to cling to life, even at the cost of destroying your own body. You're truly insane." As their palm strikes collided once more, the force behind them grew even stronger. The devastating energy impacted their opponents and spread outwards like a storm, accompanied by fierce gales. Not only was the earth and debris blown away, but Mangrio himself could not withstand the force of the energy explosion. He was sent flying back several meters by Ryung-kyung's power. As he landed, Mangrio's prosthetic leg was worn down by the inertia, causing him to slide further. Friction created sparks that ignited a long trail on the ground. Mangrio staggered for a moment before regaining his balance by gripping the prosthetic leg onto the ground. Even as he was thrown back, he continued to laugh maniacally. "Heh heh, I haven't been rational for a long time. I don't even know how I became like this anymore. Initially, I only wanted revenge, But when things didn't go my way, I became disappointed. The things I started doing for that bastard gradually escalated, and things got worse and worse until they became boundless, like the ocean, Mangryo said, his voice rising in excitement, accompanied by a constant manic laughter. Ryung Kyung, who wasn't pushed back by Mangryo's power this time, patiently listened to his rambling about his warped ideals. Doesn't everyone have that? Something they want to possess, something they want to experience, something they dream of. That brat, for me, he's like that. Then, Mangryo suddenly reached up and removed the bandage covering his blind eye. Even though this I can't see anymore, it's always craved to see him. Look, can you see this? Ryung Kyung curiously focused on Mangryo's blind eye, unable to understand what he wanted her to see in the empty socket. The moment the bandage was removed, a blinding light suddenly flashed. Mangryo laughed hysterically and asked Ryung Kyung, "What's shining in my eye socket?" It turned out that in Mangryo's eye socket was a bronze mirror. The reflected sunlight immediately blinded Ryung Kyung. She quickly covered her eyes but couldn't prevent the effect of the light. In an instant, Ryung Kyung's vision became blurry. She could no longer track Mangryo's movements. He was just a hazy shadow in the blinding light. As Ryung Kyung's vision started to clear, Mangryo had already leaped towards her, attacking. Heh. Didn't expect you to fall for that so easily. Your reputation doesn't match your reality at all. The mother superior of the evil sex. Once again, the blinding light from the bronze mirror in Mangryo's eye blinded Ryung Kyung. She couldn't do anything but instinctively shut her eyes. At that moment, Mangryo shouted, "Now!" And from behind Ryung Kyung, Baek Lee Kwan leaped forward with his sword raised. Baek Lee Kwan, full of confidence, yelled before striking down, "This is for you, Yuwa of Shandong." With Ryung Kyung's vision obscured, Mangryo and Baek Lee Kwan attacked simultaneously from two directions, putting her in a perilous situation. Just as Ryung Kyung was about to receive both Mangryo's palm strike and Baek Lee Kwan's sword strike, her sharp eyes suddenly opened. A brilliant golden light, like lightning, surged from those eyes, signaling the imminent use of the radiant Jade 9-Pillar 5 Thunder Toad technique. Ryung Kyung's internal energy exploded in the form of lightning bolts that slashed across the sky. The radiant golden light and the thunderous sounds echoed like natural lightning, deafening her enemies. The lightning bolts instantly halted the enemy's actions. The sword in Baek Lee Kwan's hand was bound, unable to strike down. Meanwhile, Mangryo received a bolt directly in his chest. Under the impact of the lightning, Baek Lee Kwan was held suspended above Ryung Kyung. Despite his attempt to force the sword downwards, his strength was no match for her profound internal energy. Meanwhile, Mangryo was thrown back several meters, accompanied by loud explosions as his body dragged across the ground. Even though Ryung Kyung couldn't see clearly, her technique landed precisely on her target. With her vision still blurry, Ryung Kyung could only vaguely see Mangryo lying flat on the ground. He appeared to be unconscious and no longer posed a threat to her. After confirming Mangryo's state for a while, Ryung Kyung slowly retracted her hand from the palm strike she had launched at him. She then turned all her attention to the more significant prey, Baek Lee Kwan, and sarcastically remarked, "You're quite resilient to withstand my attack. Is it because you're still obsessed with me?" Baek Lee Kwan roared in anger, while trying to force the sword downwards. "My fiancé died because of the damned murderer that you evil sex nurture. I will take your head, and I will take the head of that cruel, dreadful poison cripple so that my Yamu's soul can be at peace." Annoyed, Ryung Kyung didn't bother with any explanation. Instead, she focused all her energy on the attack that aimed to end Baek Lee Kwan's life. "I didn't want to take your life, but seeing how determined you are to resolve this, I guess I can't end this here without killing you." Just as Ryung Kyung was about to deliver the final blow to Baek Lee Kwan, a sudden sound like exploding bullets drew her attention away from him. Looking towards the source of the sound, through her still blurry vision, Ryung Kyung could only vaguely see Mangryo sitting up. In his hand was the remaining prosthetic leg, which he had broken himself. Smoke from gunpowder was rising from it. Due to her severely impaired vision, it took Ryung Kyung a while to realize that 3 hidden weapons had been launched towards her. The distance was extremely close, less than a handspan away. Ryung Kyung tried to block the hidden weapons with her golden ribbon once again, but due to the unexpected situation, she couldn't focus her inner energy on the 5 Thunder Toad technique anymore. At the moment Ryung Kyung's power was dispersed, Baek Lee Kwan successfully broke through the lightning barrier and unleashed the heavenly sword killing technique. Slashing straight down, the blade flashed, piercing Ryung Kyung's right shoulder, rendering her temporarily defenseless and unable to block the final hidden weapon from Mangryo. Baek Lee Kwan was brimming with fervor, his eyes blazing with hatred, which he poured into the blade. However, he had used all his strength for that single strike. Ryung Kyung couldn't believe what had just happened. She hadn't even felt the pain from her severed arm and the hidden weapon lodged in her abdomen. Only Mangarecap clearly saw what had just occurred, a carefree smile on his face. For him, this was a spectacular and memorable performance. Meanwhile, the battle between the two Thursday brothers and the Jaegao clan army was equally fierce. The sound of a war drum being played signaled that the Jaegao clan's siege had reached its peak. This time, Jaegao's son Ji charged into the battle, facing the two Thursday older brother. Although Jaegao's son Ji's swordsmanship was considered decent, the two Thursday older brother's agility was remarkable. He could effortlessly dodge the opponent's attacks with grace. The two Thursday older brother grew more and more aggressive, counterattacking immediately after dodging a strike with his iron-hard fists. Jaegao's son Ji had just sheathed his sword and wasn't ready for the next move when he saw the two Thursday older brother's fist coming towards him. Jaegao's son Ji instinctively raised his sword hilt to block the two Thursday older brother's punch. He was confident that a fist could not match the strength of a steel sword hilt. However, it was Jaegao's son Ji who was pushed back after the impact. The two Thursday older brother's fist, which was as powerful as a falling hammer, struck the sword hilt, even sending the sword wielder flying backward. Jaegao's son Ji glanced at the two Thursday younger brother who was single-handedly battling the entire army behind him. He had to admit that their fighting skills were beyond expectations. Yua's subordinates were exactly as anticipated. I guess you're not just ordinary guards, are you? He thought. The two Thursday older brother didn't have time for a long conversation with Jaegao's son Ji. He gestured with his hand for him to continue fighting. We won't let you touch our liege, he declared. Jaegao's son Ji sneered with a provocative smile. I wonder if things will turn out as you say. At that moment, the two Thursday older brother sensed that the Five Thunder Toad technique's energy was weakening. This was a sign that Ryung-kyung was in danger. The two Thursday older brother immediately turned his head and looked towards Ryung-kyung on the mountaintop, his eyes filled with concern. The moment he saw her tragic state, he couldn't help but shout in alarm, "Leech!" Now, Ryung-kyung was kneeling in agony, her right arm was severed and lay on the ground, while a poison-hidden weapon was deeply embedded in her abdomen. The two Thursday older brother was consumed by rage, his face filled with murderous intent. He wanted to rush in and protect Ryung-kyung immediately. "Damn you, how dare you," he roared. However, just then, a streak of light flashed across the sky, along with the sound of metal cutting through the wind, coming from behind the two Thursday older brother. This interrupted his thoughts. The two Thursday older brother quickly turned around, just in time to raise his hand to block Jaegao's son Ji's descending blade. Sparks flew as metal collided with metal. Thanks to the steel wrist guard, the two Thursday older brother was unharmed. Jaegao's son Ji, knowing that the advantage was on his side, immediately broke into a smug, mocking smile. "What are you looking at?" he sneered. The two Thursday older brother's heart was burning with anger, but he was held back by Jaegao's son Ji. He had no choice but to fight him and finish it. Returning to the battle on the mountaintop, Mangarecap, having wounded Ryung-kyung, proudly rose to his feet and approached her. "It was a wise decision to cut off my remaining leg, even though it wasn't problematic, and replace it with a prosthetic," he thought. As he stood before Ryung-kyung, Mangarecap puffed out his chest, sneering at her. "Ha, the one with great power, the servant of justice, kneeling before me now." Having taunted Ryung-kyung, Mangarecap turned his attention to Baek Lee Kwan, who was kneeling on the ground, his body stiff and immobile. Silent Dragon did well too, now. Seeing that Baek Lee Kwan wasn't responding, Mangarecap quickly realized he had lost consciousness. However, he simply disregarded it. "Unconscious, well, he can sleep now." While Ryung-kyung was struggling to cope with her wounds, Mangarecap was completely calm, muttering to himself, "I'm sure Baek Lee will be pleased with the prize you are. He'll surely overlook the fact that I disobeyed his orders and came to Nanjia village." Ryung-kyung finally managed to stop the bleeding from her arm and pulled the hidden weapon out of her abdomen, cursing loudly, "You beast." Immediately afterward, she prepared to unleash the 9 Jade Illumination 5 Thunder Toad technique again, her eyes filled with killing intent. "How dare you? You think I'm defeated just because you cut off one of my arms?" Mangarecap swaggered in front of Ryung-kyung, completely unafraid of her lightning strikes. "I sincerely advise you not to use your inner energy now," he said casually. As soon as Mangarecap finished speaking, the poison in Ryung-kyung's body took effect. Blood gushed from her 7 orifices. She hadn't known that the hidden weapon was poisoned, and the flow of her inner energy while using such a powerful technique accelerated the poison's effects. Mangarecap calmly watched Ryung-kyung succumb to the poison, speaking with a self-assured tone. "My prosthetic leg and the needle inside it were both crafted by the Tang family. Do you understand what that means?" Ryung Kyung gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with resentment. Poison, she hissed. He chuckled merrily, speaking rapidly. Yes, the poison was specially formulated by the Tang family to capture you. In your current state, if you use that technique again, it's doubtful you'll survive. So, stay as you are, maybe he'll remember the past and spare your life. Ryung Kyung was enraged by Mangrio's provocation. Just hearing the name Baek Lee Young made her blood boil. She wouldn't allow herself to be humiliated by him. Immediately, Ryung Kyung erupted in fury. Her energy surged like a raging storm, activating the 9 Jade Illumination 5 Thunder Toad technique. I'd rather die than let that happen, she shouted. As her inner energy unleashed its power, the poison in her body ravaged her even more fiercely. Mangrio feigned defense, raising his hand, but his heart was brimming with delight. You're acting exactly as I expected. He didn't instruct me to capture you alive. Just as Mangrio and Ryung Kyung were about to clash in a fight to the death, the Took Thursday younger brother suddenly dove from the sky, his fierce shout interrupting the battle. Leech. Before Ryung Kyung could react, the Took Thursday younger brother decisively embraced her from behind, his action decisive and leaving her no chance to resist. In a blink, the Took Thursday younger brother had soared back into the sky, carrying Ryung Kyung away from the enemy's sight. In that instant, Mangrio was too stunned to react. He could only stand frozen, watching as the big fish slipped from his grasp. What the hell, he exclaimed. Ryung Kyung struggled to break free from the Took Thursday younger brother's embrace, but it was futile. She demanded an explanation with a fierce tone. What are you doing? The Took Thursday younger brother firmly held Ryung Kyung as he continued to charge forward. Leech, you cannot fall here. You must think of those who have trusted and followed you. The entire area was completely surrounded by the Jaegao clan. Hearing the Took Thursday younger brother's words, Ryung Kyung, while reluctant to give up halfway, no longer reacted violently as before. The Took Thursday younger brother continued to charge forward, his eyes filled with tears. This is the only way, so that I can protect you, my liege, he said. As they leaped over the cliff, Ryung Kyung saw the fierce battle unfolding below. She was shocked to see the Took Thursday older brother still fighting valiantly. Wait, what about your older brother? She asked. Seeing Ryung Kyung's worried gaze directed towards him, the Took Thursday older brother smiled and nodded, bidding farewell. It was also a signal for her to take care and leave this place. Ryung Kyung was completely stunned as she witnessed the Took Thursday older brother willingly sacrifice his life. A feeling of self-reproach washed over her. She knew this could be a trap, yet she had plunged in headfirst, resulting in the sacrifice of her loyal subordinate. The Took Thursday younger brother couldn't speak. He could only silently shed heart-wrenching tears as he continued to hold Ryung Kyung and run. He had to suppress the agonizing pain in his heart to protect her. Ryung Kyung screamed in frustration, her eyes fixed on the Took Thursday older brother. No, we can't leave him behind. The Took Thursday younger brother ignored her request and leaped over the cliff. You might get hurt, but please forgive your subordinate. As they embraced and plunged off the cliff, Ryung Kyung could only utter a desperate, heartbroken scream. No. In the end, the two of them fell into a fast-flowing river between two mountains. Although the rushing current was very dangerous, at least they had a chance to survive. After a while, the Mangrio also chased him to the cliff where his brother and Ryung Kyung had thrown themselves down. He angrily grumbled, well, what a trouble. Immediately, he turned his anger towards the Jaegao clan. What are you all doing? We just let you of Shandong slip away because you couldn't handle those two. At that moment, Jaegao Sun Ji and the Jaegao clan's subordinates had just finished dealing with Took Thursday older brother. Therefore, even though he was very annoyed by the scolding, Jaegao Sun Ji could not refute Mangrio's reprimand. After regaining his composure, Mangrio coldly ordered the Jaegao clan's army, send troops to the lower reaches of the river and search the entire area thoroughly. She was poisoned, so they won't be able to go far. Jaegao Sun Ji could only swallow his bitterness and comply with the order. Yes, sir. Of course, Jaegao Sun Ji was still filled with resentment towards Mangrio. He treated him like an inferior. Wasn't he the one who initially messed everything up in Nanjia village? If it weren't for the sect leader of the 6 Dragon Longsword sect's orders, then... Mangrio completely ignored Jaegao Sun Ji's resentful expression and approached Ryung Kyung's severed arm with a sinister smile. Even if you escaped and miraculously survived, you will eventually be in my grasp. His laughter, like ripping cloth, echoed throughout the Guangxi Mountains for a long time after. Meanwhile, in Sichuan, Jagang Jin's journey continued in a relatively peaceful atmosphere, except for the constant pestering of Unjan. All day long, from morning to evening, Unjan kept chattering incessantly, Venom dragon, Venom dragon. Why did you kill so many people? Unjan looked at Jagang Jin with curiosity instead of fear or disgust when mentioning such a gruesome event. Seeing that Jagang Jin did not respond, Unjan continued, you don't look like the kind of person who could do something like that. Even while eating, Unjan's mouth never stopped asking questions. Why is your leg injured? Was it a birth defect? Jagang Jin had to be very patient to avoid getting angry with the talkative boy. However, Unjan wouldn't stop with his incessant curiosity and new questions. What martial art do you use? I've never seen you use martial arts before. Seeing Jagang Jin's dejected and bored expression, Unjan finally had a little awareness of his actions. These questions might be a bit rude, huh? Jagang Jin sighed in confirmation but didn't want to say directly about Unjan's annoyance. The boy smiled brightly. I apologize. I really am nosy, am I not? Then, even though Jagang Jin didn't ask, Unjan explained the reason for his curiosity himself. Because I'm really fascinated by a member of the evil sects in the big cities. This is the first time I've talked to someone like you. Jagang Jin didn't want Ryung Kyung and the evil sects in the big cities to get into trouble because of him, so he finally opened his mouth to talk. I don't belong to the evil sects in the big cities. Unjan tilted his head, confused. Really? But I heard you came from the evil sect's base. Jagang Jin retorted sharply. Does everyone who comes out of Qingcheng sect become a disciple of the Qingcheng sect? Unjan pondered for a moment and then, as if gaining new enlightenment, said, that's right, you said so, and I finally realized. Unjan remained quite stubborn about Jagang Jin's origins and continued to wonder. It's strange, everyone says Venom Dragon is from the evil sects in the big cities, right? My master couldn't possibly be lying about this. Jagang Jin offered Unjan advice. At times like these, you need to witness it yourself to verify the truth. When I was in a similar situation to you, someone also advised me the same thing, Unjan exclaimed with bright eyes. Oh, that's good advice. Who told you that? Jagang Jin, of course, could not reveal Ryung Kyung's identity directly, so he hinted, you can meet that person if you go to the base that I left. Unjan was slightly surprised for a moment, and then his mood suddenly slumped. While lost in thought, the boy blurted out, it's a pity. Jagang Jin immediately noticed this casual but strange remark. He immediately pressed Unjan. What are you talking about? Unjan, startled, quickly covered his mouth as if he had accidentally revealed an earth-shattering secret. Oh, my. The boy started to panic when he saw Jagang Jin's questioning gaze. Nothing. I don't know if I should tell you this. My master didn't give me any instructions about this. I don't know if it's okay. Jagang Jin felt that this was a serious matter and immediately lowered his voice to plead with Unjan. Please tell me. Unjan awkwardly waved his hand. I can't, I'm not allowed to. Immediately after, Jagang Jin suddenly stood up without trying to extract information from Unjan anymore. He picked up a rock and began to draw a long line on the ground. Unjan curiously asked Jagang Jin, what are you doing? Jagang Jin calmly replied, I'm drawing the boundaries of my territory. Unjan tilted his head, confused. Territory. Jagang Jin continued to draw on the ground with a calm demeanor. The climate here is very good, and this area is quite nice, so I plan to live here for 3 years. Unjan was stunned and widened his eyes immediately. What? I was ordered to supervise you until you leave this area. You'll be here for 3 years. What will I do during that time? Jagang Jin immediately seized the opportunity and threatened Unjan. So, tell me. The secret you're hiding. Jagang Jin turned to Unjan with a sincere gaze full of anticipation rather than threat. Unjan was bewildered by Jagang Jin's gaze and finally opened his mouth to tell him everything. To be honest, the truth is, the place you just left will cease to exist soon. Unjan's hesitant words were like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky, leaving Jagang Jin dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in a remote location at the lower reaches of the river flowing across Laoshan, Gillen, Ryung Kyung and Tuk Thursday younger brother finally managed to survive, barely making it to the shore. They were so exhausted that they almost fainted. But thanks to their strong will, they quickly regained consciousness. Ryung Kyung forced herself to sit up, her heavy breathing, her severed arm was bleeding again, and the excruciating pain started to become more pronounced. Ryung Kyung gritted her teeth to keep from groaning in pain. The external and internal injuries from the poison and the bone-chilling cold after being immersed in the river had exhausted her, and cold sweat kept pouring down her face. Ryung Kyung's entire body trembled. More importantly, her arm was bleeding profusely and throbbing constantly. If they didn't stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound quickly, it would be life-threatening. After deliberating for a moment, Ryung-kyung decisively used a moderate amount of internal energy to activate the divine fire technique. A fierce flame instantly erupted from her intact hand and spread to her severed arm. The sizzling of burnt flesh and the smell of smoke began to spread as the flames engulfed the severed arm. Ryung-kyung bitterly gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating burning sensation that was digging into her flesh. Although it was incredibly painful, it was the only way for her to temporarily survive this critical situation. Took Thursday younger brother saw the light of the flame erupt and startled awake. "Master, liege," Ryung-kyung shook her head sadly. "It's okay, this is nothing compared to the pain of losing your brother." After a choked sob of sorrow, Ryung-kyung trembled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry, your brother sacrificed himself for me because I was careless. The mistake happened today, the revenge for today, I will never forget." Took Thursday younger brother listened to these words, feeling even more bitter. Of course, he did not blame Ryung-kyung at all, but he only felt the loss and deep hatred towards the martial alliance. Took Thursday younger brother swallowed his resentment and quickly recovered his spirit, standing. "I'll catch up soon. Where should we go, liege?" Ryung-kyung thought for a moment and made a decision. "We will return to Sichuan. We need to start again from there." In Ryung-kyung's eyes now, there was not only hatred but also anxiety. Her intuition told her that the Martial Alliance's forces would soon attack their base in Sichuan. Returning to the situation in the forest where Jagong-jin and Eunjang were resting, after hearing what Eunjang said, Jagong-jin couldn't help but be astonished and confused. "What did you just say?" "The base I just left, will it disappear soon?" Although he didn't fully understand Eunjang's words, he still felt restless and uneasy. Eunjang scratched his head in confusion for a while and then hesitantly explained, I heard they're about to attack that place because it's the entrance and exit for important people from the evil sects in the big cities." Jagong-jin furrowed his brows anxiously and pressed Eunjang. "Are you referring to the three great sects of Sichuan?" Eunjang shook his head. "No, I'm talking about the Martial Alliance, and all the forces that are cooperating with them are going as well. But I guess they can't ignore the three great sects of Sichuan, so, the Ame sect will represent the three great sects as the supervisor of the attack," Eunjang said, observing Jagong-jin's expression with a hesitant gaze. Seeing Jagong-jin dumbfounded with his face darkened, Eunjang felt even more confused and frantically tried to appease him. "This news is quite unpleasant for you, right? But because you said you don't belong to the evil sects in the big cities, so you probably don't mind too much." Jagong-jin angrily clenched his hands until they trembled. "I don't belong to the evil sects in the big cities, but there are many people who took care of me when I was on the brink of death. If it were you, can I ignore my benefactors when they are in danger?" Immediately, Jagong-jin, without hesitation, turned and walked towards the base of the evil sects in the big cities. "I will return there." Eunjang, seeing this, let out a worried sigh. "I knew you would do this, that's why I didn't want to tell you. Please, don't go back to that base. One of my tasks is to ensure you don't do anything rash." Eunjang sighed wearily, watching Jagong-jin continue walking. Seeing this, Eunjang issued a warning. "If you insist on going, we have no choice but to fight." Jagong-jin immediately stopped and firmly replied, "No, I won't fight you." Eunjang heard this and smiled, eyes narrowed. "Right, I knew you wouldn't." At that moment, a cloth bag suddenly flew straight into his face. Eunjang immediately heard the sound of something flying towards him and quickly opened his eyes. The boy, instinctively, jumped back and swung his arm, slicing through the cloth bag. The bag continued flying but was torn open. From within the bag, a thick, fog-like amount of poisonous powder immediately spilled out, causing Eunjang to panic. "Damn it, I hit it instinctively." Before Eunjang could escape, the poison powder had spread and enveloped everything, completely obscuring his vision. He screamed, accusing Jagong-jin of a surprise attack. "Why, how could you do this?" Jagong-jin calmed him down. "It's not a potent poison, it's just like what I've used before. It's a combination of various poisons. But if you inhale even a little, it will take effect immediately. Please go back and make some green tea with scallion and lard and drink it." Jagong-jin kindly instructed Eunjang on how to detoxify before turning and leaving. However, Eunjang was still determined to stop Jagong-jin, and he desperately cried out from within the thick smoke, "No, you can't just leave like this." Despite Eunjang's loud call echoing through the forest, Jagong-jin, of course, had no intention of stopping. His heart was burning with urgency as he limped towards the base. It would take at least 3 days to get back. Even at his fastest pace, he needed to move continuously without rest from this point on. He prayed he wouldn't be too late. Before Jagong-jin could go far, Eunjang, in the middle of the poisonous smoke, took out a small bell and gently began to ring it. I have no other choice. The bell rang, its sound spreading and echoing in the air, a clear, piercing tone. It was one of the Qingqing sect's ultimate techniques, Ghost Demon Killer, Emperor's Shared Spirit. As the bell's sound reached Jagang Jin's ears, he immediately felt a searing, intense pain in his stomach as if all his organs were being churned and tossed around. In a flash, his whole body went limp, his limbs lost their strength and he collapsed. Blood gushed out of his mouth and splattered onto the ground in a large pool. The closer the bell's sound came, the heavier he felt, as if an invisible boulder was pressing down on his back. Unjong slowly emerged from the poisonous smoke and approached Jagang Jin, the bell still ringing continuously. If I ring this bell, it will make the demons kneel and perish. The bell of demon control is one of the sound techniques. It subdues the enemy, rendering them powerless against me. It is particularly effective against those who use poison techniques, like you. Unjong's bell rang more and more frantically, striking hard at Jagang Jin's body and mind, but he clenched his teeth and resolutely crawled forward. Seeing Jagang Jin unable to resist, Unjong sighed with a melancholic tone. That's why Master sent me to follow you. At this point, Jagang Jin couldn't hear anything else. His mind was spinning, feeling like it was splitting in two, and his ears were buzzing as if about to explode. This was the first time he experienced what was called sound technique, making him even more dazed. The bell in Unjong's hand gradually slowed its ringing to avoid taking Jagang Jin's life. The boy sincerely advised, if I let you go, many people will die, so, I can't let you go. Please say that you will give up, not go back to that base. If you say that, I'll stop ringing the bell. Jagang Jin gritted his teeth, bitterness filling his voice. So, you're saying it doesn't matter if people from the evil sects in the big cities die? Unjong was momentarily flustered before trying to justify his actions with a sense of righteousness. No, but, those in the evil sects in the big cities are all wicked, heretical outsiders, right? It's better if a small number like them die rather than the majority. Hearing those clumsy arguments, Jagang Jin couldn't help but feel anger. His eyes glowed red with resentment and his heart ached with worry for those at the base. He felt a pang of sorrow as he recalled the help Ryung Kyung and the others had given not just him but also the innocent villagers of Nanjia. How could he say that people like them were wicked? Gradually, the resentment in Jagang Jin's heart boiled over into a strong killing intent. His fury rose like a tsunami because he desperately wanted to protect those truly good people. Those people, to him, were more important than the rest of the world. Standing so close, Unjong naturally felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Jagang Jin. He was momentarily startled by this burst of power, which resembled the use of forbidden techniques to enhance internal energy. The blood vessels on Jagang Jin's right arm thickened rapidly like deep, spreading roots. Enduring the intense pain, he strained to use his internal energy to resist the pressure from the bell and intended to counterattack. However, moments later, the blood vessels started to recede, and Jagang Jin's killing intent no longer emanated as strongly. Unjong immediately lashed out. Although you said you're not part of the evil sects in the big cities, it seems you've also turned to their path when you're at your wit's end. Of course, Jagang Jin didn't pay attention to Unjong's criticism. However, what shocked and confused him was the noticeable weakening of his internal energy flow, despite his efforts to strain and release it. Very quickly, Jagang Jin's right arm lost its strength. The internal energy flowing through his body dissipated like a sandcastle being washed away by waves, and his whole body became shaky, about to collapse. In the moment Jagang Jin was forced to lie flat, his body limp under the pressure of the bell, Unjong began to preach with pride about his sect and his path of cultivation. Taoism is like water. Water flows steadily, only flowing around obstacles, so it flows continuously. The bell of demon control works similarly. It is effective against any type of demon or evil spirit. Unjong gently rang the bell and calmly explained in a steady tone, as if chanting scriptures. Gradually, the words that came out of the boy's mouth were full of profound principles, difficult for Jagang Jin to comprehend. Please cleanse your mind, eliminate your anger, your murderous intent, and your desire to resist. The eastern blue dragon avoids desire in the depths of the eye, the western white tiger avoids recklessness, the southern vermilion bird avoids careless words, and the northern black tortoise avoids sickness. Opening the heavens and earth, the origin of all beings, Taoist scriptures that shake the ages, the constant turning of the universe, the light of the sun and moon, the vast Taoist principles, the 9 emperors and 8 ancestors, the great world, the chanting of the merits of the sun. Unjong's sermons completely went unheard by Jagang Jin. He was only concerned about his weakening body and fading consciousness. As Jagang Jin's vision blurred, and his body grew weak, he couldn't help but feel a bitter pang in his heart. he was slowly losing consciousness. Was this his fate? Was this really the end? The more he thought about it, the more resentment and grief welled up inside him. Not only could he not take revenge, but he couldn't even protect those who had been kind to him. Jagang Jin didn't want things to end like this. He didn't want to lose anything or anyone anymore, but his fingers couldn't even move, let alone fight back. Jagang Jin told himself, I have to get up. If I can't, I won't be able to do anything. I won't be able to change anything. But even though his reason urged him to rise, his body wouldn't obey. His eyelids continued to droop with the sound of the bell. At that moment, a hissing sound suddenly crept into Jagang Jin's mind. It was the sound of a snake flicking its tongue to smell its prey. Initially, he thought it was just an illusion caused by his clouded mind. But gradually, the sound became very clear and real, as if a snake was really crawling in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, not out of fear, but because a spark of hope had just been ignited. In the moment Jagang Jin faced the snake, he was momentarily surprised, but then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes, for this snake seemed to be a poisonous species. Jagang Jin hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Because his whole body had lost its strength, he couldn't use his hand to grab the snake. Luckily, the snake was in the perfect position for a bite. With a thump, the snake's blood gushed out like a stream, flowing into Jagang Jin's mouth. He chewed a piece of the snake, including the head, and the sound of crunching bones echoed in his mouth. Very quickly, after the snake's venom flowed down his throat and permeated his meridians, he regained the strength to move his hand, gripping the still twitching snake body. Jagang Jin's resistance happened silently, so Unjan was completely unaware. Seeing Jagang Jin still lying flat, seemingly powerless, the boy sighed with relief as the bell started to slow down. Phew, now you understand, right? Right when Unjan let down his guard, Jagang Jin had accumulated enough energy and suddenly used his splitting arrow bullet, successfully shooting through the bell and creating a large hole. Unjan was shocked and stunned. He looked at the punctured bell in his hand, then turned his head and looked at Jagang Jin with disbelief. What happened? At this point, Jagang Jin was able to sit up. On his right hand, a large amount of internal energy remained after using the splitting arrow bullet. While Jagang Jin slowly stood up, his face covered in sweat and eyes filled with killing intent, Unjan continuously uttered questions, unable to comprehend how he could resist the mental pressure from the ghost-subduing bell. It wasn't until Jagang Jin stood up facing Unjan again, his body swaying, that the young boy noticed a snake carcass in his hand. Unjan could finally deduce how Jagang Jin broke the sound technique by using snake venom to temporarily enhance his strength. The brief moment of poisoning caused a ringing in his ears, creating a gap for his mind to detach itself from the bell's sound. Seizing the opportunity when his mind wasn't controlled by the bell, Jagang Jin quickly released his inner strength to break the bell. Unjan couldn't help but be amazed by Jagang Jin's tenacity and intelligence. It was truly an incredible feat. You truly deserve the name Poison Dragon. However, Unjan wasn't willing to let Jagang Jin off so easily. The young boy also began to release his powerful inner strength, his eyes flashing with determination to stop Jagang Jin. As things had come to this, he had no choice but to resort to a more brutal method. Right at that moment, the sound of tearing wind echoed. A blazing red leather whip slashed across the air, drawing a graceful yet powerful arc, intervening in the battle about to erupt between Unjan and Jagang Jin. The powerful whip struck the ground, creating a booming explosion and a long crack that separated Jagang Jin and Unjan. The appearance of the leather whip instantly extinguished the killing intent that had just ignited in both of them. Simultaneously, they turned their bewildered gazes towards the whip, speechless. Tang Haoran and Tang Risham suddenly appeared, Tang Risham's face displaying a mocking smile towards Unjan. We intervened because we saw someone bullying others, the ascetic of the Qingqing sect. Is that you? Unjan was both surprised and enraged at the Tang family's interference in his affairs. You are from the Tang family at the restaurant, right? Tang Risham continued to sneer provocatively at Unjan. We couldn't pass through this area because the bell was too loud. Unjan retorted angrily, you're starting a fight again. Seeing you deliberately try to annoy me again, my previous words were like water poured on a duck's back, right? At this moment, Jagang Jin was still tightly holding the headless snake carcass. Thanks to the unexpected intervention of the Tang family, he had time to gradually recover his strength. Tang Haoran couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the snake's body that had been bitten off in Jagang Jin's hand. At first, she was skeptical and not sure about her guess, but after careful observation, it was gone, no doubt. At this moment, Tang Risham suddenly followed Tang Haoran's eyes. As soon as he saw that the snake in Jagang Jin's hand had lost nearly half of its body, he couldn't help but scream out loud while pointing with an excited look, "Ha, that guy, that thing. Did you eat that thing in your hand?" Jagang Jin quickly realized that there was something very precious about this snake. He immediately squeezed the snake's body as if to confirm that he had no intention of sharing it. It comes out. Right after that, Jagang Jin did not hesitate to put the snake's body in his mouth to continue eating it raw and then asked Tang Risham in a provocative voice, "Does this belong to you guys?" Tang Risham looked at Jagang Jin chewing voraciously on the poisonous snake and couldn't help but feel a shiver of disgust. What a crazy bastard. However, Tang Haoran's reaction was completely opposite. She covered her mouth, trying to suppress her amusement, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Gradually, Tang Haoran's laughter became joyous, echoing throughout the forest. Her strange behavior made Tang Risham stare in astonishment, completely baffled by her apparent delight. After laughing heartily for a while, even shedding tears, Tang Haoran tried to regain her composure and said with a teasing tone to Jagang Jin, "I thought people were exaggerating when they spread rumors about the poison dragon. But now, I've seen you with my own eyes. You truly deserve the name Poison Dragon." Tang Haoran's praise left everyone bewildered, including Jagang Jin, who couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind her words. Tang Haoran grinned slyly, pointing at the short, remaining piece of the snake carcass in Jagang Jin's hand. "Hey, Poison Dragon, do you know the name of the snake you just ate?" Jagang Jin simply looked at Tang Haoran with a questioning gaze. She immediately explained directly, "Clear Bloodline Serpent. It's one of the legendary creatures owned by the Tang family. Even top martial artists would die because their blood would instantly boil from the inside after being bitten by it. However, for those who are masters of poison techniques, it's the best elixir. Seeing that you're unharmed, I guess you're the second type of person, right?" Tang Haoran continued to laugh gleefully, without any sign of regret for losing the precious snake. Obviously, when she released it, she had already anticipated losing it. Jagang Jin also displayed a very nonchalant expression, accepting the unexpected delicacy. "I guess you couldn't predict that it would be an elixir for me." Tang Haoran clicked her tongue indifferently. "Yes, it's a test to see if you deserve the name Poison Dragon." Jagang Jin raised an eyebrow in doubt. "If I had died from its bite, what would you have done?" Tang Haoran sneered, provoking Jagang Jin. "Well, what else could we do? Besides, if you died, then it's your fault for not knowing your place and allowing people to call you Poison Dragon like that." Jagang Jin's eyes instantly sharpened, filled with burning killing intent as he stared directly into Tang Haoran's eyes. "So, if you died at my hands, I could blame it on you, the one who didn't know your place and tried to test me, right?" Tang Haoran couldn't help but be astonished by Jagang Jin's defiant and sharp-tongued attitude. She immediately extinguished her previous mocking sneer, and her face turned sour, disgruntled from being annoyed. In the next second, her anger erupted. Tang Haoran's pride wouldn't allow her to remain silent in the face of another's challenge. For someone who uses poison techniques and sets foot in Sichuan, being recognized by the Tang family should be an honor. You couldn't even withstand that inferior sound technique, yet look at how arrogant you are. As the situation became more tense and another battle between Jagang Jin and Tang Haoran was about to erupt, Unjong quickly intervened with a stern attitude. Hey. If you're from the Tang family, then you shouldn't interfere in the Qingqing sect's matters. Have you forgotten the rules? I expect you to reveal your identity and withdraw from this place immediately. If you continue to intervene in my business, I'm forced to file a formal complaint with the Tang family." Unjong knew that Tang Haoran's martial arts skills were superior to Tang Risham's, so she must be the leader of this group. Therefore, he directly targeted her, threatening her with a strong argument. Tang Haoran had no intention of hiding her identity any longer. Now that her curiosity was satisfied, she slowly removed her bamboo hat and declared firmly, "All right, I will reveal my name to you. I am Tang Haoran, from the main house of the Tang family." Tang Haoran spoke as she removed her hat, releasing one side of her long, flowing bangs and revealing her captivating beauty. Unjong, of course, knew the heir of the Tang family, so he immediately clasped his hands in greeting, showing a certain level of courtesy and respect. "Ah, so it's you, young Miss Tang Haoran, it's a pleasure to meet you." Tang Haoran replied with a polite smile. "I've heard that Taoist Bok Chan has an exceptionally talented disciple. Is that you?" The unexpected praise and friendly attitude left Unjong momentarily confused. What? Ah, yes, I am Unjong." Tang Haoran continued to smile amiably, without any trace of fabrication. "Would you mind stepping aside, ascetic Unjong? I need to speak to the Poison Dragon." Unjan blushed and readily nodded in agreement. The young boy was easily captivated by the gentle smile of a rare beauty he had ever encountered. After Unjan obediently stepped aside, Tang Haoran turned her serious gaze towards Jagang Jin. Let's talk realistically, you were almost subdued by this kid and almost captured. That's why I released the snake. Although you could have died immediately after being bitten, the fact is that you escaped the control of the sound technique thanks to that snake, right? Jagang Jin understood Tang Haoran's implication as soon as he heard it, but he obviously didn't let her lead him easily. He simply replied indifferently, "Do you want me to thank you or something?" Tang Haoran boldly declared, "Not only that, you now owe me a debt of gratitude." Jagang Jin remained indifferent and cold towards Tang Haoran's forced arguments. "After all, I didn't ask for your help." Tang Haoran knew she was losing the argument, as her initial intention for releasing the snake wasn't entirely to help Jagang Jin. She cleverly shifted the conversation. "How about this then? You go and do whatever you need to do, I'll hold this kid here." Immediately after, Tang Haoran's sharp gaze darted towards Unjang. Upon hearing this, the young boy immediately expressed his disapproval. However, neither Tang Haoran nor Jagang Jin cared about Unjang's contorted expression. Jagang Jin deeply doubted and questioned Tang Haoran. "What's your intention in giving me a debt of gratitude like this?" Tang Haoran immediately deflected, urging him, "Is now the time to be curious about that? Don't you have something urgent to do?" Seeing Jagang Jin's eyes still filled with suspicion, Tang Haoran clicked her tongue and smiled gently. "Well, this is just something I want to do myself, there's nothing to worry about." Jagang Jin frowned cautiously, speculating on Tang Haoran's intentions, but because he hadn't fully understood the situation in the Jianghu in general and the Tang family in particular, he couldn't come up with anything. However, he quickly made his decision, as the urgency of the situation didn't allow him any more time to hesitate. Jagang Jin, without a word, turned and walked away directly. Unjan looked anxiously after him, feeling helpless. He stood between Jagang Jin and Tang Haoran's agreement, like nothing more than air. After Jagang Jin walked a short distance, Unjan belatedly called out to him, "You can't go." Tang Haoran smacked his lips and glanced at the obstinate Unjan. "I said to he's gone." Unjan hesitantly turned to look at Tang Haoran, but I received an order from my master." Tang Haoran didn't want to make things difficult for the young man, so she decided to compromise a bit. "If you want to chase after him, you can, but I hope you can let him go back to the base." Of course, Unjan, with his rigid personality, wouldn't easily agree to Tang Haoran's solution. "No way, if he goes back there, many people will die. We are both Murim practitioners in Sichuan." Unjan was vehemently protesting when he suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he saw the terrifying change in Tang Haoran's expression, completely different from what she had shown before. At this moment, Tang Haoran was glaring at Unjan with an angry, bullet-like gaze, her plump red lips pressed tightly together in frustration. Even though she remained beautiful, her deadly stare sent shivers down the spine of anyone who met it. Tang Haoran's terrifying glare made Unjan quickly shrink back and obey. "Okay, then I'll just follow behind him, but I won't stop him." As soon as Unjan disappeared using light footwork to chase after Jagang Jin, Tang Risham, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up hesitantly. "Haoran, we should go back to the Tang family." However, Tang Haoran burst into a chuckle and immediately rejected the suggestion, insisting on continuing to follow behind Jagang Jin. "No, let's observe a little longer." Of course, Tang Haoran's actions were perplexing to Tang Risham. In Tang Risham's eyes, Tang Haoran was an arrogant and proud young miss, with a ruthlessness that surpassed that of men. She had never shown any interest in any man before, let alone Jagang Jin, who was just an unknown nobody. Tang Risham couldn't understand what about Jagang Jin could possibly make Tang Haoran take notice. In Tang Haoran's eyes, however, background had never been an issue. She couldn't take her eyes off Jagang Jin because of the powerful fighting spirit reflected in his eyes, something that only wounded beasts could exude. Just looking into Jagang Jin's eyes, or even just remembering them, sent a surge of excitement through Tang Haoran's heart. Her heart thumped like a war drum in her chest, making her even more exhilarated, and she grinned mischievously. Soon, the fiery red glow of the setting sun cast long shadows across the mountain slopes. The distant, undulating mountains were Jagang Jin's destination, but at his speed, even with his best effort, he couldn't return to the base in less than 3 days. At the same time, on the trees behind Jagang Jin, Unjan's agile steps were gracefully leaping over obstacles with light footwork. Unjan had to try to control his speed to stay close behind Jagang Jin, rather than overtaking him, perhaps because he was in such a hurry. Jagang Jin didn't even realize that Unjan was still following him. Unjong attentively gazed down at Jagong-jin below, his eyes a mixture of curiosity and worry. Jagong-jin was running frantically, his steps awkward and labored. It had been 2 hours since they had been running non-stop like this. Even if it wasn't young Miss Harant's request, Unjong started to feel curious about why Jagong-jin seemed so desperate. He pondered, tilting his head and following Jagong-jin's shadow for a long time, but still couldn't understand. Even when Jagong-jin's luggage fell to the ground, he didn't have time to turn back and pick it up. Furthermore, the reduced weight made him feel like he could run a little faster. When Jagong-jin had become so flustered that his unsteady steps were nearly tripping over each other, a sudden stone appeared in his path, causing him to stumble. Jagong-jin was completely unprepared for this minor obstacle. As his mind was solely focused on the distant base ahead, his tired body collapsed like a freshly felled tree. Despite the intense pain throughout his body and his dwindling strength, Jagong-jin still managed to struggle to his feet immediately, his eyes determined as he looked ahead at the road. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jagong-jin, adding to his anxiety and helplessness. It turned out that Unjong, seeing Jagong-jin's desperate effort, couldn't help but intervene in his journey. However, Jagong-jin thought Unjong was trying to obstruct him again, so he immediately let out a bitter sigh. "So you're pretty fast at catching up, huh?" Unjong had no intention of delaying Jagong-jin's journey. He frankly spoke out his question right away. "I can't help but ask you this, what's making you run so desperately?" Jagong-jin hurriedly sat up and replied concisely, "Didn't I say, there are people who I owe my life to, and they're there." Unjong still felt that Jagong-jin's effort was futile, so he sincerely advised him, "Even if you run like this, you won't be able to get there in time, and even if you do, you won't be able to do anything in your current state." Jagong-jin silently gasped for breath, his body completely exhausted. After a moment of silence, he admitted that what Unjong said was true. "I know." Unjong became even more confused and pressed Jagong-jin again. "Then why, if you're just a murderer, why do you need to run so desperately?" For a moment, Jagong-jin was taken aback by Unjong's question. He himself wasn't sure why he was so worried about people he had only known for a short time. However, Jagong-jin quickly broke out of his hazy thoughts about the reason and clenched his fist resolutely. "I really don't know why either. Everything that's happened to me until now has driven me mad, and I feel there's still a long way to go until my revenge is complete. But if I ignore what's about to happen now, I feel like I'll lose something very important to me forever." As he spoke, Jagong-jin struggled to his feet, his breathing labored. After explaining his thoughts to Unjong, Jagong-jin looked at the young man with sincere urgency. "That's why I have to go. If I can't find out what that very important thing is, I'll never know in this lifetime. Please get out of my way." Jagong-jin poured out his heart with an anxious gaze, which also held a glimmer of hope that he could sway Unjong. After hearing those explanations, Unjong still had no clue. He was too young and naive, so it was no wonder that he couldn't grasp the complexities of the world or Jagong-jin's feelings. However, Jagong-jin's sincerity began to shake Unjong's resolve. After all, Unjong was a kind-hearted person who was easily sympathetic, so after thinking for a while, he finally sighed and made a new decision. "I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but..." Before Jagong-jin could understand what was happening, Unjong turned around, crouched down, and shyly told Jagong-jin, "Here, get on." Jagong-jin raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked Unjong, "What are you doing?" Unjong immediately retorted, "Didn't you say you need to go there now, or else you'll never know what that important thing is? I'm also curious about it, so I'll go with you, even though I don't know if it's right for an ascetic to do this." Unjong suddenly remembered his master's teachings. "You can't just look at Jianghu with your eyes, you need to understand it with your whole body. A fool like you needs to experience the bitterness of life while traveling through Jianghu." Seeing that Jagong-jin was still hesitant and suspicious, Unjong persuaded him, "What you told me about finding the truth with your own eyes, my master said something similar. So, I guess, in a way, I'm still following what my master taught me, right? If the situation is really bad, I just have to train while facing the wall for another year." Jagong-jin listened and his eyes widened in surprise. He just wanted Unjong to let him go, but he didn't expect the young man to even help him like this. Jagong-jin stared at Unjong with a gaze of admiration and gratitude, unaware that Unjong was also quite worried about his own decision, but still tried to be bold and declared, "Let's see what happens in the end, then." The next morning, the Sichuan sky was as calm as ever. The base of the evil sects in the big cities, hidden in remote areas, remained peaceful, unaware of the storm that awaited them. So, as usual, cheerfully opened the door to the base to fetch water. However, a terrifying sight unfolded before her eyes as she opened the door, leaving her speechless and unable to scream. The earthenware pot in her hand also dropped and shattered with that shock. So panicked and collapsed to the ground next to the shattered pottery shards. In front of her lay Ryung Kyung and Took Thursday younger brother, unconscious from exhaustion. They had just returned at dawn, but they fainted before they could call for help. After Ryung Kyung was treated for her injuries and regained consciousness, she sadly recounted what happened on the top of Lao Sun. It seemed they had no intention of handing over Silent Dragon from the beginning. The Jagal clan had set up an ambush around the mountain, and Silent Dragon also colluded with Mangarecap in this matter. Everyone listened, their hearts heavy with bitterness, and looked at Ryung Kyung with pity because of the severe injuries she had suffered. Facing everyone's mournful gazes, Ryung Kyung no longer felt much pain in her wounds, only deep self-reproach. I thought they might do something like this, but I didn't expect Mangarecap to be much stronger than I thought. It's my fault. I couldn't anticipate this happening. Ryung Kyung's eyes were filled with regret as she looked at Took Thursday younger brother, still unconscious on the bed opposite. His losses and injuries were even more severe than hers, making her feel even more heartbroken. The elders couldn't contain their anger and roared, "Damn it, we knew they would do this, we can't let this slide. We will gather all our secret forces and launch a counterattack." Pyeonbok was the only one among the elders who remained calm. He immediately stopped everyone's agitation. "Stop, don't act rashly, the Jagal clan is involved in this now, which means the Martial Alliance is also interfering." After calming down the elders, Pyeonbok returned to report the situation to Ryung Kyung. "Liege, I regret to say this, but there have been reports of suspicious movements from various places. We also heard that the factions in Sichuan connected to the Martial Arts Alliance have gathered in one place." Ryung Kyung immediately understood their intention, to concentrate their forces and attack this base. Pyeonbok shared the same suspicions and couldn't hide his anxiety. "It doesn't look like they're gathering for a party or anything similar, Liege. What's suspicious is that this is happening at the same time as your current condition." Ryung Kyung let out a bitter laugh. "I wonder if their plan includes my return here." Pyeonbok understood the feeling of self-reproach in Ryung Kyung's heart but didn't know how to comfort her. He sighed and asked for her guidance. "What should we do?" Ryung Kyung pondered for a moment then decisively answered, "Let's clean up this place." When the elders all frowned at Ryung Kyung with puzzled looks, she avoided their gazes and continued to instruct them with a sorrowful voice. "I need to quickly circulate my internal energy to recover my strength. As for you, leave quickly." Everyone in the room was shocked and stared at Ryung Kyung. It was obvious that she was sending them away to minimize casualties, and Ryung Kyung believed that the enemy was only targeting her, so there was no need for anyone to die for her. The elders immediately expressed their loyalty and fiercely opposed Ryung Kyung's order. "What are you saying? We can't do that." Ryung Kyung sighed and shook her head, accepting the harsh reality before her. They had gone this far, meaning they were determined to destroy this place completely. "But if I stay here and distract them, you'll have a chance to safely leave Sichuan." To reassure the loyal elders who were worried about her, Ryung Kyung forced a smile and looked at them. "Don't worry, I'll defeat them and catch up with you soon." At that moment, a strong elder approached Ryung Kyung and expressed his unwavering loyalty. "Liege, have you forgotten, the day you took me in, I vowed to dedicate my life to your goals. I won't leave you alone here." The other elders immediately supported the elder's opinion and resolutely declared, "We too, if necessary, we will fight alongside you." "I too, Liege." Seeing everyone so determined and united, Pyeonbok smiled contentedly and was proud of the spirit of the members in his gang. He had known that no one would agree to leave Ryung Kyung alone to face the enemy. With that confident, enthusiastic, and proud smile, Pyeonbok resolutely assured Ryung Kyung on behalf of everyone, "There are no cowards in this secret base. We won't abandon you and run away." In that moment, the tough, rough, and aggressive faces before Ryung Kyung suddenly shone like angels. She knew they were loyal to her, but never expected that all of them would be willing to die for her like this. Even little So-So, who was timid, didn't want to leave Ryung Kyung. She clung to Ryung Kyung's bed, her eyes sparkling with tears as if she was looking at her second mother. Ryung Kyung silently lowered her head and sighed in self-reproach. "I am truly a sinner. I have caused so many casualties just to survive. How many more lives will be sacrificed for me?" However, she no longer sent everyone away. Doing so would be an insult to those who were utterly loyal to her, so Ryung Kyung could only silently nod with a smile to encourage everyone. "Thank you all." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance in Jiangxi Province, Baek Lee-young went to see Haewol Jinan to report on the grand plan related to the extermination of the evil sects in the big cities, with Ryung Kyung being the central figure. Looking at the meager results Mangreo had achieved after the capture operation on Lao Sun Mountain, Haewol Jinan clicked his tongue and shook his head in dissatisfaction. That's why things never get done. Ryung Kyung's severed arm was brought to Haewol Jinan's office in a box as a premium gift, but he still mocked Baek Lee-young. You said you would bring back a carp, but now why do I only see its fins? Baek Lee-young was equally disappointed by Mangreo's failed plan. However, in front of Haewol Jinan, he could only take responsibility. I apologize, it seems I put too much faith in a dog. Haewol Jinan bluntly lectured Baek Lee-young. That's because you didn't act yourself and instead had to rely on a dog. I knew this would happen. After taking a sip of tea, Haewol Jinan suddenly felt a little curious about Mangreo. By the way, it managed to survive despite using many tricks and schemes to play you. I guess it's a clever dog. Huh. I hear we've received the request to implement the next steps. Baek Lee-young immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, all the factions affiliated with the Martial Arts Alliance in Sichuan have begun moving. As long as the three major sects of Sichuan don't oppose our request, everything will be smooth sailing. Haewol Jinan was still dissatisfied with this arrangement and continued to criticize and provoke Baek Lee-young. It will be difficult to defeat Yu of Shandong with just them, even with her missing arm. Baek Lee-young knew that he was implying he should go into battle himself, but he had absolutely no intention of doing so. Baek Lee-young quickly diverted the conversation back to the focus of the plan. The Ame sect has agreed to join as observers. Since they sent the 10 Directions Exorcism Army, it seems they want to follow our plan. Haewol Jinan immediately burst into a gleeful laughter. Heh heh heh, I understand. Observers, interesting. Since the Ame sect joined the Martial Arts Alliance, their political stance has been very clear. You said he came up with these ideas. I remember his name is Mangreo, right? Baek Lee-young noticed that Haewol Jinan was showing an unusual interest in Mangreo, but he couldn't deny the truth in front of an old fox like him. He finally reluctantly nodded in confirmation. Yes. Haewol Jinan chuckled gleefully and continued in an ambiguous tone. I have to meet him sometime. So, when Haewol Jinan stopped mid-sentence, Baek Lee-young vaguely guessed what he wanted to talk about. To make sure Baek Lee-young understood his intentions, Haewol Jinan finally gave a direct order with a sinister smile and wide, threatening eyes. Don't kill him. It was clear that Haewol Jinan had something else in mind beyond simply being curious about Mangreo. Baek Lee-young had initially wanted to kill Mangreo after the plan was complete, but faced with Haewol Jinan's order, he had no choice but to suppress his murderous intent. Haewol Jinan continued to smile in satisfaction. Well, it seems you have a plan for everything. I'll be satisfied with this for now. Soon after, the smile vanished from Haewol Jinan's wrinkled face and was replaced by a stern voice with a hint of threat. Next time, I expect to see a complete corpse, not just an arm. Baek Lee-young clearly felt the pressure in Haewol Jinan's words and silently nodded. Yes. Soon, dusk approached. Everyone in the secret base of the evil sects in the big cities had been busy preparing for battle since morning, so the time seemed to fly by even faster. The weapons crates that had been hidden for so long finally came into use. Regardless of gender, everyone in the base was hurriedly distributing weapons and setting up small traps to defend against the enemy. Even So-so was no exception. She held a sword, her heart filled with extreme anxiety because she had never used it before, but her clear eyes still shone with determination to fight alongside everyone else. Meanwhile, Pyeonbok released the last carrier pigeon in the base. Their mission was simple but crucial, to carry a message calling for reinforcements to other nearby forces. Pyeonbok pinned his hopes on the carrier pigeon flying away and muttered a prayer with anxious worry. Everyone has to get here in time. At that moment, the base's alarm sounded loudly, making Pyeonbok jump. Although he was mentally prepared to face them, he didn't expect the moment to come so soon. Pyeonbok was stunned, gritting his teeth, and anxiously looked toward the main gate of the base. No way, are they here already? The alarm continued to blare, urging everyone into combat positions. At that moment, outside the base of the evil sects in the big cities, hundreds of swordsmen with murderous expressions were aggressively advancing. Based on their attire, they were not from the Jaegal clan. The elders confirmed the situation and quickly urged those inside the base to move to prepare for battle. They're here, the enemy has arrived, our enemies are here, everyone, prepare to fight. While the elders and warriors of the base rushed towards the main gate to meet the enemy, the women and children had to quickly move inside for temporary shelter. At the same time, Ryung Kyung was in her meditation room, practicing internal energy cultivation. She had recovered a significant amount of inner strength and eliminated most of the poison from her body, but she was still very weak due to internal injuries. The sound of the alarm echoed into the room, disrupting her energy cultivation. Ryung Kyung tried to push aside the distractions and seized the opportunity to continue practicing before the fierce battle began. However, the alarm calls became more frequent, as if urging her to go outside. Soon after, the footsteps of the swordsmen surrounding the outside reached the courtyard of the base. They brazenly went straight in, aggressively pushing back those inside. The loud and powerful footsteps constantly thumping on the brick floor demonstrated the power of a larger force. Although this group of swordsmen belonged to a relatively unknown faction in Sichuan, their numbers still outnumbered the forces inside the base. Faced with the oppressive power of the enemy, even Pyeonbok felt a nervous swallow in his throat. However, he reminded himself to stay calm and set an example for his fellow disciples. So, a smug, mocking smile spread across his face. Just a bunch of insignificant flies. Then, Pyeonbok boldly issued a defiant challenge to provoke the swordsmen. Are you here to fight us? If you're here to fight, then charge in, you miserable dogs. Faced with such direct insults, the swordsmen all looked sullen, as if they had eaten something foul, but despite their angry expressions being obvious, they resolutely refused to argue or reply. Actually, Pyeonbok was just provoking them to gauge the situation. They didn't dare to speak carelessly, meaning someone here had authority and was restricting their actions, so they couldn't act as they pleased. After carefully considering this, Pyeonbok continued to laugh mockingly and provocatively. TSK, bringing a bunch of mute people here, I guess today will be a very difficult day for you. As Pyeonbok had expected, the commander of the swordsmen couldn't hold back any longer and roared loudly, the evil sects in the big cities and you of Shandong, you have no way out of this. You are surrounded, so be quiet and surrender, and accept the judgment of the Martial Arts Alliance. With a resounding voice, a man who looked slightly more imposing than the rest of the swordsmen stepped out from the crowd, waving his arms to intimidate. Pyeonbok guessed that such flamboyant characters rarely held key positions as leaders, so he immediately let out a mocking smile. You don't look like the kind of person who has the authority to say that. The arrogant man was stunned by the sarcasm. He started cursing. What did you say? Know your place, you beast. You and the rest of the evil sects in the big cities are just lowlifes. Right after that, he puffed out his chest and proudly declared, I am John Wong, the leader of the Namshuyan sect. What you just said is disrespectful to us, the martial artists of Sichuan, and the Martial Arts Alliance. Seeing the opponents attempt to intimidate them with the Martial Arts Alliance, Pyeonbok firmly cut John Wong off. Don't waste your breath talking nonsense. We have no intention of surrendering. If you want us to kneel and submit, then come and try. John Wong chuckled and drew his sword with a haughty tone. There's no need for you to kneel and submit. We will chop you up one by one, just like you desire. Immediately, the swordsmen behind him also drew their swords. However, just before John Wong could charge forward, a bright golden sash suddenly flew towards him. The silk, which was originally soft and flexible, became stiff as a sword, aimed directly at John Wong's throat. John Wong couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the sash right before his neck. He couldn't react in time to the sudden attack. There was a swooshing sound, as if the fabric had pierced through something or was abruptly stopped. Ryung Kyung appeared just as the situation became extremely tense. Despite her internal injuries not being fully healed, she still managed to stand up and support her subordinates. With guests like these, how can I possibly rest? Seeing Ryung Kyung's pale face and labored breathing, the elders all anxiously exclaimed, Master, Liege. However, Ryung Kyung couldn't show weakness at this moment. She stared at the enemy with sharp eyes and quickly recognized the true opponent in this fight. Just before the sash could pierce John Wong's neck, a bony and rough hand abruptly grabbed and held onto the end of the sash tightly. Ryung Kyung was not surprised. Instead, she asked the person who had stopped her, Has the Martial Arts Alliance dragged you into this? The 10 Directions Demon Suppression Army, the key enemy in this capture strategy, finally revealed themselves before Ryung Kyung. It was a woman with a gaunt face, pale skin like a ghost, and no eyebrows. The 10 Directions Demon Suppression Army from the Ame sect, Myeowul, grinned, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Her mouth, stretched all the way to her ears, resembled a bloodthirsty demon, not a virtuous nun. Seeing Myeowul's sinister smile while struggling with the sash, Ryung Kyung couldn't help but feel disgusted and mocked her. 10 Directions Demon Suppression Army from the Ame sect. If they sent you here, a Buddhist practitioner who practices decapitating enemies with their swords, then it means the Martial Arts Alliance is quite determined this time. Even dogs would be afraid of you. That's obvious. Myeowul, feeling ridiculed, pulled the sash tighter, but still chanted Namo Amitabha as if genuinely reciting it. The things you mentioned are from a distant past. I'm now known as Myeowul. I would be grateful if you called me by that name. Ryung-kyung, of course, did not let Myo-wool's deceitful words pass her ears. She firmly pulled the sash back. Retrieving it from the dirty hand, Myo-wool nonchalantly let go, as if wanting to play with someone weaker than herself. Ryung-kyung fiercely pulled back the sash, looking at Myo-wool with contempt. For someone who has reached the position of Arhat, who should have transcended mundane things, to still be attached to something like a name, it's laughable. Isn't the reason you're here, despite having received your Dharma name, because you still want to dismember others? Myo-wool clasped her hands and preached her twisted doctrines. Eradicating evil and bringing justice to others has always been one of the paths of Buddhism. It's our righteous act to eliminate those who have been consumed by evil and are endangering others. Ryung-kyung understood the intricate relationship between the three major forces in Sichuan, so she directly criticized, "It seems you're determined to break the agreement between the three great sects of Sichuan and prepare for a bloodbath." Myo-wool appeared indifferent to the world and used a false excuse for her actions. "Unfortunately, I'm just an observer today. If you hadn't used a fatal attack on the sect leader of the Namshuyan sect, I wouldn't have interfered." Ryung-kyung couldn't help but feel nauseous at her deceitful words. "But the truth is, you did interfere. You can't say you're just an observer now." Myo-wool maintained a dignified and virtuous appearance as she replied, "I hope you can understand my decision, as I had no choice but to intervene as a nun following the path of Buddhism." Ryung-kyung became increasingly furious as she gritted her teeth. "Looks like the old hag from the Ame sect is using dirty tricks again. Don't use your sly words in front of me." After that warning, Ryung-kyung's anger exploded, accompanied by a thick wave of killing intent. This reaction from Ryung-kyung was exactly what Myo-wool expected. She deliberately used deceitful words to provoke her anger. Seizing the moment, she couldn't hide her gleeful smile as she accused Ryung-kyung, "It seems you're exactly as rumored. I'm sure you'll have a hard time understanding what I'm trying to explain to you." Myo-wool gradually revealed a savage and bloodthirsty smile. It was clear she was waiting for this moment to have a reason to attack Ryung-kyung. After creating an excuse, Myo-wool turned to John Woong and instructed, "Sect leader of the Namshuyan sect, do what you need to do. I will ensure that Miss Yua here can't interfere with your business." John Woong was briefly confused, but quickly understood the situation and agreed immediately. "Yes, thank you, Master Myo-wool." Then, he looked at Ryung-kyung's subordinates and gritted his teeth, feigning victimhood. "You sneakily attack us like this, so cowardly. You should be ashamed of your actions." John Woong didn't want to waste a second. He hurriedly raised his sword and commanded his subordinates, "For all the evil deeds that you evil sects in the big cities have done so far, we will make you pay for your crimes, here and now." "All right, everyone. Raise this base of the heretical demons." With John Woong's fierce shout, the swordsmen behind him also roared in unison. The swordsmen claiming to be righteous became excited and aggressively charged forward like a storm. They shouted with fervor, "Chop up those bastards, flatten this cursed base." Pyeonbok also retaliated immediately. He led the elders and the warriors in the base to meet the arrogant swordsmen head-on. "Don't retreat, protect our leech." Fierce shouts intertwined from both sides. A brutal battle erupted in a blink of an eye. The clash of blades and spears was so intense that the silent night on this remote mountain was shattered instantly. Blood spurted out from fierce stabs and chops, staining the weapons and the ground red. The Namshuyan sect swordsmen, with their overwhelming numbers, gradually pushed the members of the evil sects in the big cities deeper into the base. Although the warriors of the evil sects in the big cities fought back fiercely, they gradually began to suffer significant losses from the Namshuyan sect swordsmen. After all, the latter was a well-trained fighting force and naturally had an advantage in combat skills. Among the forces of the evil sects in the big cities, only Pyeonbok and a few elders could withstand the enemy's overwhelming numbers. However, they couldn't turn the tide and could only hold on, waiting for reinforcements. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic battlefield, soaked in the stench of blood, Myo-wool nonchalantly took out a sword with a warped shape and covered in rust. She chuckled and asked Ryung-kyung, "Do you recognize this? I haven't used it since I started my ascetic training. Because it hasn't been used for a long time, it has become dull and rusted. Now, this sword can't even cut a piece of tofu." Despite complaining about the sharpness of the blade, Myo-wool calmly admired it, clearly having no intention of switching to another weapon. Holding the chipped and ragged blade close to her eyes, Myo-wool still casually boasted about its unique feature. "It can only cut something when I infuse it with killing intent." Ironically, its name is Unslaying Sword. Surveying the battlefield, where the advantage was now leaning towards the Namshuyan sect, Myo-wool suddenly changed her tone, feigning benevolence. "My faith is embodied in my sword. If you weren't involved in their war, this unslaying sword wouldn't be used. But if you want to force me to intervene, then go ahead. Kill them all as you please, use your deadly techniques and harm them. Myeowol even shed tears as if she was forced to participate in this slaughter. Ryung-kyung couldn't help but acknowledge Myeowol's acting skills. She knew that Myeowol was just setting a trap, waiting for her to rush out to protect her subordinates, which would become an excuse for Myeowol to draw her sword. At that moment, a voice from behind Ryung-kyung, coming from the row of houses, startled her. There are a few hiding in there. Ryung-kyung quickly turned around, her eyes filled with worry, because that was where the women and children were hiding. She screamed in panic, "No, that's..." Myeowol immediately grinned with delight. Just turning her head was enough for Myeowol to find an excuse to act. Myeowol grinned, her eyes gleaming with a sinister and malicious light. "Are you going to strike now?" At the same time, she raised the dull blade, pointing it at Ryung-kyung with a challenging look. Ryung-kyung wanted to protect those inside, so the only way was to defeat Myeowol quickly. She instantly unleashed her killing intent, flinging her golden sash high. "It seems I have no choice but to fight you." In a flash, Ryung-kyung charged towards Myeowol, the soft golden sash fluttering in the wind, only the two ends stiffening into blades, flying straight towards Myeowol. With her agile movements, Myeowol easily reacted to Ryung-kyung's initial attack. She simply leaped backward to dodge. The two ends of the sash, missing their target, plunged into the ground, sinking deep into the earth. Myeowol chuckled excitedly, observing Ryung-kyung's powerful first attack. "You're using a fatal blow again." Ryung-kyung, despite suffering serious internal injuries, gritted her teeth and endured, trying to use all her abilities to fight. Her heart was burning with urgency, wanting to quickly finish Myeowol off. She didn't respond verbally. Instead, she hurriedly flicked her wrist. As the golden sash was pulled from the ground, it swiftly moved like a giant python, wrapping around Myeowol's body and tightening its coils. Myeowol flinched momentarily in surprise. However, the surprise quickly subsided. In the next second, Myeowol grinned mischievously. Before the sash could completely bind her like a ham, she infused her killing intent into the dull blade, causing it to glow an intimidating red. In a blink of an eye, the wild wind-biting sword was unleashed, the crimson blade slicing through the air. Myeowol roared in a jubilant voice, "This isn't enough to bring me down." At the same time, Ryung-kyung's silk sash was torn to shreds, scattering hundreds of pieces in the air. Simultaneously, Myeowol's sword energy, having burst free from the silk's encirclement, darted towards Ryung-kyung like sharp arrows. Dozens of sword energies surrounded her from the front, then converged, targeting a single point. Ryung-kyung flinched slightly but quickly summoned her sash back. Thankfully, it returned just in time, forming a solid shield that blocked the sword energy laden with Myeowol's deadly intent. The terrifying murderous aura from the sword energy that Myeowol unleashed rained down like hailstones, forcing Ryung-kyung to strain every muscle to withstand it. However, she was gradually pushed back by the pressure of the technique. At this moment, Myeowol's pale face, as white as a drifting corpse, suddenly appeared in front of Ryung-kyung. The sinister purple smile on her lips sent shivers down Ryung-kyung's spine, and she quickly recoiled in fear. However, the distance between them was too close, and even as Ryung-kyung tried to leap back, she couldn't avoid the lethal blow from Myeowol's sword. The crimson blade flashed once more, slicing diagonally across her shoulder and chest. As the blade sliced through Ryung-kyung and touched the ground, bright red blood stained the rusty, uneven surface. Blood streamed down the rough blade, sliding along the uneven grooves, and dripped onto the earth with a soft plop. Myeowol was sure she had hit Ryung-kyung, but now she wasn't facing her anymore. Still, she was pleased with her strike and cackled with laughter. "Oh, heavens! You're fast," Myeowol said as she raised her head. It turned out Ryung-kyung had leapt onto the roof the moment Myeowol struck. Though she couldn't entirely avoid the injury, she had at least managed to prevent a fatal blow. As a result, Ryung-kyung was only wounded on her left shoulder. Blood continuously oozed from the wound, leaving a chilling crimson murderous aura, like a kind of poison from Myeowol. This technique made Ryung-kyung shiver, exclaiming, "What kind of evil and cruel swordsmanship is this?" At that moment, Ryung-kyung heard the women's screams from inside the shelter. They were arguing with the swordmen of the Shuan sect. "Let him go." After overcoming a small trap set at the doorway, the swordmen of the Shuan sect grabbed Took Thursday's younger brother, who was still unconscious. As they were about to strike him, the women in the room, disregarding the danger, protested, "Are you going to harm someone who's unconscious like this?" The swordmen continued dragging Took Thursday's younger brother out with a fierce demeanor. "Shut up, we're going to kill him, and all of you too. You have no right to care about others. Know your place." The swordmen of the Shuan sect sneered. So could no longer hold back. She gritted her teeth, determined to stop them. Immediately, she charged towards the swordman who was holding Took Thursday younger brother's collar, and wrapped her arms around his leg, resolutely preventing him from taking Took Thursday younger brother out. The swordman savagely kicked So-So in the stomach, shouting, "You, don't bother me." Seeing So-So's stubbornness, despite being hit, she refused to let go. The swordman roared, swung the hilt of his sword at her, and yelled, "Get out of my way." In the next instant, the hilt of the sword slammed into So-So's back, making her eyes widen in pain, but she stubbornly held onto the swordman's leg, so he repeated his brutal act several more times. The other women, seeing So-So's injury, couldn't take it anymore. They grabbed the swordman's hand, desperately screaming curses at the inhumane men. "So-So, stop, you bastards, you beasts. How dare you do this?" At that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind the woman holding the swordman's hand, followed by a massive amount of fresh blood spurting out. The woman's eyes widened in shock. The blow, slicing across her spine, sent a wave of intense pain that quickly claimed her life. Several swordmen of the Shuan sect stormed into the room, yelling and grumbling at their comrades, "You're too slow, just kill them all right here." Ryung-kyung witnessed everything, but she couldn't immediately rush in to rescue the defenseless people. Bitterly, she gritted her teeth and cursed the swordmen, "Damn them." At this time, the only thing Ryung-kyung could think to do was send a voice message to Pyeonbok, telling him to rescue the people inside the room. "Pyeonbok, inside, go rescue the people." Pyeonbok was engaged in a fierce battle, so he didn't immediately notice what was happening in the shelter. Doubtfully, he looked around. "Is this my liege's voice transmission?" Pyeonbok quickly saw a group of swordmen surrounding the room where the elderly, women, and children were taking shelter. "Damn it, they're dead." Pyeonbok immediately directed several warriors to join him in rescuing the trapped people. "Everyone, if you're able, follow me, we have to save them." However, just as Pyeonbok was about to run toward the shelter, John Wong stood in his path. "Where do you think you're going?" John Wong, after wiping out a significant number of warriors from the evil sects in the big cities, immediately went to Pyeonbok to unleash his anger for Pyeonbok's earlier provocation. Pyeonbok had no choice but to charge at John Wong, determined to fight him. "Damn it, don't you dare stand in my way." Ryung-kyung also saw John Wong's obstruction and her anxiety grew even stronger. She was restless, fearing that Pyeonbok wasn't a match for John Wong and that the people inside the shelter would all be killed, but she couldn't do anything to help them. The situation became even more urgent as Myo-woo had somehow jumped onto the roof. She wore a disgruntled expression because Ryung-kyung hadn't even noticed her climbing up there. "It seems you're not focused enough on me." Myo-woo, radiating murderous intent, approached Ryung-kyung with a sarcastic tone. "Not focusing on the fight when your body is in that condition is considered arrogance. Only when they're all dead will you grasp the situation, right?" Ryung-kyung had completely lost her patience and immediately unleashed her thunder power. "I understand. If you want to push me to the point where I have to use all my strength, then I will grant your wish." Immediately after, Ryung-kyung stood up, her body enveloped in a golden glow of lightning. The Divine Nine Jade Movement, 5 Thunder Toad Technique, was activated, even though it would consume her life force at an accelerated rate. Myo-woo, seeing the lightning streaking across the night, didn't flinch. Instead, she let out a joyful laugh. "Oh, finally, you're ready to fight properly, aren't you?" Ryung-kyung stared intently at Myo-woo, her eyes blazing with oppressive energy. "I will make you pay 100, no, 1,000 times over for the heinous crimes you've committed against my family and brethren." However, the moment of Ryung-kyung's fiery spirit didn't last long. Due to her powerful use of internal energy, the remaining poison in her body quickly took effect, causing her to collapse and vomit blood before she could even launch an attack. Myo-woo instantly lost her excitement for the battle and furrowed her brow. Observing Ryung-kyung's strange behavior, she was certain that the blow to her shoulder earlier couldn't have caused such symptoms. Only Ryung-kyung knew the true cause of her trouble, the Tang family poison still lingering in her system, but Myo-woo vaguely guessed that the persistent vomiting of blood indicated she had been poisoned. No longer interested in the joy of fighting a poison opponent, Myo-woo clicked her tongue and sauntered towards Ryung-kyung. Seems like you have other problems you can't see from the outside." Immediately, she placed her sword at her neck, her gaze sharp but dull. "We could have looked forward to how things would have unfolded if you were at your peak, but to have to finish you off in this pitiful condition, it's truly unfortunate." Ryung-kyung was completely helpless against Myo-woo's taunts. She desperately wanted to fight back, but she had no strength left to resist her, as the poison raged within her. Myo-woo casually raised her sword, letting out a savage, devilish laugh. "Then now, rest in peace." In the moment Myo-woo's rusty blade was about to descend, a tiny flash of light unexpectedly tore through the night, zipping through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The sound of the wind rushing past Pyeonbok's face and the sudden flash of light quickly caught his attention. However, he couldn't discern what it was because he was focused on battling John Wong. Meanwhile, most of the people in the shelter had been killed. Only So-So, beaten to a pulp, was facing imminent death as a swordman swung his blade towards her. At the same time, Ryung-kyung was also facing near certain death, but she could only close her eyes and accept her fate, her body completely powerless. Just as So-So thought she would die, a gleaming projectile suddenly shot forth, piercing the neck of the swordman who was swinging his blade, threatening her life. At the same time, a similar projectile was fired towards Myo-woo, but with her keen intuition, she detected the attack before it could reach her. The rusty blade that was about to strike was forced to swing upwards to block the projectile. The clashing sound of metal echoed through the air, accompanied by sparks flying off, indicating that the force of the projectile was no small feat. That clashing sound quickly drew everyone's attention. Ryung-kyung and Pyeonbok both startled, their eyes wide open as they looked towards the projectile. Myo-woo, too, was astonished. She looked at the spot where her blade had clashed with the projectile, the point now smoking due to the intense friction. She immediately looked down below, where the projectile had come from. Who are you? At the gate of the base, Jagang-jin was striding in with an intense killing intent surrounding his body. The poison needles tightly gripped in his hands looked like the claws of a werewolf. The sight made everyone stare in shock. Jagang-jin was obviously too busy to answer Myo-woo's question. All of his focus was on the chaotic battle before him, and he didn't hesitate to speak from his heart to Ryung-kyung and the people of the evil sects in the big cities who had helped him. I have seen flaws in my path. Now I realize how wrong I was, turning a blind eye to the injustices that were being committed, just because I was too obsessed with revenge. Except for the leaders of the battle who were paying close attention to what Jagang-jin was saying, everyone else was completely ignoring him, especially the swordsmen of the Namshuyan sect. Thanks to that, Jagang-jin was able to enter the base calmly as if there was no one there, and none of the swordsmen from the Namshuyan sect stopped him. At the same time, it created space for him to launch his hidden weapons to eliminate those he saw on the way. Each poison needle fired directly at the enemy's neck. A single shot was fatal. Jagang-jin glanced around at the bodies of the people from the evil sects in the big cities who had fallen on the base's grounds, his eyes filled with anger and self-blame. I apologize for leaving behind the people I was supposed to protect. I apologize for being arrogant and ungrateful. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, Jagang-jin continued to step forward. Every step he took was lined with the enemy's life. Poison needles were constantly released, aiming precisely at the necks of the male swordsmen, penetrate and take their lives easily in just a split second. The more Jagang-jin looked at this chaos, the more angry he felt and blamed himself. He thought that it was because of him that everyone around him had to suffer and be implicated like this. He was completely unaware of the plan. This plan is actually aimed at Ryung-kyung, not him. Myo-woo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment because of the appearance of a mysterious person who was quickly eroding the strength of men. She was both curious and wondering who this boy was and was interfering into the story of the evil sects in the big cities, and then said such incomprehensible words. Even using the lives of the Namshuyan swordsmen to sacrifice for the fallen warriors of the evil sects in the big cities, Jagang-jin still felt a pang of guilt in his heart, continuously apologizing. The importance of the things around us. Now I know. I apologize for realizing it too late. A Namshuyan swordsman finally noticed Jagang-jin and charged towards him, attacking with a fierce shout. Who the hell are you? Stop being arrogant. Jagang-jin immediately glared at the swordsman who was charging towards him. From his cold eyes emanated a thick killing intent. The red bloodshot veins were clearly visible in his eyes, making his face look ferocious like a demon. The killing intent surged like rolling waves towards the swordsman who was running towards Jagang-jin. He couldn't help but feel a chill as the terrifying killing intent touched every pore of his body, making him jump in fright and quickly step back in panic. Now, Jagang-jin's killing intent had changed greatly compared to when he faced the extraordinary leader. It formed threatening purple streams of energy that creepily enveloped the space. This killing intent showed that he would kill without hesitation, so the swordsman was so scared that he trembled and dropped his weapon. The swordsman couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure from Jagang-jin's killing intent, so he started foaming at the mouth. He panicked and desperately clutched his throat due to the feeling of suffocation, as if an invisible force was squeezing his throat and chest. On the rooftop, Myo-woo continued to focus her attention on Jagang-jin with curious eyes. She had also seen what his killing intent could do and became even more curious. Killing intent will become natural after gaining a lot of experience, deep understanding, and awareness. I thought that a person didn't need to have killing intent to kill others. But at the same time, being able to kill others simply with killing intent makes it meaningless. The paradox of killing intent makes killing intent meaningless. Once a person possesses killing intent beyond the level of observable killing intent, can they achieve observational killing intent? Myoul was completely immersed in her own hazy and distorted thoughts about killing intent. As a person who was madly obsessed with killing intent and proud of being able to infuse killing intent into a rusty sword to turn it into a sharp weapon, Myoul couldn't help but feel excited when she discovered the abundant killing intent flowing within Jagangjin. She couldn't suppress her gleeful cackle as she looked at him. At this moment, the swordsman who was scared by Jagangjin's killing intent stumbled backwards. He moved clumsily and tripped over the body of his comrade who had just been hit by his hidden weapon. The swordsman fell with a thud onto the body of his comrade. At this moment he came to his senses and realized that he was still alive. All the heavy feeling of suffocation he had felt just now was just an illusion caused by the terrifying killing intent of Jagangjin. The swordsman looked around dazedly, and when his eyes met the pale face of the body lying flat on the ground, he immediately panicked, realizing that the person who had just appeared knew how to use poison. The poison technique was extremely brutal. The swordsman's terrified scream quickly drew everyone's attention. Poison, Duok Long, that's Duok Long. All the swordsmen of the Namshuyan sect were stunned, stopped fighting, and turned their heads to look at Jagangjin with fear in their eyes. A wave of panic quickly spread among the enemies. They began to tremble, with shouts passing among themselves echoing from one place to another. Duok Long has appeared. What, Duok Long? He's Duok Long. Even though Jagangjin was standing still now, his killing intent was enough to make the enemy tremble in fear. Ryung Kyung just silently looked towards Jagangjin with worry in her heart. Originally he could have left safely, but coming back like this was like running into his death. But now it was too late to run away, so she vaguely heard the two words Duok Long echoing from outside, but a glimmer of hope shone in the little girl's eyes. Pyeonbok also temporarily stopped his duel with John Wong and was speechless in shock at Jagangjin's reckless decision to come back. John Wong obviously had also heard of the title Duok Long and immediately shifted his attention towards him. John Wong only now noticed that many of his subordinates had fallen due to the poison-hidden weapons. He immediately roared and criticized Jagangjin's actions. How dare a trashy outsider from the evil sects in the big cities like you obstruct us with such dirty tricks? Jagangjin did not refute John Wong's accusation but only stared at him with a hostile gaze and questioned him. Answer this question of mine. Why are you attacking and killing people here? John Wong immediately strained his neck to speak of his righteousness with his sword pointed at Jagangjin's face. That is the responsibility of the righteous sect of Sichuan, to eliminate you outsiders from the evil sects in the big cities in this area and protect righteousness. Jagangjin couldn't accept his nonsensical reasoning, so he directly delivered a verdict. I guess only when you die will you stop arguing. John Wong paused with a questioning gaze. What? Jagangjin glared coldly at him. Because you have put so much faith in your reasoning that you are willing to massacre others for it, shouldn't it be obvious that you should also try putting your own life in danger? John Wong was so irritated by the anger that his face became full of green veins. He yelled insults at Jagangjin because he had no more reason to refute. You arrogant bastard! How dare you lecture me? As soon as he finished speaking, John Wong immediately swung his sword with both hands and fiercely charged towards Jagangjin to attack him immediately. However, his aggressive action did not faze Jagangjin at all. He calmly stood in place and waited for him to charge. When he reached a suitable distance where the opponent could no longer dodge, Jagangjin flicked the poison needle that he had already attached to his hand. The blood vessels were prominent on Jagangjin's hand, along with the poison surging inside. His flick of the wrist was gentle but lightning fast, making it impossible for John Wong, who was in a state of rage, to dodge in time. He took the poison needle directly to the center of his throat. The poison quickly spread through his thick blood vessels. His aggression stimulated the poison to rush to his brain and spread to his heart at a faster rate. John Wong desperately dropped his sword and collapsed to his knees with a painful scream, but the scream didn't last long because his throat was swollen and constricted by the poison. Even breathing became difficult, let alone screaming. The moment John Wong, the leader of the Namshuyan swordsmen, fell, dead from the poison, Jagangjin's murderous gaze instantly swept over his subordinates. From this moment on, I will kill all of you bastards. The Namshuyan swordsmen, seeing their sect leader fall in less than 3 seconds, couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. The panic grew stronger, like a raging storm in their hearts. Jagangjin's eyes, burning with hatred and radiating killing intent, stared at the swordsman. Because of the firm belief that what you are doing is simply killing without blinking, I will be the punishment for you. Suddenly at that moment, a shrill, dark voice sounded in Jagang Jin's ear, making him flinch. Is that so? A chill ran down his spine as Myo-Wul suddenly appeared, pressing close from behind. Jagang Jin didn't know who the opponent was, but his intuition told him to react immediately to the eerie sound whispering in his ear. He didn't hesitate to turn around and swing his arm to attack her. Myo-Wul, with her nimble movements, escaped the range of Jagang Jin's attack. She then put on a dignified and solemn expression, clasped her hands together and greeted him. Amiba, so you are Duok Long, pleased to meet you. This nun is Myo-Wul of the Ame sect. Not caring what Jagang Jin thought seeing a nun participating in a battle, Myo-Wul continued to speak in a calm tone. Based on what you just said, it seems like this nun is also among the people you are about to punish, right? If that's the case, then I will have to say the same exact words to you. Jagang Jin didn't reply but only felt disgusted by the hypocritical face of this nun. More importantly, he quietly observed her to assess how strong the enemy was and try to find a weakness. Seeing that Myo-Wul's target had shifted to Jagang Jin, Ryung Kyung quickly struggled to get up and shouted at her in a challenging voice, "The 10 Directions Demon Suppression Army." Jagang Jin glanced up at the roof only to see that Ryung Kyung was so exhausted that she couldn't even stand, yet she still wanted to protect him. Ryung Kyung tried to stand up straight and reason with Myo-Wul. Your main purpose here is to be a supervisor. If you interfered because of me, then you have accomplished your purpose. You should keep your word as a member of the 3 great sects of Sichuan. Myo-Wul chuckled and justified her actions. Unfortunately, I have just discovered another seed of evil, and I cannot turn a blind eye to it. Ryung Kyung's heart was burning with worry for Jagang Jin, so her attitude became more aggressive. Is that the righteousness of the 3 great sects of Sichuan? Do you think that after this, anyone can still speak of the righteousness of the Ame sect? Myo-Wul remained calm and drew her sword. The blade glowed red with thick killing intent, as if to accompany her indifferent words regarding human life. Who are you talking about? If no one survives here, then no one will be able to speak of what happened today, won't they? Myo-Wul gleefully cackled, holding her bright red sword high with eyes full of murderous desire and unhidden pleasure. Ryung Kyung couldn't believe that the nun had fallen so low. Even the so-called righteous reputation couldn't restrain or prevent her from killing anymore. As Myo-Wul laughed gleefully, suddenly a pair of hidden weapons were launched directly at her. Of course, Jagang Jin couldn't stand idly by in the face of her bloodthirsty madness. However, Jagang Jin's small hidden weapons were like mosquitoes buzzing before Myo-Wul's eyes. With a simple wave of her sword, she easily deflected both weapons simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity while Myo-Wul's focus was on the 2 hidden weapons, Jagang Jin immediately charged at her with his fastest speed. However, he was only holding his familiar dagger, not a sword. Jagang Jin shouted loudly, raising his spirit and delivering a fierce slash directly at Myo-Wul's chest. Despite knowing that his opponent was much stronger, his eyes still burned with the will to fight. Myo-Wul laughed gleefully at Jagang Jin's efforts. She thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of her opponent's resistance and calmly raised her rusty sword to block his attack. The moment the sharp dagger collided with the worn-out blade, sparks instantly erupted, accompanied by a piercing, screeching sound of friction. Jagang Jin concentrated his strength, pressing against Myo-Wul with eyes burning with furious anger. I have no intention of sparing you, he thought. This is perfect. While blocking Jagang Jin's attack, Myo-Wul still calmly wore a malicious smile and preached her doctrines. Control your greed or deceit, control yourself from becoming entangled in your own emotions, control your desires, control yourself from engaging in the evil deeds of others or aiding them. Her mouth uttered words of doctrine, but Myo-Wul fought more fiercely than anyone present. With a casual wave of her hand, she sent Jagang Jin flying back. As Jagang Jin was pushed back, Myo-Wul continued to chant the doctrines she had memorized but hadn't truly internalized. Control yourself from covering up for others, even if it means you're at fault. Control yourself from those things that could intoxicate your heart. Those are all things I was forced to remember when I decided to become a nun, Myo-Wul said while casually stroking the rusty blade and imbuing it with more killing intent. But it's too complicated to be able to follow those things easily. I just need to eliminate the things that make them complicated in the first place. The sword in Myo-Wul's hand was now stained a bright blood red. The chilling red reflected her murderous heart, but she still rationalized her cruel actions. To me, anything that complicates things is utterly evil. Evil must be eradicated and condemned, she said, then swung her sword wildly through the air. Each slash of her blade released terrifying killing intent, sharp as a knife. Dozens of crimson sword energies surged towards Jagang Jin, their hissing sounds filled with menace as if metal were scraping against the ground. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre technique. Fortunately, Jagang Jin reacted quickly enough to dodge Myo-Wool's random sword strikes. However, he could only run and dodge while trying to figure out how to deal with such a terrifyingly damaging technique. At times, the crimson sword energies brushed against Jagang Jin's body without actually hitting him. Even so, that alone was enough to make him flinch in fear and send chills down his spine. Seeing Jagang Jin running for his life, Myo-Wool became even more excited, pursuing him relentlessly with another barrage of sharp sword strikes. "I won't let you escape," she cackled, her savage laughter drowning out the screams of those around her. Whether ally or enemy, Myo-Wool's sword energies cut through everything with cold indifference. To kill Jagang Jin, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the Namshuyan sect disciples. However, Jagang Jin was still quick enough to dodge Myo-Wool's chilling sword energies, resulting in the Namshuyan swordsmen falling like cut grass. Behind Jagang Jin, the Namshuyan sect members panicked, screaming loudly as they fled in disarray. "The Ame nun has gone mad, everyone, run." As Jagang Jin turned to look back, Myo-Wool's face had become as terrifying as a demon, her features contorted with savage laughter, and her chanting sounded like it was echoing from the underworld. A D-D-F-O. Suddenly, Myo-Wool's maniacal laughter was interrupted by the sound of a clanging bell echoing through the air. Her surging urge to kill was cut short by Unjan's reminder, one of the 5 precepts is not to kill. Jagang Jin immediately stopped when the sword energies ceased their onslaught. Recognizing the clanging sound and the voice, he was astonished and looked towards the entrance of the base. Jagang Jin had never asked for Unjan's help in this battle, but the young boy had stepped in when the situation became uncontrollably dire. Although Unjan's bell had a large hole in it, the sound it produced was still quite resonant. Unjan gently shook the bell while preaching to Myo-Wool, "Isn't that the most important precept you should follow?" Unjan's appearance caused everyone to stop fighting. They couldn't help but be surprised that a young boy could interrupt the heavy killing intent radiating from Myo-Wool. "How can you chant all those different precepts and still ignore the important one that tells you not to kill?" As Myo-Wool shifted her attention, glaring at Unjan with a resentful gaze for interfering with her amusement, Unjan remained unfazed and directly addressed her with a basic courtesy but a heavy tone of warning, "None Myo-Wool." Not long before, Jagang Jin, his heart burning with impatience, had left Unjan behind and rushed to the base alone while the boy was resting. Unjan immediately chased after him, grumbling and complaining the whole way through the forest. "Humph, this too long, seriously. How many times has he promised me he wouldn't leave without me when I'm resting? How could he just leave when I was so tired?" Even though he loudly grumbled, Unjan still pressed through the dark forest to chase after Jagang Jin. The boy diligently used light footwork, leaping from branch to branch with a clatter. He didn't understand why Jagang Jin was so eager to get back as quickly as possible, so he constantly complained and grumbled along the way. "Seriously, this is so frustrating." However, all of his complaints vanished like smoke as he witnessed with his own eyes what was happening at the base of the evil sects in the big cities. The stench of blood and the screams echoing in the darkness left Unjan stunned for a moment. He saw corpses lying haphazardly on top of each other, both sides covered in blood. The fighting was still intense, but it looked like a massacre by the righteous sect, leaving Unjan bewildered. What's going on? Even though most of the fallen were evil and part of the evil sects in the big cities, Unjan couldn't accept the truth before his eyes. A horrifying massacre, not at all fitting for the actions of the righteous gentlemen of the righteous sect. Unjan looked dazedly towards a corner of the base, where women and elderly people had been cornered and killed, their expressions of terror still etched on their faces. He couldn't comprehend how the righteous warriors could be so merciless to unarmed people. Furthermore, the battle seemed to be coming to an end, but instead of stopping to capture the remaining individuals and bring them back to the Martial Arts Alliance for judgment, the righteous swordsmen continued to slaughter mercilessly, as if they wanted to wipe out their opponents that very night. The most shocking scene for Unjan was the bloodlust erupting from Myo-Wool. She swung her sword and killed everyone she saw around her, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. This, while she was supposed to be merely observing the operation as a representative of the 3 great sects of Sichuan. Unjan was stunned for a moment and tried to carefully consider the situation, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand her. What in the world is going on? Although he didn't understand why Myo-Wool had such a terrifying bloodlust, Unjan, as a practitioner of benevolence, couldn't stand idly by. he began to intervene with the sound of his bell, hoping to suppress the evil in her heart. One of the 5 precepts is not to kill. Isn't that the most important precept you must follow? None. Myeowool, how can you chant all those different precepts and still ignore the important one that tells you not to kill? Unjong fearlessly stepped into the base and confronted Myeowool directly. Myeowool, obstructed, immediately turned to face the boy with a murderous gaze. You're a little Taoist priest from the Qingqing sect, aren't you? Why are you interfering with me? Unjong, without hesitation, stepped closer to Myeowool and criticized her. It's because you're doing things that an observer shouldn't be doing. Not only that, but the boy also frankly lectured Myeowool. You should try to minimize casualties, but instead, you're causing more damage, because most of them were cornered. You should have tried to make a peaceful settlement as the observer. They might have surrendered without resistance. Why did you let this massacre continue like this? Myeowool, consumed by bloodlust, obviously ignored those sincere words of advice and gritted her teeth, angrily justifying her actions with a forced explanation. The duty of a practitioner is to punish evil. Unjong, of course, couldn't accept Myeowool's extreme reasoning and responded sharply with a strong reprimand. Practitioners should also show mercy. Myeowool immediately glanced towards Jagangjin, who was gasping for breath, and expressed her obvious prejudice against him. Evil has become too despicable for us to show mercy. Jagangjin didn't refute Myeowool's statement, even though it was she who had just recklessly slaughtered innocents. However, he felt that arguing with this type of person was unnecessary and pointless. Unjong, on the other hand, simply thought that Myeowool was targeting Jagangjin. After spending some time with Jagangjin, he had developed a fondness for him and tried to pave the way for him to leave this chaotic place. Dulong has decided to go with me. If you let him leave, I'll make sure he doesn't kill anymore and follows me. However, Jagangjin resolutely refused Unjong's good intentions without hesitation. He stared intently at Myeowool with eyes filled with resentment. Taoist Unjong, I have no intention of leaving this place, not until I punish everyone here. Unjong was flustered by Jagangjin's firm declaration. Before he could offer any further advice, Myeowool flew into a rage, tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. Hey, Taoist! Are you playing tricks on me? Her eyes widened, gleaming with ferocity, and the crimson killing intent once again flowed from the worn-out blade in her hand. Facing such a ferocious individual, even though Unjong was confident in the backing of the Qingqing sect, he couldn't help but be startled and worried. He stammered an explanation. No, that's not it. It's just that I don't want to see any more senseless killing. After carefully considering Unjong's identity, Myeowool finally relented and spared the boy. Out of respect for Taoist Bokchun, I'll let you off this time. Remember, there won't be a next time. As soon as Unjong saw her about to let loose and kill indiscriminately again, he shouted loudly with a resolute voice, No, please stop. Myeowool instantly went mad. She gnashed her teeth, making a chilling sound as if metal was scraping against metal. Right after that, Myeowool turned her head and stared intently at Unjong with eyes as sharp as a knife. I told you there wouldn't be a second time, right? In that moment, Myeowool emanated the aura of the immovable king, the embodiment of the wrathful form of the great sun Tathagata to subdue the stubborn beings. The imposing majesty of the immovable king could make even demons and evil spirits tremble in fear. For a young boy like Unjong, even with a pure heart, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Moreover, the killing intent Myeowool exuded was truly terrifying, making the young boy dizzy. Unjong was even so scared he couldn't breathe. The pressure and killing intent simultaneously pressed down on his chest, creating a terrible and heavy hallucination, causing him to foam at the mouth with a purplish face due to suffocation. Unjong clutched his chest in pain and stepped back instinctively, but Myeowool had no intention of letting him go. She slowly approached with judgmental words. Seeing how you protect the wicked minions of the evil sects in the big cities, surely you've also been infected by evil thoughts, haven't you? So, I have no choice but. In the moment Myeowool was about to strike down Unjong, Jagangjin seized the opportunity when she looked away from him to silently charge from behind and attack. However, even though Myeowool wasn't focused on Jagangjin, her sharp intuition still detected his action. Immediately, she brought her blunt sword behind her and easily blocked the dagger Jagangjin was slashing down with. Jagangjin couldn't help but be surprised and widen his eyes as Myeowool could still hear his silent movements, but now it was too late to retract his hand. The moment their weapons clashed, Myeowool smiled slyly and turned her head to look at Jagangjin with disdainful eyes. I see it all, these trifles. Right after that, her cunning and arrogant smile grew even wider with a hoarse and cheerful mumbling in her throat, of course. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, two hidden weapons drew serpentine lines of light through the air and shot towards Myeowool. The sound of the needle piercing the wind was very faint but still didn't escape her ears and eyes. With just graceful tilts of her head to both sides, in a split second, she completely dodged the pair of hidden weapons attacking in a crisscross trajectory. The pair of poison needles failed to assassinate, falling helplessly to the ground. Jagang Jin had launched the poison needles the moment he charged forward and used his body to block Myo-Wool's view, giving the hidden weapons a chance, but it still failed. As soon as Jagang Jin's plan was destroyed, Myo-Wool immediately bared her teeth in a savage grin, her eyes filled with triumphant glee. The things I see, including this. Of course, Jagang Jin wouldn't give up easily. Seizing the moment when his opponent was most arrogant and smug, he decisively swung the poison needle he held firmly in his remaining hand, aiming at the back of Myo-Wool's neck. However, Myo-Wool once again stopped Jagang Jin's attack in a flash. She turned around and used her free hand to catch the hand holding the poison needle. Myo-Wool chuckled gleefully and asked Jagang Jin in a disdainful tone, "Is that all?" Jagang Jin was completely speechless because in truth, his calculations only reached this step for the time being. Before Jagang Jin could devise his next plan, Myo-Wool kicked him straight in the chest. The kick was so powerful, it was as if he could hear the sound of Jagang Jin's ribs cracking. Under the force of that kick, Jagang Jin immediately suffered a severe injury, spitting out blood, and his whole body was flung far away. Watching Jagang Jin being dragged across the ground for a long distance before crashing into the opposite wall, Myo-Wool muttered with a sneer, "I was expecting a spectacular duel with you, because you possess quite a lot of remarkable killing intent. But this fight is truly disappointing." As soon as she finished speaking, Myo-Wool instantly leaped towards Jagang Jin, adopting a posture like a soaring eagle, her face filled with furious anger, her expression sinister and vicious like a vulture. In the blink of an eye, Myo-Wool had closed in on Jagang Jin and brought down her sword, filled with murderous intent. Luckily, he managed to cross his dagger and hidden weapon in his hand to block the blade. The clang of metal reverberated when the two sides collided. Then, a fierce struggle ensued between Jagang Jin and Myo-Wool, with sparks continuously flying everywhere due to the friction. At this point, he was forced to activate his heavenly blood fury to brace himself and withstand her. Seeing Jagang Jin's strength surge, Myo-Wool's rage suddenly vanished. She bared her teeth and laughed gleefully, her eyes those of a madman eager for battle. The feeling of excitement and exhilaration immediately surged like a flood in her heart. Meanwhile, Unjong had been so terrified by Myo-Wool's oppressive aura that he fainted. It took him a while to slowly regain consciousness, awakened by the sound of heavy footsteps and the clanging of swords. When Unjong opened his eyes, the feeling of terror hadn't fully dissipated, but he still stubbornly tried to raise his head to see what had happened while he was unconscious. Immediately, Unjong's eyes were met with a fierce battle between Myo-Wool and Jagang Jin. Myo-Wool held the upper hand, constantly attacking relentlessly, forcing Jagang Jin to defend himself, retreating and parrying the sword with difficulty. The more Myo-Wool fought, the more enthusiastic and frenzied she became. She couldn't contain her sense of satisfaction and laughed loudly. "Ah ha ha ha, yes, this is fantastic, you are filling the void in my faith." Meanwhile, Jagang Jin was starting to panic as Myo-Wool relentlessly pushed him back. Although he used the full strength of his heavenly blood fury technique, he could only block her attacks, unable to find any opportunity to counter. As the attacks became even more relentless, Jagang Jin felt more and more helpless as he couldn't even block Myo-Wool's attacks anymore. Scratches began to appear on his body as her killing intent brushed past him. Jagang Jin knew that he couldn't continue fighting her like this anymore. Just as he was thinking of how to escape this dangerous situation, Myo-Wool excitedly leaped towards him, sword raised high as if about to deliver a fatal blow. Jagang Jin happened to have the idea of using poison powder to slow down Myo-Wool's fighting rhythm. He quickly reached for the bag of poison he had tucked into his chest. As Myo-Wool's blunt sword slashed down, Jagang Jin decisively threw the bag of poison powder towards the blade. Obviously, his intention was to let her break the bag herself. However, Jagang Jin's plan was shattered in an instant as Myo-Wool's blunt sword did not cut through the poison bag as expected. The impact was simply like a stick hitting a sandbag. In Jagang Jin's stunned eyes, Myo-Wool arrogantly tossed the poison bag aside and declared, "This unslaying sword cannot sever anything if it isn't imbued with killing intent." As soon as she eliminated the obstacle, the bag of poison powder, Myo-Wool immediately continued to attack Jagang Jin with her blade, glowing red with murderous aura, raised high. In a split second, Jagang Jin quickly retracted his legs and stepped back, at the same time reaching out his hand towards the front, accumulating internal energy to use the splitting arrow bullet. Of course, at this distance, Myo-woo wouldn't have any difficulty dodging Jagang Jin's splitting arrow bullet. However, he wasn't disappointed, but seemed to have intentionally shot off target, not aiming directly at her. As Myo-woo turned to dodge, she only then realized that what Jagang Jin was aiming at was the bag of poison powder he had just thrown out. The splitting arrow bullet pierced through the bag, and the poison powder instantly burst out everywhere. In a blink of an eye, the poison powder spread like fog around Myo-woo. The distance between her and the bag of powder was just right, enough to engulf her in the dense smoke. Myo-woo was forced to retract her sword and cover her nose and mouth to avoid inhaling the toxic smoke. As she waved her hand to clear away the thick fog, she muttered curses, a dirty trick. Inside the bag of poison powder, there were some toxins that could disrupt the senses of the opponent, similar to what Jagang Jin had used on Unjang before. While Myo-woo was still trapped in the fog, Jagang Jin seized the opportunity and launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Jagang Jin waited for the moment when Myo-woo inhaled the toxic smoke and the poison took effect before flying through the toxic fog to attack her. However, the thing that awaited him unexpectedly was her palm technique. When Jagang Jin realized that, it was too late. He was within a distance where he could no longer retreat or dodge. Unexpectedly, Myo-woo could still maintain her composure even after being poisoned. What Myo-woo used was the recovering tiger palm, a palm strike delivered straight to Jagang Jin's chest. Although the move was light and understated, it contained tremendous power, as if a sledgehammer was striking down. Even steel would be bent, let alone flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Unjang was still dazed. It took him a long time to sit up. The massive shock he had received earlier caused his stomach to churn and he couldn't stop retching. His mind was not yet fully recovered. At that very moment, Jagang Jin was knocked away by a palm strike from Myo-woo towards the wall next to the base's gate, but Unjang didn't even know what just happened beside him because his mind was still foggy. It wasn't until Jagang Jin collided with the wall with a resounding crash, causing a shockwave that brought with it the sound of shattering and flying debris, that Unjang suddenly woke up, escaping his hazy state. His intuition told Unjang that the one who had just hit the wall was Jagang Jin. He couldn't help but worry, turning his head towards the wall. Unjang frantically called out to Jagang Jin in a panicked voice, even though he didn't know why he felt so eager to care about a killer like him. But Jagang Jin was seriously injured and slumped in the corner of the wall like a severed puppet, unable to open his mouth to respond to Unjang's call. After Jagang Jin fainted, Myo-woo stopped attacking him as the poison's effects started to kick in, causing her to lose her bearings temporarily. Meanwhile, the Namshuyan swordsmen continued their relentless slaughter. Unjang finally regained consciousness and immediately rushed to Jagang Jin's side, his face pale with panic. Dok Long. With Unjang's gentle shaking, Jagang Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes, looking drowsily at the boy. It took him a while to regain his senses and he croaked to reassure Unjang, "I'm awake now." Unjang cried out in a flustered voice, "Dok Long, are you alright?" Jagang Jin, gasping for breath, advised Unjang, "If you still have the strength to move, run. I'll hold her off. If you leave now, she won't be able to catch you." Unjang immediately rejected Jagang Jin's offer. "I can't leave you here. You're in this situation because you were trying to save me." Jagang Jin remained silent, unsure whether to call the boy foolish or sincere. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly changed the subject. "Why did you interfere?" Unjang was taken aback for a moment and replied truthfully, "What do you mean? I just saw her overreacting." "So," Jagang Jin, with a voice filled with sorrow, interrupted Unjang, "didn't you once tell me that it's better to let the minority die than to let the majority suffer? Do you still believe that?" Unjang became confused and bewildered, unable to understand Jagang Jin's meaning. "What?" Jagang Jin looked sadly at the innocent people who had died and asked Unjang, "Do you consider those who died here as villains? Do you still truly believe that the death of the minority is better?" Then, Jagang Jin stared at the overwhelming crowd of Namshuyan swordsmen with eyes full of indignation and asked Unjang, "Do you still consider that overwhelming crowd as righteous and virtuous? Just based on numbers, it's impossible to determine who's right and who's wrong." Unjang awkwardly lowered his head because of things he had never considered before. Jagang Jin understood that it's impossible to completely change a deeply ingrained belief in an instant, so he simply emphasized his own perspective. "At least here, they were our benefactors who took care of us when we were badly injured." Unjang quietly advised Jagang Jin with a sincere tone, "I understand why you're trying to protect them. However, Myo-woo is still one of the 3 older brothers of the Amaze sect. Fighting her is no different from suicide." Jagang Jin, having regained some of his strength, immediately stood up, his steps unsteady. I cannot allow my benefactors to be murdered by those who claim to be righteous, but who massacre people senselessly. Unjong desperately wanted to stop Jagang-jin, but Jagang-jin firmly cut off the boy's advice. Ascetic Unjong. There are battles in this world that you simply cannot back down from. With those words, Jagang-jin, without hesitation, stumbled towards Myo-woo amidst the smoke and dust. In that moment, Unjong's eyes suddenly lit up with a sparkle, as if he had just grasped a new truth about life. It was a different perspective on Doklong, who was rumored to be a murderer, and a different perspective on those who claimed to be righteous and virtuous. Unjong unconsciously recalled the words his master had once told him, understand the Jianghu by experiencing it yourself. Seeing Jagang-jin silently choosing a sword from the ground, ready to risk his life to save people rather than kill, Unjong couldn't help but be lost in contemplation and his own awakening. I think I understand what you mean now, master. At that moment, a sharp voice like tearing cloth echoed from the thick smoke, making Unjong jump in fright. I seem to hear a sound. The sound of the heretical demon that I must eradicate. Not only Unjong, but also Jagang-jin was startled when Myo-woo suddenly burst out from the fog with a monstrous, savage laugh and raised her blood-red sword, dripping with murderous intent. As soon as she saw Jagang-jin, Myo-woo's dull sword instantly slashed down. The accumulated murderous aura created a blazing red hue, as if it had been pulled from a furnace. As the blade cut a straight line through the air, aimed directly at Jagang-jin, and collided with the ground, it caused an explosion that shook the entire base. Unjong was panicked because he couldn't see anything through the thick cloud of smoke and flying debris. Luckily, Jagang-jin reacted in time and jumped out of the sword's path. Only the ground suffered the impact of Myo-woo's frenzied power, cracking open and leaving a powerful aftershock that dazed Unjong for a moment. Seeing Unjong standing there dazed like a fool, Jagang-jin shouted loudly, urging the boy to make a decision. What are you doing? If you're not going to help me stop her, then run. Even though he understood that Jagang-jin's actions in this situation were not wrong and he didn't want to run away, Unjong still hesitated and dared not attack Myo-woo because the relationship between the three major sects of Sichuan would be severely affected by this. While Unjong was still hesitant and unable to make a decision, Myo-woo, filled with excitement, smirked wickedly and declared, too late, because I've decided to wipe this place clean. Immediately afterward, Myo-woo quickly swung her sword from below, attacking Jagang-jin. Luckily, he reacted in time and blocked the dull blade with the sword he had just picked up. The sound of metal clashing was a sharp clang. While grinding the blades together, making a terrifying screeching sound, Myo-woo continued her crazy, shrill laughter. I'll start with you, and I'll personally finish off all the others. Jagang-jin, unable to contain his anger, fought back strongly, overpowering Myo-woo's dull blade. Is it the way of a Buddhist to judge others with your shallow thinking? The more strongly Jagang-jin resisted, the more excited Myo-woo became. She relentlessly pushed her sword forward, her savage laughter echoing from ear to ear. A murderer who has no qualms is teaching me what it means to be a Buddhist. As her excitement reached a fever pitch, Myo-woo nonchalantly let go, unleashing a powerful strike that instantly severed Jagang-jin's sharp sword and carved a deep wound from his chest to his shoulder. Jagang-jin, suffering severe injuries, vomited a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. The blood from the wound continued to flow out in a torrential stream. In her moment of exhilaration, Myo-woo continued her relentless attack. She unleashed a furious tempestuous strike, wielding her blood-red sword, dripping with murderous intent, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Jagang-jin, still reeling from the previous slash, now faced Myo-woo's tempestuous storm of sword energy. The blazing red sword light ripped through the air, cutting across every part of his body. He could do nothing but curl up, trying to minimize the damage he received. Despite this, deep wounds continued to appear in increasing numbers, crisscrossing Jagang-jin's body. His entire body was quickly covered in a terrifying crimson hue, impossible to distinguish whether it was blood or Myo-woo's sword light. She laughed once again, her voice like tearing fabric. In the name of the power of the three treasures of compassion, I will sacrifice your life. Unjong, seeing that Jagang-jin's life hung by a thread, finally snapped out of his previous hesitations and shouted with a voice filled with sorrow, Doklong. Of course, Unjong's small voice couldn't stop Myo-woo, who was consumed by her wild bloodlust. She swung her sword once again, preparing to finish Jagang-jin off, with a horrifying laugh and a chilling chant, oh, please take pity on this unfortunate soul. Now, Jagang-jin's entire body was covered in wounds, with fresh blood soaking through his clothes. He was completely exhausted and could no longer maintain his composure to dodge. His vacant, soulless face seemed to have no choice but to accept his impending death. Just as Myo-Wool's sword, brimming with murderous intent, was about to strike Jagang Jin's head, suddenly a clear sound of a clap echoed. The dull blade froze as if an invisible force was blocking it. Myo-Wool tried to force the sword down, but her entire arm was blocked by a faint energy stream. The clapping sound began to play in a clear and steady rhythm. The crisp sound didn't surprise Myo-Wool, but instead ignited her anger. Damn it, ascetic. Despite Myo-Wool's gnashing teeth and burning murderous intent, Anjang had become more steadfast than before, allowing him to continue calmly clapping and declare, "I will not allow any senseless killing to happen." Myo-Wool glared angrily at Anjang. "I'll finish off Doklong and then it'll be your turn. Can't you just sit there quietly and wait your turn? Sound magic of this level means nothing to me." Anjang, without any hesitation, struck the pair of clappers in his hands. Gui Fu, Song Patch. The sharp sound that emanated from the wooden clappers instantly shot towards Myo-Wool like an invisible bullet. The oppressive power was clearly different from the bell's sound. Although Myo-Wool arrogantly claimed that this sound magic couldn't do anything to her, the sound wave that had just been released from the wooden clappers slammed directly into her ears like a strong cup hitting the temple, causing a dizzying, deafening, and intense headache. While continuously using his poison sect techniques, Anjang constantly thought about what he had experienced earlier and told himself, "Master, it seems I still haven't grasped this world fully, therefore, from now on, I will work harder and listen to my heart." The powerful motivation from his master's teachings and his own awakening had freed Anjang from his hesitation to face Myo-Wool. The more he clapped, the more enthusiastic he became, shouting, "Gui Fu, Song Patch." The clapping sounds became more frequent, causing Myo-Wool to writhe in pain. Clutching her head, it felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing her ears. Her murderous aura quickly dissipated as her mind became dizzy amidst the relentless clapping. Anjang took advantage of this and rushed forward, clapping the wooden clappers even faster. Accompanied by the crisp sound that cleansed her mind was the boy's sincere advice, "Please give up, Master Myo-Wool." Of course, Myo-Wool didn't respond to Anjang's well-intentioned request. She stubbornly endured the piercing sound and the feeling of thousands of wasps flying in her head. Gradually, the annoyance and torment of the sound caused her to erupt in fury instead of repenting. Myo-Wool's mind became increasingly deranged. When her endurance reached its limit and she still couldn't stop the annoying sound of the clapping, she finally yelled out in frustration, roaring like a wild animal in a state of stress due to injury. It seemed like a sign that Myo-Wool had been pushed to the point of helplessness, despair, and would soon succumb to Anjang. But no, a sharp, intense pain suddenly shot through Myo-Wool's ear, accompanied by a burst of blood. After a long series of buzzing sounds, the surrounding space suddenly became quiet. Anjang was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stopped beating his clappers. The boy was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Myo-Wool could choose such an extreme method to escape his sound technique. Under Anjang's astonished gaze, Myo-Wool calmly pulled out her two little fingers from her ears, dragging with them a torrent of blood. The boy was shocked once more, stammering in disbelief. "What? She destroyed her own eardrums?" With her ears bleeding, Myo-Wool finally blocked the effects of the sound technique. She quickly regained her dominance and murderous aura, growling in a resolute voice, "No matter how difficult the obstacle, evil must be eradicated." Immediately after, Myo-Wool swung her sword in a horizontal arc with a roar of fury. "Receive your punishment." The blazing red sword cleaved through the air and shot towards Anjang in a blink, leaving the boy completely defenseless. The boy could only try to jerk back to minimize the damage, but the sharp sword energy still cut the wooden clappers in Anjang's hand in half and continued its attack, piercing his abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out from the gash in his stomach and from his mouth. Anjang moaned in pain, his breath ragged as he fell backward from the impact. Luckily, the wound wasn't too deep, only causing damage to the outer layer of skin, without significantly affecting his internal organs. Before Anjang could regain his composure, Myo-Wool charged forward with a lightning-fast attack. Her face contorted like a malevolent deity, her mouth stretched wide, and she let out a strange laugh filled with a murderous obsession. Anjang, startled and terrified, hurriedly stepped back repeatedly, while Myo-Wool pressed forward relentlessly, closing in on the boy. Feeling trapped, he decided to abandon evasive tactics and prepare for a counterattack. Anjang clasped his hands together, creating a focal point for his internal energy. When Myo-Wool swung her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy, he swiftly pushed his energy towards her. The heavy Yin palm technique was activated, generating a gigantic, luminous energy wave that repelled her immediately. The abundant energy exploded upon contact with the sword energy, causing a blast that sent bricks and stones flying. Fortunately, Anjan was stronger than Jagang Jin, so he was still able to hold his ground and fight back. Meanwhile, the battle raged on, and Jagang Jin, exhausted, could only sit in a corner, his body slumping. Although Jagang Jin knew that Anjan was still fighting valiantly against Myo Wool, he couldn't rise again due to his serious injuries and the despair that was beginning to consume his mind. Is this how it all ends? He thought. I can't save anyone again, can I? He thought, feeling increasingly helpless. His limbs lacked the will to fight and had become as limp as wilted vegetables. The thought of giving up gradually crept into his mind, for he saw no way to withstand Myo Wool's power. As Jagang Jin was about to succumb to despair and accept his fate, a familiar yet weak voice echoed in his mind. It's too early to give up, young man. There's still a way to turn things around. Jagang Jin vaguely recognized it as Ryung Kyung's voice. A spark of hope ignited in his eyes, and his tired body struggled to rise and look towards her. As Jagang Jin looked up towards the roof, Ryung Kyung, exhausted and unable to fight, could only lie there helplessly. However, she still had enough internal energy to transmit a voice to him. First, use the rejuvenating circulation pill. Then, I will teach you a technique. This is the best I can do for you at this moment. Ryung Kyung's voice echoed weakly, as if her life was dwindling to a mere 3 or 4/10. She had tried to remain conscious, waiting for this opportunity for Jagang Jin to have a long enough window to learn a new technique. It was a risky move, but there was no other choice. Then, Ryung Kyung's throat vibrated, transmitting the technique to Jagang Jin's ears. Having absorbed the knowledge Ryung Kyung had taught him, Jagang Jin's trembling hand quickly retrieved a rejuvenating circulation pill. He swallowed the pill with an iron will, determined to stop that insane nun. The subtle sweetness of the pill spread throughout Jagang Jin's mouth, fueling his fighting spirit to protect the little girl who had painstakingly concocted this precious medicine. At this moment, although Anjan had blocked Myo Wool's fatal strike, he was too exhausted and collapsed. She approached him with a hint of amusement. So, Taoist Bokchun has a decent disciple. Huh, you used palm techniques to block my second strike. But that's all it is. If the entire Jianghu hears that an ascetic from the Qingcheng sect has sided with the evil sects in the big cities, it will be terrible for your sect. Myo Wool had hit the nail on the head, voicing the very thoughts that had initially held Anjan back from attacking her. However, at this point, Myo Wool's threats no longer held any sway over the boy. Unfazed by his thoughts, she continued, out of respect for you being one of the 3 great sects of Sichuan, I will spread the word that you were killed by the poison dragon. Don't worry anymore, and rest in peace. Myo Wool hadn't finished her sentence before she suddenly froze, her expression turning to shock. She was astonished to discover a powerful energy surge that had just appeared beside her. A purple energy erupted in the form of lightning bolts shooting upwards from the ground. The dense murderous aura intertwined with each bolt, creating a myriad of brilliant streaks against the night sky. As Myo Wool turned towards the source of the energy, Jagang Jin had risen with a powerful surge, his body radiating beams of energy that pierced the darkness. It was possible to faintly see the massive silhouette of the bloodline cleansing serpent he had consumed earlier. Energy coursed through Jagang Jin's meridians, but this time, he didn't feel the pain he experienced when using the heavenly blood rage. His eyes burned with a deep, consuming murderous intent, so intense that it could even engulf Myo Wool's killing aura. A short while earlier, after receiving the cultivation mantra for her ultimate technique from Ryung Kyung, Jagang Jin immediately followed her instructions and entered a pitch-black space, filled with tranquil water reaching his ankles. It was a space within his own mind. Jagang Jin looked around vaguely but only saw an intense blackness. There wasn't a single ray of light to help him locate himself. He could only feel the cool water beneath his feet, which felt incredibly real. This situation left him slightly disoriented. Where am I? He thought. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed from behind Jagang Jin, resounding like a drumbeat of war, causing his blood vessels to throb. He felt a mix of tension and excitement as the internal energy within him surged. Turning around to observe, Jagang Jin was stunned by the appearance of a massive army, with warriors whose gigantic forms dwarfed his own by 100-fold. The valiant army marched relentlessly towards him, radiating a domineering energy. The colossal army seemed determined to push forward, leaving Jagang Jin terrified. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, even though he knew that such protection was useless against the overwhelming force of the opponent. The throng rushed past him, yet Jagang Jin remained unharmed. As the ethereal figures of the warriors passed through his body, a voice from the void began to reverberate in the air. Here, where we gather, is also where the energy flow converges, led by the vanguard, advance towards the one who holds the power. Raise the dragon banner high amongst the clouds and sky. And the bell tolls as the emperor, seated upon his dragon carriage, appears. All gather in the Jade Chamber, where the emperor presides over a grand feast. At this moment, the emperor's carriage also passes through Jagang Jin's body. The procession quickly vanishes into the darkness, leaving only Jagang Jin and the echoes of the instructions. When all that is before your eyes may seem unclear, if you persist in your pursuit, you will soon discover the truth you seek, and only those who have found that truth can enter the Jade Chamber. Jagang Jin stared intently as the emperor's entourage disappeared into the shadows, his mind still hazy, unsure of what was happening. Will I discover the truth I have been searching for, he wondered. As the procession vanished completely, Jagang Jin's hazy gaze wandered aimlessly around. While pondering those cryptic instructions, he suddenly noticed a shimmering object beneath the surface. Jagang Jin stared at the object with curiosity. It was shaped like a transparent sphere, resembling a drop of water, but inside it held a soft, moonlit glow. If it hadn't emitted that ethereal light, it would have been difficult to find in this clear water. When Jagang Jin curiously picked it up, he was even more surprised to sense an immense internal energy emanating from this orb. He didn't know what it was or whether it was beneficial or harmful, but he was so captivated by it that he couldn't tear his eyes away. Suddenly, the transparent sphere burst like a soap bubble that had been pricked, yet, Jagang Jin still held the light within the sphere in his hand. The light grew brighter, carrying with it an abundance of energy that streamed outward, causing him to flinch in momentary fear. Before Jagang Jin could comprehend what was happening, the energy from the light flooded into his meridians through his fingertips. The mysterious voice suddenly echoed, "This is pure internal energy that has become a part of you." The surge of energy into Jagang Jin's body left him feeling dazed, as if he was losing control. Even with every effort he made, the mysterious voice continued to resonate within his mind. "I will ask you this, where are you summoned?" Jagang Jin was completely bewildered, unable to grasp the essence of the mysterious voice's question. After a moment of tense thought, he decided to speak from his intuition, repeating what he had heard earlier: "The place where the feast is held, the Jade Chamber." The mysterious voice suddenly became solemn, explaining to Jagang Jin, "On every human body, there are 3 dantian positions. The upper dantian is located on the head, the middle dantian is in the middle of the chest, and the lower dantian is in the abdominal region. Of the 3 positions, the upper dantian, the 100 convergence acupoint, is the one that connects humans to the universe. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The Jade Chamber is where the Emperor holds his feast, not his dwelling." Jagang Jin finally understood that Emperor was a metaphorical term representing the vast energy within him. Jade Chamber being the place for a feast also meant that the upper dantian played a role in connecting humans to the universe. What the mysterious voice was asking was where Jagang Jin would place this abundant internal energy. If that was the case, it would be a position lower than the upper dantian. Jagang Jin quickly gave his answer: "The middle dantian," and this was also his enlightenment about the flow of internal energy, something he had never been able to clearly perceive or control in a structured way before. Jagang Jin finally realized that only by shifting his energy to the location of his heart, the source of life force for all the meridians within his body, would the internal energy be guided consistently and fully unleash its power. Without hesitation, Jagang Jin placed the energy in his hand in the center of his chest. A blinding light erupted as his heart received the immense energy, causing every blood vessel in his body to swell with energy, as if they were about to burst. The shift in energy storage triggered an explosion of Jagang Jin's power. The still water beneath his feet churned violently as energy waves surged outwards like a tempest. From his physical body to his mind, he experienced this level of energy burst for the first time. After his body transferred all its inner energy to a new location, the shock of the power surge caused Jagang Jin to fall into a state of hazy consciousness for a brief moment. A mysterious voice then echoed, guiding him, "A toxin has just formed in your body. And if the toxin that has just formed in your body is destroyed, then the flow of inner strength you possess, which is currently concentrated in your ankles, will surge through your body like a tsunami." The guiding voice began to fade as Jagang Jin opened his mind. He immediately felt clearly the surge of inner energy rising powerfully with waves crashing deep within his heart. The surging flow caused his meridians to churn and boil. Every part of his body felt brimming with power. The moment Jagang Jin saw through his inner strength with eyes radiating hope, the voice of the mysterious voice became clear and familiar. "Yes, it's like that. It is the best ultimate power I, Yua, can pass on to you. Finally, in an emergency situation with heavy psychological pressure, under the guidance of Ryung Kyung and Jagon Jin's quick learning ability, the Jade Cavern's 9 illumination was passed on to him in just a few short minutes. The killing intent emanating from Jagon Jin had taken on a completely new form and showed overwhelming power. His body, riddled with wounds, was now filled with vitality, no longer bearing the appearance of someone who had been slashed to pieces and couldn't get up. As soon as she saw an opponent who had just been defeated suddenly level up with explosive power, Myo-Woo was both surprised and delighted. She was so excited that she couldn't take her eyes off Jagon Jin and quickly forgot about Unjong, who was lying there in ruins. Unjong had used all his strength for the previous palm technique, so he inevitably fell into a state of hazy consciousness. It took him a while to realize drowsily that the person emanating that terrifying killing intent was Jagon Jin. After observing for a while, Myo-Woo sneered, not the least bit wary of Jagon Jin's new power. "Oh, you surprised me. I didn't expect you to still have a trick up your sleeve, but with that body, it's too late for you to do anything now. It will only make your death more miserable." Jagon Jin didn't care about Myo-Woo's sarcastic and contemptuous remarks. He only focused on the strange changes in his body. The blood vessels that were bulging on half his face had gradually subsided. Along with that, the pain that felt like it wanted to tear Jagon Jin apart from deep within his meridians gradually subsided. The energy was clearly flowing like a flood, but the feeling was no longer as strained and painful as when using the heavenly blood rage. What replaced the pain was a feeling of exhilaration as the abundant energy flowed smoothly all the way to his fingertips. Everything from Jagon Jin's muscles to his bones was bathed in that flow of inner strength. It was several times more powerful than the outburst of heavenly blood rage. More importantly, this terrifying power was not something that Jagon Jin couldn't control. On the contrary, he felt that he could easily use it even though this was the first time he had encountered and grasped it. That made his confidence even greater. Jagon Jin didn't hesitate any longer and immediately focused back on the battle with Myo-Woo. He decisively flicked his wrist, and a poison needle slid out of his sleeve, brushing against his little finger. A tiny drop of poison clung to it, but it was the deadly poison of the Qing Jia Shui Xian Jia. Although Jagon Jin's movement this time was much faster, it still couldn't escape Myo-Woo's sharp eyes. She saw it, but didn't react at all. Instead, she became even more arrogant and charged forward with a gleeful laugh. "Stubborn and futile, don't you know that thing won't work? Just die quietly." Jagon Jin didn't flinch at Myo-Woo's taunts. He was so confident that he didn't even bother to move to close in on her. He simply acted decisively, swinging his arm to launch the poison needle forward. It would succeed. This time, the speed of the projectile tearing through the air was even faster than a bullet. The inner energy of Jagon Jin, channeled into the poison needle, created a threatening streak of light stretching along its trajectory. The projectile shot towards Myo-Woo's face at a speed she couldn't have anticipated. It didn't even take a blink of an eye before it had flown the entire distance of several meters. Her proud and excited smile immediately vanished, replaced by a shocked and surprised expression. Myo-Woo couldn't help but be startled when she realized the poison needle was only a hand's breadth away from piercing the center of her face. Her eyes, small like beans, couldn't help but widen in fear, but of course, she wouldn't just sit there and let herself be hit that easily. Myo-Woo immediately stopped her attack and leaned backward, using her blunt sword to block in front of her like an obstacle. She intended to deflect the tiny poison needle away. Although she was a little apprehensive because Jagon Jin's attack was stronger than expected, Myo-Woo still believed that a small poison needle wouldn't be able to penetrate a thick, blunt sword like this. Even if the sword was dull, it was still a solid piece of metal. In the blink of an eye, there was a clang, a loud, resounding collision sound not unlike the sound of two swords clashing. Iron filings from the rusty sword flew off in all directions, like clusters of blood-red dust. A small trail of smoke appeared on the blunt sword, caused by the friction with the poison needle, but the projectile didn't rebound as Myo-Woo had expected. It turned out that the poison needle, launched with the powerful inner strength of Jagon Jin, had been able to pierce through the thick, blunt sword and continued on its trajectory straight toward Myo-Woo's face. By the time she realized it, it was too late. The projectile had embedded itself in her right eye, causing blood to spray out like a water bubble that had just been popped. Her wide-eyed shock hadn't even had time to register the pain that followed as the bright red blood poured out. Myo-Woo was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the tiny hole on the sword blade that was right in front of her. The cracks crisscrossed the blade. If the poison needle had been slightly larger, it might have been powerful enough to break the entire rusty sword. A second later, Myo-Woo finally felt the pain coming from her eye, which was now blurry with blood. She began to scream loudly, her shriek continuing until her voice became hoarse and choked in her throat. Even after emitting a sound that was no longer clear whether it was human or beast, Myowool couldn't stop screaming, "My eye, my eye." Myowool could easily sacrifice her ears, but losing just one eye was enough to make her go crazy. She writhed in anger, "My eye, how dare you? How dare you do this to my eye? I'll kill you." Myowool continued to scream with a deep, vengeful voice, her remaining eye kept twitching with streaks of blood-red murderous intent. Myowool's crazy and terrifying scream shook the night, to the point that the people fighting around her stopped and turned to look at her with horrified shock. Regardless of which side they were on, everyone couldn't help but shudder in fear. Unjong was equally shocked as he watched Myowool jumping up and down like a lunatic, boldly declaring to Jagangjin, "I will kill you, I will personally eradicate the source of the evil." Suddenly, a whistle sound echoed faintly from somewhere. Jagangjin simply watched Myowool go insane and poured cold water on her arrogance. "No, this is the battle where you have failed." Although she had destroyed her own eardrums, she could still guess what he was saying based on his lip movements. The whistle sounded again. Jagangjin calmly explained to Myowool, "I have imbued that needle with the blood of the Qing Jieshua Xiansha. Once the toxin enters your body, even the blood of the Mura masters will boil and lead to death. That's what I heard about it." Myowool continued to scream, "You're trying to scare me with that, aren't you?" Jagangjin nonchalantly shrugged with a confident expression and said vaguely, "That's not all." As Jagangjin lifted his head and looked towards the wall in front of the base gate, another whistle sound echoed. This time, the sound was clearer and made him appear even more confident. Myowool immediately noticed that Jagangjin's gaze was unusual. She turned her head to look in that direction and was shocked to realize why he had suddenly become so proud. Besides his own power breakthrough, he was also getting assistance from outside. Hundreds of brothers from the evil sects in the big cities, from other branches, had rushed here like a storm. They jumped over the walls of the base and swarmed the Namshuyan swordmen. "Quickly rescue our comrades, kill all those damn fools from the martial arts alliance, don't let a single one escape." The Namshuyan swordmen were still stunned, not knowing where the reinforcements had come from, when the battle resumed with the advantage shifting completely to the side of the evil sects in the big cities. The Namshuyan swordmen had lost a lot of strength after fighting those inside the base and were no match for the fresh, energetic warriors who had just joined the battle. Dozens fell simultaneously, dying like withered straw. At the same time, a man in the reinforcement group quickly jumped onto the roof to check on Ryung-kyung. "Liege, are you all right?" Ryung-kyung raised his head weakly and looked at the unfamiliar man. "You are." The man immediately introduced himself. "Your subordinate is Wonyib, the 5th leader of the Shaanxi region." Without waiting for Ryung-kyung to ask any further, Wonyib proactively reported, "We received a message from Payan that this place was in danger, so we decided to come here to help, even though our forces might not be strong enough. Besides us, there are also nearby secret societies that have come to help." Seeing the battle situation completely reversed in the blink of an eye thanks to the timely assistance of the reinforcements, Payanbok could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "It was a close call, we really escaped death." Myowool saw the large number of reinforcements suppressing the Namshuyan swordmen and immediately became anxious. With her current condition, fighting Jagangjin alone was already difficult. If she was surrounded by enemies, there was no way out. Just as Myowool was falling into confusion, trying to think of a solution, Jagangjin's murderous gaze pierced into the back of her neck, making her jump, but he calmly reminded her, "The situation has changed." Of course, Myowool knew how disadvantageous the situation was for her, but there was still a fierce struggle in her heart between the feeling of bloodlust, wanting to rampage and conquer everything instinctively, or the option of retreating now to heal and fight again another day. If Myowool retreated, it would mean showing her own cowardice and going against her innate arrogant and bloodthirsty nature. After a long time of agonizing, she couldn't bear the feeling of oppression in her heart. She threw her head back and roared loudly. This sudden action that released her crazy frustration caused Jagangjin to be slightly startled. Just as he reminded himself to never let his guard down against this crazy woman, Myowool suddenly erupted in fury and charged towards him, her eyes blazing with burning murderous intent that seemed to want to incinerate Jagangjin. Jagangjin didn't flinch. He immediately pulled out the projectiles he had tightly gripped in his 2 hands. From his eyes, it was clear that he was extremely confident that he would defeat her. Coupled with the Qing Jieshua Xiansha poison, which would soon take effect, it further boosted his belief in victory. However, Myowool's action was different from Jagangjin's prediction. She suddenly stomped the ground and leaped high into the air, leaping over his head to escape. When Jagang-jin looked up and looked at Myo-wool's retreating figure running away like a mouse on the roof, she still boldly turned her head and declared in a vicious, venomous voice, "I will remember you well, wait then see. There will be a day when I personally send you to hell, there will be that day." Myo-wool will try to linger, growling his voice just to vent the feeling of resentment in his heart with a face as fierce as a devil. Immediately afterward, she flaunted her robe and fled the scene of the fierce battle, leaving Jagang-jin completely speechless, not knowing what to say about this crazy woman, another blind enemy. But he didn't pay much attention to her, as the poison from the bloodline cleansing serpent wasn't something that could be easily neutralized in a short time. Seeing Myo-wool scurrying away with her tail between her legs, Eunjang also breathed a sigh of relief and softly congratulated Jagang-jin, "Poison dragon, you did it." When Jagang-jin turned his head to look at Eunjang, the kid was beaming despite his ravaged body being exhausted and unable to stand. Jagang-jin couldn't help but sigh, "Poor Eunjang. Why didn't you run away?" Eunjang explained with a confused smile and shook his head. "I don't know either, my body just kept moving like that." After looking around the base with a dazed look, hearing the clang of weapons still echoing here and there, Eunjang cautiously asked Jagang-jin, "Is the battle over yet?" Jagang-jin didn't want to prolong this battle any longer. He clicked his tongue, releasing the power of the nine-barrel nine-thunder toad technique and coldly walked towards the fierce battle that was still ongoing. "Not yet, but the end is not far off." Immediately after, with each step Jagang-jin took, a large amount of lightning was released, naturally as if he was a thunder god striding into the fierce battlefield. Soon after, the lightning struck the Namshuyan swordsmen with just enough force to make their bodies burn and their clothes smoke, but no more were killed by his hand. The Namshuyan swordsmen were battered and had no more masters to rely on, so they quickly lost their fighting spirit. They all dropped their swords in the face of overwhelming power and begged, We surrender, please spare us. We were only following the orders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Please have mercy on us." The Namshuyan swordsmen knelt down on the ground with terrified eyes, not even daring to look up at their enemy. Naturally, the warriors of the evil sects in the big cities wouldn't easily forgive their crimes. They immediately criticized them harshly. "Now you're begging for mercy and hoping we will spare you. You are truly a bunch of scum. We will kill you all." Just as the warriors raised their swords, ready to avenge their fallen comrades, Ryung-kyung unexpectedly appeared behind them and ordered sternly, "Stop." The warriors immediately cleared a path for her with respect as soon as they saw their liege, but they also frankly expressed their displeasure with Ryung-kyung's decision. She explained to them, "The bloodshed today is enough. As for them, I'm sure some of them truly don't know anything and only came here following the orders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ignorance is not a crime, because we also once went through a period of blindness like them." The Namshuyan swordsmen were astonished by Ryung-kyung's understanding and merciful attitude towards them. If you were to follow the rumors in the Jianghu that the evil sects in the big cities were a group of cruel and evil outsiders, then surely their liege wouldn't be reasoning like this. However, Ryung-kyung couldn't favor all of these swordsmen. She tried to make the fairest judgment so that her warriors wouldn't feel dissatisfied. This doesn't mean that they are completely innocent of their wrongdoing. Whoever committed murder will pay the price. The warriors heard this and had nothing more to object to. Meanwhile, Jagang-jin was sitting dejectedly in a corner. Although the battle was able to end thanks to him, he still didn't feel much better. Facing so many innocent lives lost, he still felt deeply self-reproachful. After dealing with the Namshuyan swordsman, Ryung-kyung naturally didn't forget to seek out Jagang-jin to express her gratitude for his courageous actions. "Thank you sincerely, Poison Dragon. It was thanks to you that we were able to survive because you held that nun back and bought us time. I never imagined that there would be a day when the evil sects in the big cities would need your help so much." Ryung-kyung smiled relieved and looked sincerely at Jagang-jin with moving eyes, because she knew that she was the target that the Martial Arts Alliance had in their sights. However, Jagang-jin still harbored a feeling of self-reproach and couldn't accept Ryung-kyung's thanks. "If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to do that either." Ryung-kyung then smiled encouragingly at him. "That was my last resort, but I'm glad it worked." Jagang-jin nodded with a face that wasn't very bright. "That was the move that saved us all." Jagang-jin only replied politely to Ryung-kyung's conversation because he still couldn't escape the feeling of self-torment. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth and confided the thoughts deep within his heart. Looking towards the innocent people who had fallen, Jagang-jin silently poured out his self-reproaches. "Because I prioritized my personal goal and hesitated, I couldn't protect everyone. Ryung-kyung was worried that Jagong-jin would think that all their dangers were due to his appearance, so from the beginning she chose not to reveal the hostage exchange plan initiated by Mangryo, but even after doing that, Jagong-jin still couldn't stop tormenting himself. Ryung-kyung could only sigh and choose her words of comfort. It's not your fault. I, like everyone else here, have chosen to walk this path. As long as we are people of the evil sex in the big cities, we have to get used to things like this. Ryung-kyung silently tightened her arm stump with a sad look, but without any resentment towards Jagong-jin. She fell silent for a moment and encouraged him. Even though it's separate from our resolve, you did the right thing. Then, Ryung-kyung looked towards the survivors who were bandaging each other and diligently cleaning up the bodies. She said in a much lighter tone, "Look at all the people here. They can survive thanks to what you did." When Jagong-jin looked at Eunjang, he was surprised to see that the kids seemed very friendly with So-so and the people belonging to the evil sex in the big cities. Perhaps changing other people's prejudices about them could be considered a good bright spot. Even so, Jagong-jin still couldn't ease the feeling of anxiety in his heart. Ryung-kyung also understood this, so she patiently encouraged him. Even though grieving for our losses is also important, right now, I hope you can feel proud that you've protected the people who are still alive here. Although he couldn't feel proud as Ryung-kyung said, Jagong-jin's train of thought began to flow in a different direction, less negative. He remembered the times he had escaped death in the past, and all those chances to survive came from the sacrifices of many people. Even the fact that Jagong-jin could stand up again from the living grave in the mine was thanks to the help of others. In other words, they were also part of the path of revenge he had chosen. Whatever happened, they were still the people who had accompanied Jagong-jin through his arduous journey of revenge. But it wasn't until recently, after the incident with Kong-du, that he realized protecting those who helped him was just as important as avenging those who had helped him before. If Jagong-jin hadn't returned to protect the people in this base today, he would have regretted and tormented himself even more. Revenge would become an endless loop, dragging him into a dark life without smiles if he couldn't protect other people. Jagong-jin finally realized a new truth in his life. If living only to exist is how a monster survives, then living only for the goal of revenge is essentially also a way of life for a monster. After much thought and contemplation, Jagong-jin escaped his temporary self-torment and firmly resolved to look towards the future. He found the next direction in his life besides revenge. I don't want to lose any more people who are precious to me. From now on, I will protect them, and I will also complete my revenge. I will definitely do it. In Jagong-jin's eyes now, there was a glimmer of brilliant willpower and hope. It was no longer the cold eyes filled only with resentment as before. Just then, Eunjang's characteristically cheerful, high-pitched voice rang out, attracting Jagong-jin's attention. "Hey, Poison Dragon, have you found it? The reason why you had to come here." When Jagong-jin looked over, he saw Eunjang and So-so's curious and eager eyes intently watching him, their cheerful, youthful faces as if they had never experienced a fierce battle. Jagong-jin was momentarily surprised by those innocent and carefree eyes. That was what he desperately wanted to protect, not just human life, but also the beautiful and resilient souls in the face of storms. After a moment of contemplation with deep joy in his heart for still being able to see the smiles of the survivors, Jagong-jin looked up at the bright moon and breathed a sigh of relief. I think I found it. Everyone in the base had been busy working all night to clean up the bodies and pack their belongings, before they split off in different directions. Won-yib worriedly discussed with Ryung-kyung, "I'm sure they won't stop with just this one attack. They will certainly not give us a chance to recover our strength and will bring even more troops here. I think it's best that we leave this place before the enemy attacks again." Of course, Ryung-kyung also knew that they couldn't stay in this base anymore and had to move quickly to a safer area. She smiled softly and nodded at Won-yib. "Thank you for your assistance." Won-yib solemnly expressed his respect to Ryung-kyung. "It's okay. Please forgive us for not being able to help more." Ryung-kyung replied with a smile. "You also have something that you need to protect well. Go back and do what needs to be done." Won-yib and all the reinforcements immediately bowed their heads and clasped their hands with a loud shout. "Yes, ma'am." Immediately afterward, the group of reinforcements instantly disappeared in a blink of an eye like a puff of smoke, leaving only Ryung-kyung standing there, lost in thought as she looked at the base under the dawn once more before leaving. When she heard the sound of everyone bringing their belongings to her back and waiting for instructions, Ryung-kyung turned around and said to them, "We must quickly cross the Qinghai region, and then we will choose our desired destination from there." Seeing the sad and reluctant faces of everyone as they had to leave the base they had been attached to for so long, Ryung-kyung lifted their spirits with a serious reminder. "Once we leave the Shandong region, then all four directions are our enemies. We must not let down our guard." As she was giving instructions, Ryung-kyung suddenly felt dizzy, staggered, and couldn't stand firmly. She had been very strong in resisting countless wounds and even poison, so it was understandable that she was exhausted. Just as everyone was eager to rush forward to support Ryung-kyung, a rough but firm hand came in time to be a strong support but also bring a gentle feeling to her. Jagang-jin gently embraced Ryung-kyung in his arms and then suddenly declared, "I'll go with you all." His sudden decision left Ryung-kyung stunned and speechless for a moment. While everyone else was overjoyed by Jagang-jin's participation, Pyeonbok alone scoffed. "What? Why? I thought you said those evil sects in the big cities were nothing to you." Jagang-jin, aware of Pyeonbok's tendency to speak harshly but have a kind heart, was still a bit flustered and immediately retorted, "When did I ever say that?" So couldn't express her joy with words, so she rushed forward and hugged Jagang-jin and Ryung-kyung tightly, her face radiant with a bright smile. At that moment, they looked like a cozy and loving family. Pyeonbok displayed a disgusted expression at this affectionate scene, but deep down he also wished to embrace them like family. Only Eunjan remained speechless in astonishment, overwhelmed by the friendly and familiar feeling of a group of people rumored to be demonic outsiders. Seeing So rubbing her head against her chest like a child yearning for maternal love, Ryung-kyung, after a moment of surprise, felt a surge of emotion. She smiled tenderly at the little girl. Jagang-jin, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was still holding Ryung-kyung, gently supported her hand. After scanning the familiar faces, all radiating joy, and the curious, playful expression of their newfound companion who was fascinated by the evil sects in the big cities, Ryung-kyung chuckled softly and exclaimed, "This is going to be a long journey, isn't it?" As the sun fully emerged over the distant mountain peaks, the secret base of the evil sects in the big cities became a deserted wasteland, left with only empty houses and the chirping of birds echoing from the nearby forest. As predicted, the army of the Jaegal clan, led by Jaegal Sun Ji, finally arrived at the base with the intention of annihilating them. However, the sight before him only left him seething, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." Immediately after, Jaegal Sun Ji turned his rage on the mastermind behind it all. "Mangryo, didn't you say that if we mobilized the 10 Directions demon-subduing army of the Amaze sect and the Sichuan Righteous Alliance here, we could easily eliminate Yuhua? What happened to all that, then?" Unable to contain his anger, Jaegal Sun Ji roared with fierce criticisms upon seeing that there wasn't even a single body left in the base. Not only was there no sign of Yuhua, but there wasn't even a single subordinate of the evil sects in the big cities. Mangryo leisurely strode into the courtyard of the base and sarcastically taunted Jaegal Sun Ji, "TSK, that's why we should have caught them on Mount Laoshan in the first place." Jaegal Sun Ji was fully aware that Mangryo was mocking him for letting the Took Thursday younger brother escape, leading to Ryung-kyung's escape. He was fuming but couldn't retort. After that, Mangryo completely ignored Jaegal Sun Ji and walked towards the Nanchuan swordsmen who had been spared but were tied to a tree in the courtyard. "Well, looks like a few of them survived, huh?" Mangryo inquired curiously. "So, what happened here?" The most conscious swordsman among them spoke up and recounted the course of the battle. "At first, we managed to corner the people of the evil sects in the big cities. The nun from the Amaze sect had also defeated the servants of righteous justice. Victory seemed imminent. Then, Venom Dragon, who was supposed to be on his way to the capital of Sichuan, suddenly came back and threw everything into chaos." Mangryo wasn't particularly interested in what happened before, but as soon as he heard the news of Jagang-jin's appearance, his eyes lit up with excitement. The Amaze sect nun retreated because she was gravely wounded while fighting Venom Dragon. Reinforcements from the evil sects in the big cities arrived then, and they used their overwhelming numbers to turn the tide. If the servants of righteous justice hadn't shown mercy, we would have all died. Jaegal Sun Ji was immediately shocked and exclaimed, "That Venom Dragon defeated the entire 10 Directions demon-subduing army of the Amaze sect." Seeing that the story had reached its end, Jaegal Sun Ji couldn't help but roar at the tied-up swordsman. "So you let them all escape?" The swordsman hesitantly replied in worried tones, "Yes, sir." The more details Jaegal Sun Ji heard, the more enraged he became, spewing curses. "Damn it, how am I supposed to face my older brother now?" However, at that moment, Mangryo couldn't help but burst out laughing in front of Jaegal Sun Ji. Jaegal Sun Ji thought Mangryo was mocking him, so he glared at him with narrowed eyes. "What's so funny?" Mangryo quickly gave a flimsy excuse. Nothing, forgive me, I've experienced energy deviation during training, so I tend to burst into laughter for no reason every now and then." After that, ignoring Jaegal Sun Ji who stood frozen with a gray, stiff expression, Mangryo continued to chuckle until he even snorted. I didn't expect him to have grown this much, to the point of taking down the renowned 10 Directions demon-subduing army. Finally, some good news. But what makes me even happier is that he came back. He fought to protect those people of the evil sects in the big cities. The more Mangreo thought about it, the more excited he became, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face, yet he couldn't stop. Mangreo was delighted by the close bond that had formed between Jagang Jin and the evil sects in the big cities, causing him to feel deeply bound by affection. It's like the thoughts of a wealthy man forced to move out of his house, which are entirely different from those of a beggar forced to do the same. The key difference lies in how uncomfortable and restless they feel. Since the incident in Nanjia village, Mangreo had realized something. From ancient times to the present, a person's heart will become increasingly uncomfortable as the things he wants to protect grow larger and his connection to them deepens. As the discomfort intensifies, it will eventually become an obsession. The obsession turns into anguish, and the anguish creates cracks that will become his weakness and lead to his downfall. Mangreo was completely absorbed in his thoughts about the spectacular revenge he would inflict by taking away everything Jagang Jin wanted to protect. He couldn't suppress his excitement, tilting his head back and grinning with a feeling of liberation, his hand clenched tightly as if crushing the life of his enemy in his palm. My life of bloodshed is finally here. While Mangreo was reveling in the joy of his spectacular revenge plan, Baek Lee Kwan stood silently on the side, observing his strange actions and expressions, without any intention of intervening or questioning him. However, Baek Lee Kwan had begun to find Mangreo's behavior unusual and had started to suspect that there was a sinister plot lurking beneath his facade. The tales told by the recently escaped swordsman only further deepened his suspicions. At that moment, the arrival of strangers interrupted Baek Lee Kwan's thoughts. They addressed Mangreo with a very formal tone, advisor of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lord Mangreo. As all eyes turned towards the strangers, their attire clearly revealing them as members of the Tang family, the two masked figures invited Mangreo with a mixture of politeness and veiled intimidation. "We need you to come with us." Mangreo tilted his head as if oblivious to the identity of those seeking him out. Jagal Sun Gi, having no close ties with the Tang family, immediately adopted a condescending tone, demanding, "What clan are you from? Declare yourselves." The two Tang family subordinates felt a surge of annoyance at their blatant attempts to make things difficult, but being mere servants, they still managed to keep their composure and answer politely, "We are from the Tang family." Mangreo clicked his tongue and displayed an indifferent expression as he glanced around, showing no respect for the Tang family whatsoever. The Tang family, well, as you can see, I'm dealing with something important here. At this moment, in his eyes, unraveling the story about Jagang Jin was far more stimulating. The Tang family subordinates were forced to use voice transmission to convey important information to Mangreo in order to persuade him to change his mind. As expected, upon hearing the news, he showed interest and turned to look at them. After observing for a while, Jagal Sun Gi also realized that the two sides were communicating through voice transmission. Although he didn't want to pry, he knew that the Tang family and Baek Lee Young weren't exactly on good terms. Therefore, the secretive exchange between Mangreo and the Tang family seemed very suspicious. After the voice transmission, Mangreo silently walked out with the two Tang family subordinates without explaining anything to Jagal Sun Gi. Jagal Sun Gi, curious, called out to him, "Advisor Mang." However, Mangreo merely responded with a dismissive "I must excuse myself. Seems like I have urgent business to attend to at the Tang family. I'll leave this matter in your hands." Before departing, Mangreo revealed a joyful smile, as if he had just received news that was just as exciting as the story about Jagang Jin. Immediately after, Jagal Sun Gi tried to call out to him, wanting to keep Mangreo there to discuss the subsequent plan. "Wait, Advisor Mang." However, Mangreo and the two Tang family subordinates disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving Jagal Sun Gi furious and roaring loudly, "What the hell is he thinking?" In contrast to Jagal Sun Gi's agitated reaction, Baek Lee Kwan remained calm and contemplative as he watched Mangreo leave with the Tang family members, yet, his eyes sparkled with deep suspicion. While Jagal Sun Gi was left to clean up the aftermath at the Shandong base, Mangreo was swiftly carried by the wind with the Tang family subordinates, constantly muttering to himself in a voice brimming with excitement, "I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be today." The two subordinates remained silent, observing the smug and arrogant smile spread across Mangreo's wrinkled face without offering any comment. They simply focused on taking him to his destination, as if escorting a prisoner. Mangreo didn't pay much attention to the attitude of the Tang family subordinates, notorious for being the most arrogant family in Sichuan. He was lost in his own joy and kept conjuring up exciting scenarios in his mind. Thinking about the person he was about to meet at the Tang family, Mangryo became even more excited, cackling with delight and wondering, what does Hades want from me? Meanwhile, Ryung Kyung's carriage had traveled quite a distance from Shandong. Despite the rugged terrain and their need to move at full speed, the journey was still fairly smooth compared to their anxieties at the beginning. Sitting in the carriage, Pyeonbok finally felt more at ease and began to talk. We've been on the road for almost 10 hours now, and we haven't encountered any enemies yet. Looks like luck is on our side. However, there was something about this journey that still made Pyeonbok feel uneasy. He glanced at Unjong with a judging look and grumbled, "Why is this Chingcheng ascetic brat tagging along?" Jagang-jin also glanced at Unjong, curious about the reason the young boy had so innocently decided to hop onto the carriage. Unjong didn't understand why he had done it either, so he could only smile awkwardly and reply, well, things just happen like this, who knows why." Pyeonbok, finding the young boy adorable, teased him, "Oh, I know, you want to join the evil sects in the big cities, don't you?" Unjong immediately retorted fiercely, "What, that's ridiculous, I'm a disciple of the Chingcheng sect." Pyeonbok was even more amused and continued to tease Unjong, "Oh, is that so? You're friends with Venom Dragon, and you've even fought with the Ame sect nun. That's enough to get you expelled from your sect." Unjong panicked and instantly denied it. I never did such a thing," but Pyeonbok wouldn't let go. "I saw it with my own eyes. That's enough to get you expelled from your sect." Unjong, naive and easily intimidated, became alarmed and exclaimed, "What, really? I could be expelled from my sect for that? I thought the worst would be a year of punishment training facing a wall. But I think I did the right thing." Pyeonbok, emboldened by his success, continued to tease the young boy even more relentlessly. TSK, you're doomed. You're definitely going to receive severe punishment when you return. Not only will all the veins in your limbs be destroyed, but even your dantian might be shattered." Unjong was so shocked that his eyes popped out, his face turned pale as if he had been struck by the wind, because he knew that destroying the dantian meant that he would never be able to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Unjong couldn't think of a way out and frantically begged Pyeonbok for help. Great sir, could you please put in a good word with the master for me and tell him I didn't do anything wrong?" Pyeonbok immediately refused without hesitation. "You are a cruel Taoist, aren't you? How dare you push me into a situation where I could die for you? The moment I set foot in the Chingcheng sect, my head would be severed." After pretending to scold Unjong, Pyeonbok continued to tease him. "Instead, what do you think about joining the evil sects in the big cities?" Unjong immediately refused. "No, I can't do that, even if the evil sects in the big cities turn out to be very different from what I thought." The argument between the two woke Ryung Kyung, who had just fallen asleep for a short while. When she looked at Jagang-jin sitting opposite her, he just silently looked at her without saying a word, but Ryung Kyung could tell that there was an undisguised curiosity in his eyes. Seeing that Jagang-jin was hesitant to speak, Ryung Kyung asked directly, "Young warrior, it seems like you have something you want to ask me. Is there something wrong with my martial arts technique?" Jagang-jin hesitated for a moment and then nodded, "Yes." Ryung Kyung calmly nodded without hesitation. "All right, it's better to just pass it all on to you since we don't know when we'll be caught in a battle again. The technique I showed you in the battle with the 10 Directions Demon Subduing Army is the Radiant Jade Movement 5 Thunder Toad Technique." As soon as Unjong heard the name of the technique, he was immediately stunned and forgot all about his argument with Pyeonbok. Immediately after that, the boy became excited and unconsciously grabbed Pyeonbok's collar. "What? Toad technique is one of the ancient techniques of the Taoist sect. Although this technique is very powerful, it also leaves many consequences. That's why we have to consider it very carefully before practicing it. How did you get this technique? Did you steal it?" Pyeonbok was almost choked and hurriedly pulled Unjong's hand away, yelling at him, "What are you talking about? The Toad technique is a technique from our liege's sect." Unjong was even more surprised and argued back, "It's impossible. How can Toad technique be taught as a true martial arts technique in an evil sect?" Ryung Kyung sadly thought back to her family's past and shared the story that she had kept secret for so long. "The founder of my sect happened to be an outer disciple of the Taoist sect. After obtaining the Toad technique, we were all afraid of its consequences, so none of us practiced it." Unjong finally calmed down and listened. "Oh, so you are from a sect founded by an outer disciple of the Taoist sect?" Ryung Kyung nodded in confirmation and continued, "Because a long time ago, the Toad technique was only passed down by word of mouth, so no one could master it, but everything changed starting from my previous generation. The source of that change was the combination with the 5 Thunder Heaven movement technique." Unjong was once again surprised and opened his eyes wide. "Isn't the 5 Thunder Heaven movement technique an unorthodox evil technique?" Ryung Kyung lowered her head in contemplation. I won't deny it, the Five Thunder Heaven movement technique is a fierce evil technique of Tibet, and when we combined Toad technique with the Five Thunder Heaven movement technique, the technique became much stronger than before. And after some adjustments to the Five Thunder Toad technique, it became the Radiant Jade Movement Five Thunder Toad technique. What I passed on to him is a part of the improved technique, Ryung Kyung said while looking at Jagang Jin. While Unjong was completely speechless because of the new knowledge flooding into his head, Jagang Jin appeared extremely calm and accepted it. After being stunned for a while, Unjong began to pull at his hair and sigh, an evil technique combined with a Taoist technique. I really don't understand what I'm hearing. Ryung Kyung laughed and asked the boy, is it hard to accept? Unjong nervously complained, it's unbelievably difficult. Seeing this, Ryung Kyung became even more eager to enlighten Unjong's simple and naive mind. The one who created the Radiant Jade Movement Five Thunder Toad technique and overcame its greatest weakness and consequences is the high-ranking Taoist Muam, the leader of the Qingcheng sect. Unjong was completely confused and exclaimed, you're saying that the leader of the Qingcheng sect himself adjusted that evil technique? Seeing Ryung Kyung silently confirm, Unjong yelled with a sharp voice, impossible. Ryung Kyung chuckled and replied, that's the truth. If you want to verify, go ask your master. Unjong became even more vehemently opposed. How can I ask such things? At the moment when Unjong's curiosity was at its peak, Ryung Kyung pretended to be tired and teased him, I suddenly feel tired. We'll continue this later. As expected, Unjong urgently shouted, wait, if you fall asleep now, how will my curiosity be resolved? Pyeonbok took the opportunity to interject a teasing remark, ahem, ascetic, you shouldn't be so noisy while on the carriage. Meanwhile, Jagang Jin silently listened to the story and was lost in his own thoughts. The story he had once heard about a sect that had their secret technique stolen and was destroyed was her story. Could it be that her misfortune originated from the very technique that he had just been taught? Ryung Kyung's retreating carriage procession continued to smoothly travel on the mountain path. However, they had no idea that they had been discovered by a group of nuns from the Ame sect when they passed the mountain. 3 nuns from the Ame sect stood on the cliff overlooking the rattling carriages on the mountain path with cold eyes. We found them. After observing for a while, the head nun firmly fixed her eyes on the middle carriage and confidently declared, Yua and the poison dragon are in that carriage. These nuns had actually cast aside their morals and were as aggressive as Myo Wool. No need for further observation, let's attack them according to the plan. Just as the group of nuns were about to jump down and attack the carriage procession, a man wearing a fully covered black robe appeared behind them and used a firm voice to stop them. Don't do that. The nuns were startled and frightened by the man's sudden appearance without a sound. The head nun was shocked and turned to look at the man with a sense of unease. I didn't sense his presence at all. Seeing the mysterious appearance of the other person, she confusedly asked, who are you? The man didn't bother to reveal his name and continued to speak in a harsh tone with an arrogant attitude. That carriage has one of my disciples inside. When the man lifted his head, it was revealed that it was Bakshin. The head nun saw Bakshin's face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I understand, it's you, Taoist Bakshin. Immediately after that, she cautiously bowed to Bakshin and began to reason with him. It's fortunate that you're here. It would be better if you joined us in pursuing that carriage and rescuing your disciple. Bakshin didn't hesitate to mock the hypocrisy of this group of nuns. I've heard about what happened with Nun Myo Wool. Since my disciple has injured her so much, shouldn't we take him to the Ame sect after we rescue him? The head nun, without thinking, added, the ascetic Unjong is truly the key figure in this incident. Clearly, he has ties with those evil people. We will need your cooperation to handle this. Bakshin immediately became angry and directly criticized these hypocritical people. The Ame sect should only be an outsider observer and maintain neutrality in this matter. You shouldn't do anything more than that. Fury erupted, and Bakshin began to roar like a tiger. Yet, you not only interfere for your own worldly desires, but you also want to blame other sects. These middle-ranking nuns were clearly no match for Bakshin. Just one of his shouts was enough to make them dizzy and nauseous. The head nun quickly regained her composure and raised her voice to threaten Bakshin back. Even though you may have more seniority than us, we are also part of the 3 great sects of Sichuan. Your reprimand is a bit excessive. Bakshin immediately seized on that argument to retort in a firm voice. My disciple, though still young, is also part of the 3 great sects of Sichuan, yet you intend to take him to the Ame sect as a witness. Is that not excessive? The head nun was speechless but still stubbornly argued back. How can a young man who has only recently passed the probationary period be compared to us in this situation? Bakshin immediately struck his staff hard against the ground and released a terrifying surge of energy that overwhelmed the other party. I am one who has comprehended all the celestial laws and achieved complete meditation, having passed through the 6 realms of desire, 18 realms of form, 4 realms of formlessness, 4 heavens above, 3 realms of purity, and even the great atmosphere. How dare you, nuns who have barely passed the probationary period, dare to raise your heads and retort to me like that? The head nun retorted angrily, those are just clever words. I can sense hatred in every word you utter. What grudge does our sect have against you that you would despise us so much? Bakshin struck his staff against the ground once more. The earth immediately shook along with his sharp rebuke. It's you who have tarnished the character of the 3 great sects of Sichuan. Immediately after, he pointed his staff at the faces of the nuns and glared at them with a warning. Myoul's deep involvement and even her help with the martial arts alliance must be for some hidden motive to be included in their list of connections. Right, I will not allow you to take my disciple anywhere, but if you still want to pursue that carriage, you must first defeat me. The head nun knew that even if 10 of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat Bakshin, so she could only reluctantly bow her head. Then we will retreat. Before leaving, she still defiantly declared, we will not forget the humiliation you inflicted on us today. Bakshin calmly looked at the group of nuns with a contemptuous gaze. I'll be waiting. Immediately after, the 3 nuns quietly retreated in resentment. Only Bakshin remained on the cliff, watching the carriage procession disappearing into the distance. Suddenly, another voice sounded from behind Bakshin. It seems that the boy escaped this time, but you can't protect him forever. When Bakshin turned to look back, it turned out to be Tang Haoran who had also come here. After all, the truth was that the ascetic Unjong had fought alongside the poison dragon against the 10 Directions demon subduing army. Bakshin calmly replied, this will be the last time I save that foolish disciple of mine. Then, Bakshin's eyes became suspicious and wary as he looked at Tang Haoran. I thought only the Ame sect was here. I didn't expect the Tang clan to be interested in that boy. Tang Haoran calmly walked to the edge of the cliff and shook her head. No. Bakshin narrowed his eyes even more curiously and looked at her. Then why are you here? Tang Haoran pondered and looked at the carriage carrying Jagang Jin, and spoke in a veiled manner. We're here because we're interested in something else. Bakshin also looked at the carriage with a worried gaze. Something else. In a flash, Bakshin seemed to have read Tang Haoran's mind, but she just silently followed the carriage without further explanation. Tang Haoran's mind is filled with images of Jagang Jin. He always confronts enemies many times stronger than him. Unnam Dak Tuc, Extraordinary Bird, Jagal Clan, Tin Long and now the entire 10 Commandments, Demon Army. Was truly extremely reckless and there was a high possibility that he would have to die if he fought with them. That was what anyone would say about his actions, but he always stood his ground and did not each step back. He was always ready to put his life on the line, on the brink of life and death, to fight his enemies to the end, and he always emerged victorious. The more Tang Haoran thought about Jagang Jin, the more intrigued she became. Without even realizing it herself, neither the blood flowing in his veins nor the martial arts he used were anything prestigious or grand. The reason he could rise to his current position was entirely due to his unwavering will. Where did that willpower of his come from? Tang Haoran pondered for a long time, her eyes shining with curiosity towards Jagang Jin. Bakshin, a seasoned man, saw through her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. I don't know who you're aiming for, but I'm sure he's very interesting. It's not easy to see the young miss of the Tang family yearning for someone like that. Tang Haoran was startled, as if he had hit a nerve. She quickly tried to shut down Bakshin's mischievous words. Yearning? You're exaggerating. Who would yearn for a monkey who knows a few tricks? Bakshin burst into a joyous laughter, continuing to tease Tang Haoran. Ha, a monkey, you're right, but I'm just saying what I see on your face, so don't get upset. Quickly, Bakshin disappeared, but his booming laughter continued to drift on the wind, echoing in Tang Haoran's ears. Even though she was annoyed by his jokes, she couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Mangarecap had arrived at the tower located deep within the main manor of the Tang family. A gloomy and eerie atmosphere enveloped the place, even though the sky was still bright. Standing before the towering structure with dozens of stories, fortified architecture, and a meticulous security system, any master martial artist would feel overwhelmed. Mangarecap stood at the foot of the tower, his excitement undisguised. Finally, I'm here again. Mangarecap grew more self-satisfied with each thought. The Tang family of Sichuan was the mastermind behind the entire situation in Murim. Even people within their own faction, only a select few were chosen to enter this tower in the inner city, a place that ordinary people would never set foot in their whole lives. Yet I was invited to such a place. After waiting for a while, someone finally opened the door for Mangryo in a polite manner, inviting him inside. Mangryo couldn't hide the excited and malicious grin on his face. He quickly stepped inside the tower, a place he had long awaited. As the outer gate at the foot of the tower closed, Mangryo was ready for new plans, sinister schemes, and wicked ideas with a network of connections even broader than before. As soon as he stepped inside the tower, Mangryo was overwhelmed by the scale and operation of the secret organization within. Everywhere, carrier pigeons were taking turns transmitting messages day and night without ceasing. People were bustling about, recording information and organizing news in a specific order. Everyone had their own job, and they worked in silence but with great order and discipline. Mangryo widened his eyes as he walked through the room crowded with birds and people, marveling in his heart. It was truly as expected, a place that could manipulate the entire world. At that moment, a deep, powerful voice echoed from the deepest part of the room, making Mangryo jump slightly. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up," said the voice. As per the request, Mangryo hastily walked past the bustling crowd and towards the table at the end of the room. Waiting for him at that spot was a man with a lion's mane of hair and beard, the distinctive crimson hue of the Tang family bloodline. He was the head of the Tang family, the one known as Hades, Tang Chung. This man, with the majestic appearance of a lion, was the pillar of the Tang family, the cunning Sichuan who held absolute control. Although he had many aliases, the most well-known name was Hades, Tang Chung. That title was reserved for him because he held the power of life and death. Although only heaven could ultimately decide those matters, the issue wasn't only his martial strength, but also the network he controlled. According to what Mangryo had heard during his life traveling through Jianghu, the world whispered that Tang Chung had stepped down from his position as head of the Tang family a decade ago, but behind the current head of the Tang family, he was still the one who made all the decisions within the family. Of course, Mangryo's eagerness to meet Tang Chung was due to a sinister plan he had been harboring for a long time. Standing in front of Tang Chung, Mangryo showed no signs of fear or reservation. He freely greeted and introduced himself. "First time meeting, I am Mangryo." At this moment, a subordinate of Tang Chung interrupted and stopped by. Report in his ear: "The experiment in Pyongnam has failed, sir. 80 residents were poisoned and 35 of them died from unresolved poisoning." The subordinate had a calm attitude when talking about a large number of deaths, while the general mourner appeared indifferent and calm, resolutely giving the order to eliminate everything. The subordinate continued to ask, "Yes, sir, then how to deal with Songju, sir?" Tang Chung once again spoke in a cold voice, telling them to carefully take care of the base and then return here and eliminate the 30 people in Songju. The subordinate continued to pose another problem that needed to be solved. Decided, so what should we do with the person in charge there, Kwanong? At this moment Mangryo started to feel uncomfortable because he was not noticed, feeling like an invisible person. Tang Chung made his decision without hesitation. "Leave him there. I want to see how capable he is in handling this purge, and sell some of our shops in Hebei. Sell them for at least 50,000 silver niangs. No lower." Mangryo quickly lost patience with Tang Chung's indifference towards him. He let out a sigh, preparing to do something to attract his attention. Without hesitation, Mangryo interrupted the conversation between Tang Chung and his subordinate, directly criticizing the Tang family's high-grade poison that he had used on Phai Thuong Dai Du and Jing Wang. It seems the effectiveness of the Wu Zidan wasn't very good. Mangryo's criticism shattered the silent atmosphere in the room, where only Tang Chung and the one reporting the issues had spoken. He immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room, all eyes fixed on him. Everyone was astonished that an outsider dared to complain about the quality of one of the Tang family's most advanced poisons, but even with such astonishment, no one uttered a word. They just stared at Mangryo in disbelief. Of course, that simple and direct statement did make Tang Chung pay attention to Mangryo. Like the others in the room, he stopped what he was doing and stared at him for a moment, but his face showed no annoyance or surprise, only scrutiny. Tang Chung didn't get angry. He quickly returned his gaze to his pile of papers and calmly replied to Mangryo, "Well, that can happen, because the Wu Zidan is still under development." Mangryo continued to complain about the quality of the product. "If you give me such an unfinished product, it will greatly affect my business." Tang Chung remained indifferent in his response. "You think any poison will work on internal martial arts techniques that have been refined over thousands of years?" Mangryo did not give up his complaints. "If we use poison and fail, we could attract unwanted suspicion, don't you think?" Tang Chung finally looked up at Mangryo again, annoyance evident in his eyes. "Are you implying suspicion towards me, or towards you?" Mangryo continued to hold on to the issue. "I'm just stating the truth, Tang Chung. having run out of patience for more complaints, stated bluntly, "We've already considered all the possible outcomes, including the incident with Phai Thuong Dai Du, so don't make a fuss about it. To attract my attention, you've caused damage to the Tang family's important business. You're truly a scoundrel." After criticizing Mangreo, Tang Chung waved his hand, instructing a subordinate to bring a luxurious-looking box and told him, "Take that." When the lid of the box was opened, inside was a vial of pills that seemed very valuable. Tang Chung had just criticized Mangreo harshly, yet he was giving him this valuable item. This was hum mang medicine. It was good for those whose meridians were blocked due to injuries or severed limbs. If you use it, you can increase your internal strength by about 20 years. Mangreo pretended to hesitate for a moment, but his eyes greedily looked at the vial of pills. "Well, I'll accept this gift with gratitude, but I still want to discuss a few things with you, since I've already come here." Tang Chung directly cut Mangreo off with a contemptuous attitude. "I don't want to hear it." Then, he buried his head back in his paperwork and showed a dismissive attitude towards Mangreo. "I only had you called here to give you that, because you helped bring Jing Wang here. That undefeated sword saint is always very cautious, so we haven't been able to get a chance to learn about the internal martial arts cultivation methods of his poison sect family. Beck Li Quan is a good substitute." Mangreo quickly tucked the vial of pills into his sleeve, but still greedily asked for more. "If Beck Li Young hears about this, he'll definitely take my head. Isn't hum mang medicine a little inappropriate, since the matter we're discussing could get me killed?" Tang Chung decisively replied, "Hum mang medicine is worth 20 gold niangs. That's enough. Don't be greedy, leave." Mangreo stubbornly remained, continuing to bargain. "I'm not being greedy, I'm just trying to reach an agreement." Tang Chung, obviously having no need to be considerate of Mangreo, declared, "I don't negotiate with others, it's simply that I'm the one who makes the decisions. I'm also the one who decides what the terms of the agreement will be, and the value of the objects involved, that's all." Mangreo, still thick-skinned, lingered and directly addressed the issue. "Regardless of Tang Chung's dismissive indifference, I'm wondering if I should act as a matchmaker and tie the knot for a few relationships." With just that simple veiled remark, Tang Chung immediately stopped what he was doing and looked up at Mangreo. Obviously, he understood right away whose relationship Mangreo was referring to within the Tang family. Mangreo noticed a glimmer of interest in Tang Chung's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he grinned mischievously and suggested, "Like, a marriage between young Miss Tang Haran and Dok Long, for example. What do you think about that?" Immediately, Tang Chung's face froze in astonishment. However, it seemed he felt no anger or annoyance at Mangreo's bizarre idea. Instead, there was a hint of curiosity and interest in his eyes, intrigued by Mangreo's calculations. After a moment of stunned silence, Tang Chung suddenly burst into laughter. At first, everyone thought it was a mocking laugh, intended to ridicule Mangreo's madness. But then, the laughter grew louder and louder, echoing and full of joy, clearly revealing excitement rather than mockery. Mangreo calmly accepted Tang Chung's reaction as if it had been anticipated. Tang Chung's laughter echoed like thunder. After a while, he finally spoke in a booming voice. "Interesting, this surpasses my expectations. You are the first person in the past 10 years to propose a deal that can pique my interest." Although Tang Chung's reaction was exactly as Mangreo expected, the continuous booming laughter still sent a shiver down his spine, an overwhelming pressure. It was clear that a man as experienced as Tang Chung could not have only a simple reaction of amusement. Indeed, just a second later, Tang Chung's expression abruptly changed, the laughter stopped, and he slammed his fist on the table, expressing his anger at Mangreo's somewhat arrogant statement. Tang Chung stared intently at Mangreo with suspicion and scrutiny. "The poison dragon is currently being hunted by the Martial Arts Alliance and is even traveling with Yu of Shandong. Our Tang clan will never allow a member of the demonic Dao to join. What is your solution to this problem?" Mangreo had anticipated this problem and calmly replied, "We can say that the poison dragon comes from the Sorrowful Heart sect of the 100-Flower Valley, one of the medicinal sects in Unnam. This means he originally came from the righteous Dao. If this information is spread widely, it will not be impossible for the Tang clan to accept him as a son-in-law." Tang Chung jumped to his feet, agitated, and continued with another tricky question. "If he comes from the Sorrowful Heart sect of the 100-Flower Valley, then he must be related to the poison sect you worked for, and that is also the incident that Beck Li Young was involved in as an intermediary. I think that the fateful poison dragon will be linked to that Beck Li Young. What are your plans after all?" Mangreo readily nodded, acknowledging that everything was as Tang Chung had speculated. "Yes, although I have some things to settle with the poison dragon, Beck Li Young's head is also one of the things he is pursuing." Tang Chung's eyes widened in surprise, but there was also a glimmer of excitement. To become the enemy of Beck Li Young? who belongs to the side of the alliance leader Muram Haywell Jinan, is to become the enemy of the entire martial arts alliance, and the Tang clan, being a member of the martial arts alliance, naturally cares about our relationship with the alliance. So what is your plan for this? Mangryo maintained a composed expression and continued to talk about the plan that had been brewing in his mind for a long time. First, we must cause a rift between Haywell Jinan and Baek Lee Young. After a brief pause, Tang Chung eagerly pressed for more. And then what? Mangryo clicked his tongue and continued, I will recommend Baek Lee Young to become the head of the martial arts alliance. Tang Chung narrowed his eyes cautiously, pondering, so we should not cut off our relationship with the martial arts alliance. Mangryo immediately narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile. No, in fact, this is the perfect time to sever ties with the martial arts alliance. Tang Chung burst into another wild laughter, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. He gripped the documents on the table tightly. He couldn't help but be intrigued, as Mangryo seemed to have understood his ambitions. Tang Chung laughed even more excitedly, his teeth chattering. I am very interested in what you just said. Even if I only guessed half right, I still love your idea. Mangryo also felt that his assessment of Tang Chung's ambition was correct. He then elaborated on his reasoning. Why did the poison sects in Unnam attack the medicinal sects, and who is the mastermind behind it? The sects in the poison block in Unnam are, after all, just low-grade and have no choice but to obey the orders of the Poison Valley. The more Mangryo analyzed, the more arrogant he became about his deduction skills, talking non-stop. Since arriving here, I have noticed a few interesting things. Without your permission, not only the poison block in Unnam, but even the poison sects in Muram's Central Plains couldn't have done such things, and I have also discovered the things that the poison sects will obtain after eliminating the medicinal sects. It is. Tang Chung quickly grew impatient with Mangryo's rambling. Scowling, he sat down and cut him off. Stop, don't waste time repeating things we already know, that's enough. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chung abruptly changed the subject of the conversation in a confusing direction. Last year, because there were too many corrupt officials in the government, flood control was a complete mess. And because the snowfall this winter was twice as heavy as last year, the snowdrifts piled up on the mountains. When spring comes, that snow will melt. Besides, during the monsoon season this summer, the massive rainfall that usually occurs every 4 years will also appear. Mangryo furrowed his brows, confused. He couldn't understand why Tang Chung suddenly started talking about natural disasters. Tang Chung continued enthusiastically, despite the conversation straying further and further from the main topic. If the water level of the Yellow River rises and overflows, causing floods that submerge homes, livestock, and farms, then everyone will starve to death after losing their homes, and corpses will litter the streets. The rats will dispose of the bodies, becoming fat in the process, and the Muram Central Plains will experience an unprecedented plague throughout the summer. At that time, the highest number of deaths in history will be recorded. Mangryo slowly envisioned the terrifying scenario described by Tang Chung, but he still couldn't understand why this was being brought up. Until Tang Chung cracked a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with a deep murderous intent. Perhaps even the Muram masters of the top 10 sects in the Jianghu wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, Mangryo seemed to wake up. He finally understood what Tang Chung wanted to do by taking advantage of the plague. He immediately remembered what he had heard earlier when he received the 5 Suns pill from Tang Clan's people. Tang Clan's subordinate had told Mangryo at the time, we will provide you with an unlimited amount of poison. If you can prove the effectiveness of the poison with a large number of test subjects, we guarantee that we will support you even more. Mangryo was shocked to realize that his previous speculations were still too naive. Could their goal be more than just improving the 5 Suns pill and turning it into a weapon? This was no longer a simple riot or civil war, but something more terrifying than his imagination could grasp. Looking at Tang Chung's face, where murderous intent and fiery desire intertwined in his eyes, Mangryo couldn't help but shiver. The desire to rule the world, was that what Hades wanted to achieve? After being satisfied with the plan Mangryo had outlined, Tang Chung tossed a finely carved jade pendant onto the ground and told him to keep it, an indirect way of saying that he accepted Mangryo's proposed idea. When Mangryo looked down at the jade pendant, which had the title Hades engraved on it, Tang Chung explained, this is proof that you will receive full support from the Tang clan. Make good use of the information I've just given you and put in your best effort. Even if you feel that your actions are crossing the boundaries of morality, it's okay. Mangryo picked up the jade pendant and asked Tang Chung again, crossing the boundaries of morality, does that mean I can proceed with what I just told you? Tang Chung clicked his tongue and replied, I'll be honest with you, I like you more than that poison dragon, that's why I accepted your proposal about him to draw you in. After you bring him here, you can marry him to Haran or not, it doesn't matter to me, you don't need to ask my permission for this, I will take responsibility for whatever happens. After giving his instructions, Tang Chung waved his hand, signaling for Mangreo to leave. Having achieved his goal, Mangreo had no intention of staying any longer, he didn't even bother to bow to Tang Chung, but turned and walked towards the door. However, just a few steps away, Mangreo suddenly stopped, he hesitated, looking at the jade pendant in his hand, contemplating something with a thoughtful expression. After a moment of contemplation, his mustache twitched upwards, he suddenly smiled, a sinister and profound smile clearly revealed. Without hesitation, Mangreo turned around, aiming straight for Tang Chung's desk and strode towards it with a confident and agile gait, not afraid of alarming Tang Chung. Upon reaching Tang Chung's desk, Mangreo, without a word, slammed the jade pendant in his hand onto the table, making a loud bang as if he wanted to destroy the precious jade. Tang Chung was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked down at the jade pendant, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. After a moment of bewilderment, Tang Chung began to get angry, his face contorted, his teeth grinding as he questioned Mangreo, "What do you think you're doing?" Mangreo continued to grip the jade pendant tightly, his words disrespectful towards Tang Chung. "Hades, Tang Chung, I never expected you to do everything I told you, you're a far more boring old man than I imagined." Mangreo spoke, his mouth twisting into a mocking smile at Tang Chung's face. He seemed to have no air of someone inferior to Tang Chung, in terms of martial arts or power. The wrinkles on Tang Chung's face immediately tightened, revealing his anger and disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Mangreo dared to act so recklessly. However, even facing Tang Chung's furious expression like a volcano about to erupt, Mangreo remained unfazed, continuing to smirk slyly. In his eyes, there wasn't even a trace of fear before Tang Chung's authority. Tang Chung had to exert great control to remain calm and not strangle Mangreo with his arrogant and provocative attitude. His pupils trembled as he stared intently at him, but there was also a hint of curiosity and wonder in his eyes about why Mangreo dared to act so defiantly. After the fury in his heart subsided a bit, Tang Chung's eyes returned to the jade pendant that Mangreo was gripping tightly on the table. He suddenly realized Mangreo's intention when he boldly challenged his authority right in the Tang clan's territory. Although Mangreo had placed the jade pendant on the table, he continued to hold it tightly. This showed that he didn't want to give up the privilege that Tang Chung had granted him. He was simply testing whether the privilege was really true as Tang Chung had said earlier. After understanding Mangreo's childish trick, the anger bubbling inside Tang Chung instantly vanished like a soap bubble, his facial muscles quickly relaxed, and a happy smile of amusement spread across his lips, intrigued by Mangreo's audacity. After regaining his composure in a relaxed atmosphere, Tang Chung revealed another piece of confidential information he had heard. "Oh, by the way, I forgot about this, Sage Haewol Jianan may summon you soon." Tang Chung cheerfully reminded Mangreo, "That's your chance to show your abilities, so I hope you won't disappoint me." Mangreo, at this moment, finally bowed respectfully to Tang Chung. "Understood." Immediately after, Tang Chung immersed himself back in his work, while Mangreo left contentedly with a leisurely and relaxed demeanor. The others in the office remained indifferent to the incident, all adhering to the principle of silence and focusing on their tasks. As Mangreo walked out of the office, he chuckled inwardly with delight, seeing that the old man did not respond to his provocation. He had his confirmation. "As long as I carry this with me wherever I go, I can break through any boundary I desire." Mangreo rejoiced, squeezing the jade pendant in his hand like a precious treasure. The more he thought, the more arrogant he became. He held his head high with a smug expression. "Now I am certain, Hades is behind me, and even if he demands something from me in return, it will not be an issue. Because this power is a great aid in achieving my plans, this is the most profitable deal I could have made." Mangreo couldn't contain his joy and started to cackle with a gap-toothed grin. He had to make a great effort to suppress that joyous laughter until he reached the outer gate of the tower. Only then did his cackling laughter erupt, echoing through the entire Tang family compound. His insidious tone further heightened the eerie, ominous atmosphere that permeated the place. At the same time, the sunset cast its shadows over the mountain ranges in the Qinghai region. A day's journey from Shandong, Ryung Kyung's fleeing group had been traveling non-stop since dawn, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. They finally reached the location of an abandoned inn, which was actually a resting place prepared in advance by the evil sects in the big cities for emergencies. As Ryung Kyung stepped off the carriage, she couldn't help but feel pity for everyone. Both the people and the horses were completely drained. But it seems we've managed to temporarily avert a crisis. Ryung-kyung breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing into the distance at the trail they had just traversed, there was no sign of enemy pursuit or scouts following their tracks. Feeling more at ease, Ryung-kyung turned to face the members of her group, who were awaiting her decision. Let's rest here for a while before we continue our journey. After everyone ate some dry rations and took a quick wash, they assigned watch duty and divided themselves into rooms to rest. Soon, darkness descended. The peaceful atmosphere after the recent storms made sleep even more precious for them. Everyone quickly fell into a deep sleep after 2 days of continuous, high-intensity activity. Pyeonbok and Eunjong had bickered with each other the entire way, but in their sleep, they lay beside each other with immense comfort and familiarity. Like a family, even their snores were in sync. The indescribable fatigue even caused So-So, who was sharing a room with the two snorers, to remain completely unresponsive. She almost slipped into unconsciousness as soon as she laid her head on the pillow. The night was well advanced, and everyone was sound asleep, but Ryung-kyung was still exerting her inner energy to fight off the poison within her body. Although she tried her best to expel the toxins, she couldn't completely rid herself of the specially made poison from the Tang family. At that moment, there was a faint knocking sound at the door. Ryung-kyung wasn't surprised and didn't even bother to ask the identity of the person. She invited them in immediately. It turned out to be Jagang-jin. He politely entered the room and quickly closed the door behind him, apologizing. Ryung-kyung chuckled playfully, her voice weak. "Young warrior, you must have nerves of steel, daring to enter a woman's room at this late hour." Jagang-jin responded with complete seriousness. "Didn't you tell me to come to your room around 11 p.m.? Ryung-kyung puckered her lips and shook her head teasingly. "Oh, look at you, not playing along with my joke. You truly are a boring man." Seeing that Ryung-kyung had been exerting her inner energy for a long time but remained no better, Jagang-jin couldn't help but feel worried. It seemed her condition hadn't improved at all. Ryung-kyung let out a bitter sigh and paused her practice. "Yes, the Tang family's poison is hard to escape unless you have the antidote they concocted." Jagang-jin finally had the chance to sit down and discuss the matter with Ryung-kyung. Was it the Tang family's poison? Did the Tang family have a hand in this attack on the base? Ryung-kyung nodded sadly. "There's no way to know for sure. After all, I was poisoned and lost this arm not during the battle at the base, but in the place where I was poisoned." After contemplating for a moment, Ryung-kyung looked at Jagang-jin with hesitant eyes mixed with worry. Finally, she decided to reveal everything he didn't know. "The truth is, before I brought you to the base, after the battle in Nanjia village, Mangryo made me a proposition." Jagang-jin reacted with a look of astonishment and uncertainty upon hearing this. He could only remain silent and patiently listen as Ryung-kyung recounted the story, the details she had kept hidden out of concern for his life. Jagang-jin remained silent and listened patiently as Ryung-kyung summarized the terms of the agreement Mangryo had proposed in Nanjia village, but when she started talking about what happened to her after he left Shandong base, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion within him. Without Ryung-kyung having to recount the fierce battle on top of Mount Laosan, Jagang-jin interrupted her with a voice filled with indignation. "If that's the case, then the one who brought you to this state is." Ryung-kyung nodded sadly, remembering the battle. "Yes, Jing Wang and the Jaegao clan were mobilized and ambushed us. It seems Mangryo had anticipated that we would split up and take our own paths." Seeing that Jagang-jin's eyes were filled not only with anger but also with self-reproach, Ryung-kyung reassured him. "I know you very well. Let me tell you this, you don't need to blame yourself for that incident. It's my fault for putting myself in this situation. From the beginning, I never intended to accept his offer." Ryung-kyung felt that the atmosphere had become heavy, so she took the initiative to lift the teapot, intending to pour some tea for Jagang-jin to calm him down, but her hand trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to even hold the teapot steady. Ryung-kyung concealed her inner pain with a forced smile and a kind look towards Jagang-jin. "Why should we make others bear the suffering to obtain what we desire?" Jagang-jin's eyes finally softened slightly. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache as he watched Ryung-kyung's trembling hand holding the teapot. He knew that someone as kind as her wouldn't blame others, but a sense of guilt still lingered heavily in his heart. Jagang-jin, feeling awkward and unsure how to comfort Ryung-kyung in this situation, quickly took the teapot from her hand. Then, he poured 2 cups of warm tea in silence, his heart filled with regret for leaving and an even stronger desire to do something to make up for the pain Ryung-kyung and the others had endured. Ryung-kyung knew that Jagang-jin would definitely feel guilty, but at least he was no longer displaying the agitated reaction he had earlier. Now, she could manage a faint smile, feeling slightly more at ease that he wouldn't do anything rash or foolish. After taking a sip of tea, Ryung-kyung calmly changed the subject to the main matter. Anyway, I have some things I want to discuss privately with you, so that's why I called you here at this hour. Seeing that Jagang-jin had regained his composure and focus, Ryung-kyung seriously proposed, concerning the 9-glow azure jade toad technique, I want to teach you everything I know about it. Jagang-jin didn't seem surprised, on the contrary, he appeared to have anticipated this. So what I learned earlier wasn't everything, right? Ryung-kyung nodded in confirmation. Yes, what I passed on to you at that time was only a portion, not the whole thing. Jagang-jin contemplated, his head lowered as he stared into his cup of tea for a moment. Then, he hesitantly spoke. I heard you tell the story of the 9-glow azure jade toad technique on our way here. I have some guesses that the hardships you faced in the past stemmed from the toad technique, your family's poison sex martial art. I'm wondering if this is a technique that you can easily pass on to others like this. Why are you teaching it to me, someone who doesn't belong to the evil sex in the big cities and isn't even your disciple? Ryung-kyung didn't hesitate to acknowledge her reasoning to Jagang-jin. It's for the benefit of both you and me. You chose to come back instead of leaving. Perhaps you've started to feel more responsible for us after the recent battle, after you realized something. Jagang-jin listened calmly and silently acknowledged the accuracy of Ryung-kyung's guesses. She also sincerely admitted her dependence on him. I really want to say you don't need to feel responsible for us, but to be honest, the current state of both me and the members of the sect isn't very promising. We're in a situation where we have no choice but to rely on others, Ryung-kyung said, trembling as she clutched the teacup tightly. Clearly, she felt more powerless than ever. Although she tried to hide it, her mournful expression couldn't mask the sadness of feeling useless. Unable to protect her subordinates, Ryung-kyung forced down a lump in her throat, trying to sound encouraging as she spoke to Jagang-jin. Passing this power on to someone who willingly helps us in our current situation is also for our own protection. But passing this power on to you isn't just for you to fight for us. Mastering the 9-glow azure jade toad technique will surely be beneficial to you as well. Jagang-jin knew that learning this powerful technique would be highly advantageous for his revenge quest, but it seemed that Ryung-kyung had more to it than that. After pausing for a moment due to her weak breath, Ryung-kyung continued her explanation to Jagang-jin. Do you remember what I said about your physical condition? Your vitality will be significantly depleted if you use the Heaven's Blood Fury technique. At this rate, you won't live past 3 years, but there is still a way to help you. According to Ryung-kyung's analysis, the 9-glow azure jade toad technique is a type of martial art that creates a protective wall in certain parts of the body. These areas become places where inner energy accumulates, creating an instantaneous energy explosion when the user needs it. After yesterday's battle, Jagang-jin already has one such wall within his body. If he can use the 9-glow azure jade toad technique to build 9 such walls, it will open the only path to eliminate the side effects of the Heaven's Blood Fury technique, meaning his lifespan will increase. However, these are all the tips that Ryung-kyung can offer Jagang-jin as someone who has only built 5 walls, meaning she has only reached the 5-glow stage within the 9-glow realm. The rest she can only guide him. To create more walls, you'll need the help of the Qingcheng sect leader, the high-ranking Taoist Muam. I believe with your character, you can do it. Jagang-jin, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke, but what he said seemed unrelated to their current discussion. If that's your request for help, then I agree. Ryung-kyung burst into laughter, unable to comprehend what was going on in Jagang-jin's head. She teased him, request for help, haha. It seems our thought processes are out of sync. Chances are I'll make more requests as I continue teaching you this technique. However, Jagang-jin was very serious and straightforward, addressing the issue Ryung-kyung had always avoided directly. With my current strength, I'm certain I won't be able to defeat Baek Lee-young without taking his life. Ryung-kyung was speechless for a moment, stunned. She instantly realized that Jagang-jin wasn't concerned about whether she was using the teaching of martial arts as a way to force him to protect her and the members of the sect. What he was thinking about was their previous agreement from the first time they met. At that moment, Ryung-kyung had used 3 favors just to exchange with Jagang-jin a single condition. In the future, even if it's someone you desperately want to kill, please spare him if I ask, just once. Ryung-kyung choked back a sob and remained silent for a moment, eventually unable to contain the emotions rising within her, and spoke with a bitter tone. You knew, didn't you? Jagang-jin responded quietly. I only guessed. You once said that while everyone thinks he's a noble and righteous warrior, in reality, he's rotten from the inside and incredibly wicked. Add to that your obsession with the faction led by Baek Lee-young, your previous request, and the reason you taught me these skills. Although Jagang Jin and the medical factions harbored deep resentment towards Baek Lee-young, and it was obvious that he longed to personally end him, seeing Ryung Kyung's current state and her sincere help, Jagang Jin began to change his mind. With sincerity, he offered his guarantee to Ryung Kyung, "I will accept your request, and I will personally escort Baek Lee-young before you so he can pay for the crimes he committed against you and all of us." Ryung Kyung was completely speechless before Jagang Jin's sensitivity. He had realized that she wanted him to spare Baek Lee-young not out of lingering feelings, but because she wanted to personally kill him. However, Ryung Kyung's silence made Jagang Jin think that she was hesitant and wanted to decline his good intentions, so he added, "Because I promised to accept your request before." Ryung Kyung choked back a sob and lowered her head, hiding her sorrow-filled face. At this moment, she couldn't say anything other than expressing her gratitude to Jagang Jin. "Thank you for not forgetting that." Meanwhile, at the Hogwang City branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, Baek Lee Kwan had returned unharmed but didn't seem to be remorseful for his actions. He continued to go to Baek Lee-young's room and yell to bother him, "Master, please listen to what your disciple has to say. There are hidden secrets in the death of the extraordinary envoy. It's clear that after what happened in Shandong, Baek Lee Kwan has discovered irregularities, but he doesn't know that the person he's begging to investigate the truth is the mastermind." Advisor Shim Hak on the side can only try to stop Baek Lee Kwan before he gets too excited. "Please go back, sir." Baek Lee Kwan didn't give up and continued to beg Baek Lee-young loudly, "If you have a suggestion, master, it will definitely be accepted. Please ask the Alliance to investigate this matter again." Baek Lee-young was already upset because of the failed pursuit of Ryung Kyung and now he was being bothered, so he retorted, "Is that all you have to say?" Baek Lee Kwan immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "I'm so sorry for not following your orders and going to Unnam alone. I lost my ability to think clearly when I heard that the person who killed the extraordinary envoy was there." Baek Lee-young angrily gulped down his tea to calm himself and bluntly dismissed Baek Lee Kwan. "So you know what you did? I don't want to hear anything more. Get out of here." Baek Lee Kwan was determined to find justice for his beloved, so he even resorted to emotional tactics to sway Baek Lee-young. Master, no, father." However, Baek Lee-young did not hesitate and responded to his adopted son's fervent plea with an icy, sharp gaze. "I said, get out." At that moment, murderous intent erupted simultaneously from his cold, hard eyes. Baek Lee Kwan, fueled by the power of his burning love, was not afraid of Baek Lee-young's intimidating gaze. Instead, he glared back, showing strong defiance. Seeing the tense situation, Shim Hak hurriedly advised Baek Lee Kwan, "Sir, this is not the right time. Please come back another time." Eventually, Baek Lee Kwan was forced to stand up and leave Baek Lee-young's office, his footsteps heavy with resentment. After Baek Lee Kwan and Shim Hak left, Baek Lee-young continued to try to control his anger and poured himself another cup of tea to calm down. He gulped down the tea as if it were plain water. At this point, even the most delicious tea wouldn't have been appealing to him anymore. Even after finishing most of the pot of tea, Baek Lee-young couldn't feel any better. As soon as he put the teapot down, flames of anger erupted in his eyes when he saw Ryung Kyung's severed arm neatly placed in a box. The arm was even sprinkled with salt to slow down decomposition. Haewol Jinan had returned this item to Baek Lee-young. The reason attached to the lid of the box was because there's no head, body, or complete limbs of Ryung Kyung. He also requested that when all the parts are collected, they should be sent together. Obviously, it was an indirect criticism by Haewol Jinan towards Baek Lee-young's incompetence and indecisiveness, since he didn't personally participate in the pursuit of Ryung Kyung. She escaped. Even though Baek Lee-young was very frustrated, he couldn't do anything but dwell on his anger. A peaceful night passed in the hideout of the evil sects in the big cities. The next morning, as everyone woke up, they eagerly held a meeting to discuss their next destination and their escape journey. As soon as they heard Jagang Jin's suggestion, everyone was shocked and astonished, especially Anjang, unable to contain his panic, exclaimed, "Brother, what did you say?" Anjang was the most shocked, his face pale with worry. Following him, the members of the faction responded with equal excitement. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Jagang Jin remained very resolute about his idea and emphasized it again for everyone. "It seems that some of you still haven't heard clearly what I just said, so I'll repeat it again. We're going back to where we left, back to Sichuan, Mount Qingcheng." Jagang Jin's eyes now showed determination and an unshakable belief in his plan. Since they had discussed it beforehand, Ryung Kyung beside him didn't show any sign of dissent. Everyone heard Jagang Jin's suggestion again, and their reaction became even more intense. Protests resounded throughout the inn. "Mount Qingcheng, you want us to go to Mount Qingcheng right now?" Why did you make such a decision? If we go back there, we'll have to face the enemies who are desperately hunting us down. It wasn't easy for us to escape, and now you want to go back into the lion's den. Unjan was even so panicked that he couldn't speak. Seeing Ryung Kyung completely calm in the face of Jagang Jin's crazy idea, everyone began to turn to her with questions. Liege, do you also agree to this? Ryung Kyung hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded, affirming her trust in Jagang Jin. Yes. Pyeonbok continued to ask, why? Jagang Jin stepped forward to explain thoroughly, we have to face reality, most of us were seriously injured in the previous battle and don't have enough time to wait for recovery. Therefore, our travel speed will decrease. We have managed to lose the enemy up to now, but they will definitely not give up the pursuit. In that case, if we encounter them again, casualties will be countless. Hearing this, Pyeonbok became even more agitated and fiercely protested. That's why we need to avoid facing them. We can't go back to where the enemy is waiting for us. However, Jagang Jin firmly presented a completely opposite argument. This is the best time to get past them. They think they are the hunters pursuing those who escaped from Sichuan, which is us. They will definitely not pay attention to anyone heading into Sichuan. Everyone hearing this, their opposition vanished, and they shifted to astonishment, their eyes widening at Jagang Jin's daring yet seemingly logical idea. Seeing that everyone's response had become more positive, Jagang Jin explained the plan in detail. We will disguise ourselves as merchants heading into the Sichuan region and then go to Mount Qingcheng. From there, we will completely lose them. The members of the faction nodded at each other and murmured in discussion. Right, the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't enter Mount Qingcheng. Even if they discover us, they can't flaunt their power there. Unjong, who had been silent in confusion for a while, finally spoke again with a worried expression. But there's no guarantee that the Qingcheng faction will accept everyone. In response to Unjong, there was silence from Jagang Jin. He stared at the young man for a while, making him unconsciously feel that something was wrong with the plan. As predicted, Jagang Jin sincerely clasped his hands and bowed to Unjong. Please help us. Unjong was even more startled, jumping as if he had stepped on a nail. Huh, what? Jagang Jin hesitated for a moment then confessed to Unjong. I'll be honest with you, the reason I want to go to Mount Qingcheng is because I want to take advantage of your presence. If we keep you in our hands until we pass Mount Qingcheng, I think the Qingcheng faction won't attack us. Unjong couldn't contain his disappointment and began to cry softly, but he didn't refuse Jagang Jin's tactic. Instead, he gave a reminder. So, I will become your hostage then. I don't know how my senior brothers and other brothers will react, but my master will definitely not let this go easily. Even though he knew it would be difficult, Jagang Jin remained firm in his idea. I will try to negotiate with him at that time, but if he still won't concede, then we will have to fight. As soon as Unjong heard this, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. You want to fight my master? The young man's desperate cries grew even louder, but everyone in the inn had now changed their minds and leaned towards Jagang Jin. It seems this isn't as reckless as we first thought. Right, that's right, because if things continue like this, the enemy will easily catch us. Everyone's eyes gradually shifted from anxiety and confusion to full confidence in Jagang Jin's plan. Seeing this, Ryung Kyung and Jagang Jin felt their own confidence and determination to implement this somewhat risky idea strengthened. After changing their clothes to look more like merchants and porters, Ryung Kyung's caravan turned back towards the mountain trail they had left. Half a day passed, and they hadn't encountered any enemies. Unjong was dazed the whole journey, deeply concerned about the punishment he would have to face. In contrast, Pyeonbok seemed relaxed and leisurely, as if he was on a stroll, thinking about transporting tons of food back and forth like this in broad daylight. It feels like we're on a sightseeing trip or something. The deeper they traveled into Sichuan territory, the more tense and anxious everyone in the caravan became. They were all highly alert and ready to fight at any moment. Jagang Jin even disguised himself as a driver to lead the way, further bolstering their confidence and reassuring them. Around midday, as the caravan passed through the most deserted outskirts of Sichuan, Jagang Jin suddenly noticed a loud commotion ahead. The sound of horses' hooves grew louder and more urgent. He quickly warned everyone, they're coming. Not only could everyone hear the sound of hooves pounding the ground getting closer, but they also saw a thick cloud of dust billowing up in the distance on the road ahead. The sound of the hooves grew louder, making the atmosphere even more tense, but everyone tried to stay as calm as possible to avoid suspicion. Jagang Jin cautiously reminded everyone before the enemy came into view, everyone, stay calm and act naturally. Finally, the enemy approached close enough for them to see clearly. It was a large group of people and horses, charging furiously, creating a powerful tremor that shook the ground. Everyone in the fake merchant caravan took a deep breath and adjusted their facial expressions. If they showed any sign of being startled, even a little, the plan would be exposed immediately. Even their steps couldn't be rushed or shaky as the enemy galloped past them. Especially for those who have the ability to express terrible murderous intent like Jagang Jin, staying calm is even more important. Just a hint of revealed murderous intent will make the enemy pay attention to them immediately, but luckily he was very good at restraining his murderous intent from showing. The people sitting inside the carriage were also so nervous that they pursed their lips tightly, not daring to breathe loudly. The carriage's windows were forced to stay closed even though Pyeonbok and Unjan were both highly curious and wanted to peek out to see what was going on. What does it look like from the outside? The enemy was diligently pursuing their mission of assassination, so their speed was much faster than the fake merchant caravan. In no time, they were out of sight. Everyone couldn't help but instinctively glance back at the enemy's disappearing shadow. When they could no longer hear the sound of hooves, meaning the enemy was far away, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, looking at each other with bright faces. Truly, they had succeeded, they had outwitted them. Jagang Jin also felt more confident after successfully overcoming this first obstacle, but he was not complacent. He carefully reminded everyone, "It's not over yet, we have to act exactly the same when we meet the remaining pursuing groups." Pyeonbok, sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but laugh with joy. "No one will catch us, ho ho." To come up with such an idea in such a short time, he's a truly interesting young man. Nightfall descended quickly, as the fake merchant caravan had to travel at a moderate speed to avoid drawing attention. They had not yet reached Qingqing Mountain, however, they had at least safely passed several challenges encountering enemies along the way. As the night deepened, the fake merchant caravan was forced to drive into a clearing in the forest to set up camp and rest. Only then did Jagang Jin dare to breathe a sigh of relief and tell Ryung Kyung, "Everyone has done very well what we discussed earlier. Although everyone has disguised themselves, it is certainly not easy for them to act naturally in such close proximity to danger." As Jagang Jin spoke, he let out heavy breaths filled with anxiety. In the past, he only acted alone, taking revenge regardless of his own life, so he had never experienced the tension of carrying the lives of dozens of people like this. Ryung Kyung could see the anxiety in Jagang Jin's heart, so she immediately smiled encouragingly at him. "Although you don't belong to the evil sects in the big cities, you are the one who saved our lives." Ryung Kyung couldn't help but feel moved as she looked at her subordinates happily eating and drinking, for the door of hope had opened before them. She was even more grateful for Jagang Jin's help. "I'm sure everyone trusts you a lot now." Another interesting thing is that after just 2 days, Unjang has become much closer to everyone, especially Pyeonbok and So. He often forgets that he belongs to the righteous Qingqing Mountain sect, who should be distanced from those rumored to be demonic outsiders of the evil sects in the big cities. Jagang Jin couldn't help but smile as he saw their harmony and innocent, carefree demeanor. Since being with Ryung Kyung and this gang, he has laughed more, and his heart has become warmer. After resting for a while, Ryung Kyung suddenly stood up and told Jagang Jin, "There are still a few days before we reach Qingqing Mountain. In the meantime, I will finish teaching you the rest of the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu." Thinking for a moment, Ryung Kyung smiled slyly and glanced at Jagang Jin. "Another reason you want to go to the Qingqing sect's territory is to meet the high-ranking Taoist Muem, right?" Jagang Jin didn't intend to hide his personal goal from Ryung Kyung. He readily nodded in agreement and looked at her with sincere eyes, clearly revealing his desire to become stronger and his hope to prolong his life. Ryung Kyung couldn't help but feel happy for Jagang Jin because he was living more like a normal person compared to when she first met him. She immediately began diligently teaching him martial arts throughout the journey for the next few days. First, she explained to him the techniques that made up the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu. As Ryung Kyung had told Jagang Jin before, Tame Shu is a martial arts technique of the Taoist sect. Its main cultivation method is that the flow of internal energy will be like water flowing into a dam, and the water will burst out all at once when you actively release the dam. However, Wu Lei Tame Shu is a technique that is used more by the demonic cult than the Taoist sect. Through cultivation, power is amplified by rotating it in 5 different storage locations. It can also be said that it is the origin of the Tian Xuanu technique that Jagang Jin once used. Wu Lei Tame Shu is a combination of Tame Shu and Wu Lei Tian Dong Shu, to put energy into the 5 dams inside the body and then create something like a whirlpool to amplify the power of that internal energy. However, the worrying thing is that users of Wu Lei Tame Shu will suffer serious internal injuries when blood vessels act as dams and accumulate internal energy inside them. It's similar to how Wu Lei Tian Dong Shu can damage blood vessels because it creates whirlpools to amplify power within. No matter how strong a warrior is, everyone acknowledges that using such cultivation methods for a long time can be life-threatening, and the result of research with the idea of compensating for one's own shortcomings led to the creation of the Guangmingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tame Shu. Guangmingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tame Shu, an improvement over Wu Lei Tame Shu, is most evident in its relation to 9 locations in the human body, not just 5 anymore. The practitioner will erect not just 5, but 9 dams. Of course, they will still use the whirlpool to disperse energy, but by setting up 9 dams, the practitioner will have a more stable source of power. After carefully explaining Guangmingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tame Shu, Ryung Kyung began to analyze Jagang Jin's current condition, because he has now accumulated energy concentrated in the middle dantian, which is also the location of one of the 9 dams. So Jagang Jin already possesses one of the 9 dams. Ryung Kyung calls it Yi Guang. As his cultivation gradually increases and more dams appear like this inside his body, he will get closer to the Jiuguang limit. Ryung Kyung enthusiastically explained this martial arts technique to Jagang Jin tirelessly. He listened attentively to her detailed instructions from morning until rest time. Fortunately, Jagang Jin has a high capacity for learning and understanding, so his cultivation was not difficult. 2 days later, the fake merchant caravan finally reached Qingcheng Mountain in Sichuan. It's called a mountain, but it is actually a continuous mountain range. The area around the main mountain peak also belongs to the Qingcheng sect's territory. The Qingcheng sect's headquarters is located on the peak of a mountain that is only of medium height compared to the surrounding mountains. However, this location has a large, flat mountaintop that is more suitable for placing headquarters than other mountains. The appearance of the fake merchant caravan entering the Qingcheng sect's territory immediately attracted the attention of the Taoist priests patrolling at the foot of the mountain. The information was quickly reported to headquarters early in the morning. A young Taoist priest anxiously ran in to report to Bakshan's great pupil, big senior brother, some people have entered our Qingcheng sect's territory. It seems like it's the same caravan that carried Zhang away the other day. What should we do? Bakshan's great pupil, who had just woken up, was stunned for a moment after hearing the shocking news. Although the relationship between the disciples in the sect is quite good, Zhang's return with the group from the evil sects in the big cities makes the situation very difficult to solve. Zhang also knows this clearly, so when he sat in the carriage and entered the Qingcheng sect's territory, he couldn't stop trembling, his teeth chattering against each other, cold sweat poured out like a stream. Pyeonbok, seeing the boy trembling like a dog, immediately looked annoyed. You're too worried, just sit there and see. Zhang still couldn't stop trembling with a pale face. That's because I really don't dare think about the punishment my master will give me. Seeing Zhang so scared that he was crying and sobbing, Jagang Jin couldn't help but curiously ask the boy, what kind of person is Taoist Bak Chun? However, the one who answered Jagang Jin's question was Ryung Kyung, with her eyes gazing into the distance. He is the representative of the sect leader Muam, who never likes to show himself. Because he represents the sect leader, he must be very strong. He is a very hot-tempered person and has a self-esteem that is stronger than steel, so those who don't like him often call him a moving boulder. It is rumored that the reason why the Qingcheng sect did not join the martial arts alliance is because of his stubborn temperament. He is a very difficult person to deal with, so it's best to avoid him if possible. Although she seems to be criticizing Bakshan, there is a sense of great respect in Ryung Kyung's voice. After being silent for a moment with a contemplative look, Ryung Kyung suddenly smiled bitterly. However, he already has a not-so-happy relationship with me. Ryung Kyung's voice softened, as if she was talking to herself, reminiscing about a distant past. Jagang Jin, of course, couldn't understand her last words, but he didn't dare to ask because he sensed something hidden that she didn't want to reveal. Suddenly, a stream of energy unexpectedly appeared and pressed down on the atmosphere inside the carriage, causing Jagang Jin to open his eyes wide in shock. The space around him felt like it was squeezing, making him completely unable to move. The next second, the horses pulling the carriage whinnied in panic, and the carriage slammed on its brakes, causing a violent disturbance inside. Pyeonbok couldn't help but scream in surprise and panic. What's happening? Zhang, sensing the familiar energy and knowing who it came from, was even more terrified and cried out, it's starting. As the carriage shook violently, Jagang Jin sensed a tidal wave of energy pressing down on them from above. It was a source of internal power with terrifying pressure that made people terrified and dizzy, even though it wasn't the kind of menacing killing intent. Even someone as powerful as Ryung Kyung was suppressed by that energy to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. It seems like what we just talked about has come true. Everyone, get out of the carriage. If he's here, we can't ignore him and continue passing. At this moment, outside the carriage, Bakshin's majestic and dignified footsteps reached the carriages. Ryung Kyung's subordinates in the caravan were all overwhelmed by his pressure, their faces pale, and they couldn't stand steady. While Bakshin hadn't unleashed his internal power again to show his might, Ryung Kyung and everyone else quickly stepped out of the carriage. Ryung Kyung and Jagang Jin both looked at Bakshin with apprehensive eyes, while Eunjong didn't even dare to step out of the carriage after seeing his master's face blocking the front of the caravan. Bakshin appeared with the majestic and valiant demeanor of a tiger, his sharp eyes never left Eunjong, his angry expression evident. The blood vessels on his face also stood out, overflowing with anger. Eunjong finally dared to step out of the carriage and timidly walked in front of Bakshin, his face pale and covered in sweat. Master, master. Not giving Eunjong a chance to explain or apologize, Bakshin directly interrupted the boy with a cold tone. I've already said it, don't ever cross my path again. I've also said, if we encounter each other again, I won't let you go. Eunjong was stunned. It was clear those words were not meant for him. Ryung Kyung immediately stepped forward in front of Eunjong to greet him. Long time no see, Taoist Bakshin. Senior brother, high-ranking Taoist Muam, are you still well? Ryung Kyung smiled gently as if she and Bakshin had known each other for a long time. It didn't look like they were opposing each other at all. However, the response to Ryung Kyung's well-intentioned inquiry was Bakshin's eyes filled with anger. He tightly frowned his eyebrows with a voice filled with indignation, emphasizing each word, that name. Didn't I tell you never to mention that name again? Bakshin erupted in fury like an explosion. The released energy became as hot as fire, making the surrounding air smoke and billow. Bakshin's roar, fierce as a tiger, made Ryung Kyung's subordinates stagger in terror. They were so frightened that they stumbled and fell into each other. Even Ryung Kyung couldn't stand firm against the pressure Bakshin exerted. She was already seriously injured, making her even more vulnerable to his terrifying strength. While everyone instinctively retreated in fear, avoiding Bakshin's gaze, a pair of limping legs boldly stepped forward, approaching him closer. Having experienced the events in the carriage, Jagang Jin was mentally prepared and no longer felt threatened by Bakshin's aura. He silently walked forward, shielding Ryung Kyung from the pressure he exerted. Ryung Kyung was astonished by how quickly Jagang Jin overcame this challenge. Despite the overwhelming pressure Bakshin created, he successfully resisted it with his unwavering will and the deep killing intent within him. Bakshin merely glanced at Jagang Jin's piercing gaze and immediately recognized his identity. Those eyes, filled with killing intent. I think I know who you are. You must be Dok Long. Of course, even if Bakshin knew his opponent was Dok Long, it wouldn't change his hostile attitude. In fact, recognizing him only made this encounter even more difficult. However, Jagang Jin had no intention of letting the injured Ryung Kyung confront someone as powerful as Bakshin. Furthermore, coming here and confronting him was his intention, so he was prepared to intervene no matter how difficult it was. While Jagang Jin's intervention didn't have much effect, it at least drew Bakshin's attention to him for a moment, allowing his anger towards Ryung Kyung to gradually subside. It also gave Ryung Kyung space to recover. After regaining his composure, Bakshin finally noticed Ryung Kyung's pitiful state. Someone as powerful as her now had to be shielded by a young boy like Jagang Jin. Although his face still remained furious, a flicker of pity suddenly appeared in his eyes. Seeing Ryung Kyung so weakened that she stumbled before managing to stand, Bakshin understood why Eunjong had to intervene in the fight, only temporarily stopping Myo-woo from acting wildly and arrogantly. Although Bakshin's heart softened with pity, he still sarcastically taunted Ryung Kyung. "Tsk, you're not worthy of the title of servant of justice at all. You've become so pathetic that you need the help of my little disciple." Immediately after, Bakshin stopped using his anger to overwhelm Ryung Kyung and turned his attention to his foolish disciple. As soon as he called out, Eunjong was so startled and frightened that he hiccuped. A barrage of stern admonishments followed, making Eunjong panic. "You, a disciple of the Qingqing sect, were foolish enough to become a hostage and allow outsiders to easily enter the sect's inviolable territory. What were you thinking?" Eunjong hurriedly explained. Yes, I truly didn't want that, but..." Bakshin bluntly cut Eunjong off with even harsher reprimands. "Stop with the excuses, you rebellious brat. I told you to watch over him and prevent Dok Long from doing anything stupid, but instead, you helped him injure a high-ranking nun in the Ame sect. Do you even realize what a precarious position you've put the Qingqing sect in?" What's more, you brought a group of people whom both the Martial Arts Alliance and the Amaze sect are actively hunting down to this very place. Do you even have a brain? Unjan was completely speechless in the face of Bakshin's scolding and could only lower his head and meekly reply, I'm sorry, master. Of course, Bakshin wouldn't easily forgive the boy with just a few apologies. He snorted coldly, you useless rebel, I'm no longer your master, it's not like I have no one else to take in as a disciple. Unjan was completely stunned by Bakshin's harsh demeanor. His seemingly cold words also made Ryung Kyung fall into deep thought, reminiscing about the past. He was still the same, with a mouth of iron and stone, but his heart was made of tofu. After reprimanding Unjan, Bakshin calmly lowered his voice and said to them, I'll forget about you using Unjan as a hostage to hide in our territory. I'll let it go today because this is all due to my foolish disciple. As the tense atmosphere began to ease, Bakshin pointed to a small temple nearby and made a request to them. That small temple is where I practiced my Dao arts when I was young. You can go there to recuperate until you've fully recovered. I won't care about what happens there. Everyone heard this and happily smiled. Although Bakshin had loudly scolded them, he still provided them with temporary shelter to avoid the storm. For them, this was already the best treatment. However, Bakshin wasn't finished. He used his staff to draw a long line on the ground, as if separating himself from Ryung Kyung's group. The line separated the small temple area from the path leading to the Qingcheng sect's headquarters at the mountain peak. Bakshin frankly gave them a condition, you are not to cross this boundary. Ryung Kyung understood that Bakshin wanted to draw a clear boundary, signifying that he had no involvement with their presence here, meaning he wouldn't protect them from the Martial Arts Alliance, but she had no other choice and could only bow her head and agree, we'll do as you wish. Bakshin let out a sigh of annoyance, but before leaving, he glanced at Ryung Kyung's severed arm with a hint of worry in his eyes. It seemed he couldn't bear it, but in order to prevent the Qingcheng sect from getting involved in trouble, he could only do this. However, as Bakshin turned to leave, Ryung Kyung suddenly spoke in a resolute voice, making him stop. I can't accept that. Jagang Jin's objection stunned everyone into silence. Unjang almost fainted on the spot, as this action by Jagang Jin was also a provocation to someone with a strong ego and a hot temper like Bakshin. As expected, Bakshin felt his authority challenged and immediately turned back with murderous eyes. What did you say? Jagang Jin immediately reasoned with Bakshin frankly, we came here to live, not to die. Bakshin snorted coldly in response, did I tell you to go die? Jagang Jin continued to argue without any hesitation, you said you wouldn't be involved with what happens outside this boundary. That probably doesn't just refer to our presence there, but also to others. Jagang Jin carefully looked at the line drawn on the ground and made a sharp deduction. That's not just a line on the ground, isn't it an implication from the Qingcheng sect that you will just stand by and watch, no matter what happens on the other side of the boundary? That's why, if you leave after drawing that line, your intention is simply to tell us to go die. Finally, Jagang Jin made a request but with a tone that seemed to push Bakshin, if you intend to take us in, then please be responsible for everything that happens on your territory. Bakshin was clearly annoyed, but he also found something interesting about Jagang Jin's personality. Therefore, he didn't immediately chase them away, but instead chuckled with amusement. You have a sharp mind, well deserved of the title Doklong. After thinking for a moment, Bakshin declared, fine, as you said, as long as you remain within the Qingcheng sect's territory, I guarantee that no one will harm you. I, Bakshin, vow that. Everyone heard Bakshin's promise and sighed in relief, feeling elated. However, their joy was premature. Someone with Bakshin's personality, who didn't like to be challenged, wouldn't let Jagang Jin make such a provocative action without a response. He stepped closer to him and laid down a condition. Before that, I need to give you a test to see if you have the qualifications to make such a shameless request to me. Bakshin and Jagang Jin were now standing on either side of the line he had drawn. Their eyes were cold, both challenging the other. Then, Bakshin set the rules for the challenge. The test will consist of 3 rounds. If you don't take a single step away from your current position until it's over, I will recognize your ability as worthy. Jagang Jin cautiously asked, what if I fail? Bakshin generously replied, I will still keep my promise. In reality, he still intended to give Ryung Kyung a chance to rest and heal, but he wasn't comfortable expressing it in a more gentle way. Jagang Jin wasn't finished asking. He hesitated for a moment and continued, then, what if I win? Bakshin was slightly surprised by Jagang Jin's audacity and let out a sarcastic smile, scoffing at his delusional thoughts. That won't happen. However, Jagang Jin stubbornly asked again, what if, in the unlikely event, I actually win, could you listen to another request from me? Seeing this, Bakshin couldn't help but burst into amused laughter. Kukuku, you really are an interesting fellow. Then, he generously agreed to Jagang Jin's request and cheerfully tapped his wooden staff. Alright, I'll listen to your request as well, Kukuku. Everyone observing from the side felt worried for Jagang Jin, but they couldn't intervene knowing his stubborn personality. Unjan desperately wanted to stop him but was afraid of Bakshin, so he just stood there biting his nails and whining. Dok Long, why are you gambling like this? I can't believe Master is taking this seriously. Bakshin then angrily turned to scold Unjan, jabbing his staff towards the boy. Shut up, are you proud of what you did, that you still dare to hold your head high like that? Unjan was scolded and immediately lowered his head in shame. Just then, Jagang Jin suddenly grabbed the wooden staff in Bakshin's hand and stopped him from continuing to jab it towards Unjan. Anyone looking at it would think Jagang Jin was trying to protect Unjan from being scolded. Bakshin also didn't understand what Jagang Jin's actions meant. He furrowed his brow and stared at the staff with a questioning gaze, but Jagang Jin didn't let go of the staff and continued to push it closer to Bakshin's chest. After the wooden staff no longer crossed the boundary on the ground, Jagang Jin grinned slyly and declared, "This is the first round." Everyone, including Bakshin, was speechless. When they looked down at the ground, it was clear that the staff jabbed towards Unjan earlier had accidentally crossed the boundary between them. Jagang Jin, in a cunning way, considered this as an attack on his territory. Of course, this cheating made Bakshin immediately furious. Are you mocking me now? Jagang Jin shrugged nonchalantly. I've been serious all along. Bakshin became even more enraged, grinding his teeth. How dare you use such a despicable trick? Then, Bakshin saw a deeper intention in Jagang Jin's actions. It seems you're trying to gather your strength for something that can finish this in a few moves, right? Jagang Jin knew he was being crafty, but his determination to win made him fearless. I'm just trying my best to win the bet, no matter what it takes. Bakshin angrily snatched the stick from Jagang Jin's hand. If you want to play that way, I won't be polite either. This is the second round. Get ready. Jagang Jin replied without fear. You don't need to be polite. Bakshin coldly snorted with annoyance. I will. Immediately, he raised the stick as if it were a sword. Rage erupted from his body, accompanied by a powerful growl. Make sure you don't take your eyes off me for a second. The terrifying aura emitted by Bakshin startled Jagang Jin. Cold sweat poured down his body, but he stood firm, crossing his arms to protect his chest in a defensive stance. Bakshin gave Jagang Jin time to steady himself, then swung the stick horizontally, aiming for his chest. In a blink of an eye, 16 strikes were unleashed. Only 16 of the 72 strikes of the 72 Shadow Sword were performed, but the force released caused the rocks behind Jagang Jin to fly up. The sword energy erupted like a storm, sweeping in from the front, making Jagang Jin dizzy. He could only hunch down, trying to withstand the onslaught. While firmly pressing his feet against the ground, the sword energy slashed, creating deep, bloody cuts on Jagang Jin's body and countless cracks on the ground behind him. Jagang Jin, severely injured, spat blood on the spot. However, even with his body riddled with cuts, he didn't collapse as Bakshin expected. After performing all 16 strikes at once, Bakshin calmly explained the power of this sword move to Jagang Jin. The 72 Shadow Sword can perform up to 72 strikes in a blink of an eye. This is just 16 out of 72 strikes. Bakshin's words, filled with threats, were aimed at demoralizing Jagang Jin, but he didn't succeed. Not only did Jagang Jin ignore the intimidation, he gritted his teeth and tensed his muscles with even greater determination. At the same time, Jagang Jin pressed his feet firmly into the ground, as if trying to sink them deep down, anchoring himself in place. The aftereffects of the previous strikes were still deeply imprinted on Jagang Jin's body, but he was determined not to give up. He lowered his stance deeper, with a fierce roar that revealed his will. Seeing this, Bakshin casually declared the second round over and warned Jagang Jin about what he would do in the next round. What will you do? In the final round, I will use the full power of the 72 strikes I just mentioned. Unjan, knowing the power of the 72 Shadow Sword, couldn't help but worry. Doklong, stop it. Jagang Jin was breathing heavily but his eyes were determined. Of course, I have to finish the third round, as promised, right? Unjan continued to urgently shout advice to Jagang Jin. The 72 Shadow Sword is a move used to take your opponent's life. Stop it. If this goes wrong, you'll lose your life. However, Jagang Jin didn't pay any attention to Unjan's advice and nonchalantly asked the young boy, so what? Unjan completely didn't understand Jagang Jin's meaning, so he became even more worried. What are you talking about? Jagang Jin calmly replied without any worry. Up until this point, I have overcome many near-death experiences because of my incompetence. So, even if I have to face other challenges, that's not a reason for me to back down." Everyone who heard Jagang Jin's words was amazed by his determination, and no one had any words left to persuade someone who had such unwavering strength. Bakshin couldn't help but burst out laughing, amused by Jagang Jin's unwavering spirit. "He's right, learn from him, my foolish disciple." The next second, Bakshin's tone turned serious as he looked into Jagang Jin's eyes filled with hatred. "Those are the eyes of someone who has imprinted the experiences of the Jianghu into their very bones. I don't know how much chaos and horror he must have experienced to have such eyes filled with resentment." Bakshin felt that the thoughts of someone like Jagang Jin weren't simple at all, and neither was his purpose for challenging him. He couldn't help but curiously ask, "Before we start the final round, I want to ask you something. You said you have another request. What is it?" Jagang Jin replied without hesitation, "I'll tell you if I win." Bakshin had already anticipated Jagang Jin's response, so he clicked his tongue and dismissed it. "Tsk, he's hopeless. Seeing how you continuously provoke my pride, it seems you have some sort of scheme in mind." Then, Bakshin generously spread his arms, indicating that he was waiting for Jagang Jin to make the first move. "Let's begin. Since I attacked you in the previous round, in this final round, I'll let you go first. Use poison, whatever, just use all your abilities." Jagang Jin, as if he had been waiting for this opportunity, then spoke words of provocation, aiming at the stick in Bakshin's hand. "You said that, yet you're still holding that stick." Bakshin didn't hesitate, tossing the stick aside. "This useless thing, I'll throw it away. Do you think that just because I have nothing in my hands, the power of Qingqing swordsmanship will decrease?" Immediately, Bakshin excitedly spread his arms, provoking Jagang Jin. "Here, begin." Jagang Jin remained in his stance, but his hand began to contract and tense. He growled, making a sound like a wild beast. I've begun now." Immediately, blood vessels like a tangled web appeared on Jagang Jin's face and hand. The source of his internal energy was suddenly released at the same time, causing the symptoms of heavenly blood fury to activate automatically. The pain was tormenting his body. The more Jagang Jin channeled his internal energy into his fingertips, the more prominent the blood vessels became. The accumulated energy became so dense that even the flow of air around him was forced to change direction, following the flow of the internal energy that was overflowing. Bakshin, with a quick glance, recognized that this was the heavenly blood fury technique and immediately sneered. "I was still considering sparing you, but it seems that no matter what, you'll lose your life if I let you off. You foolish fool, you're destroying yourself with that power." However, before Bakshin could finish his words, he stopped in surprise and widened his eyes as he realized that the symptoms of heavenly blood fury on Jagang Jin's body were gradually changing. Bakshin couldn't believe that Jagang Jin was able to suppress the overflowing internal energy and control its flow. The blood vessels on his hand were gradually disappearing, but the abundant energy wasn't vanishing. Very quickly, after the symptoms of heavenly blood fury disappeared, Jagang Jin's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant light, making Bakshin even more astonished. But he wasn't surprised in a way that felt apprehensive of this power. He was shocked by the technique Jagang Jin was using. The Radiant Jade Palace 5 Thunder Toad technique was being used. Now, lightning bolts that tore through space were surrounding Jagang Jin. Because he had only just learned this martial art, he couldn't avoid going through a transitional phase between heavenly blood fury and the new technique. Bakshin stared in shock at Jagang Jin, who was bursting with new power. Looking fierce and full of vigor, he recognized the technique, but seemed unwilling to accept the truth before him. Don't tell me it's. Without needing to think about it, Bakshin was certain of the truth. Ryung Kyung had taught Jagang Jin this technique. This made him furious, and he roared with a gaze that was like a bullet, aimed at her. You. Ryung Kyung couldn't say anything at this moment. She could only offer a gentle smile mixed with apprehension, hoping that it would ease the anger that was surging in Bakshin's heart. The moment Bakshin's gaze left Jagang Jin, he seized the opportunity, firmly gripping a poison needle and stabbing it straight at him, aiming for the center of his face, making him startled. In a blink of an eye, the poison needle in Jagang Jin's hand was close to Bakshin's face. When he refocused his attention on Jagang Jin, the distance between him and the needle was only an inch. Although Jagang Jin's sudden attack startled Bakshin, making him lean back slightly, he quickly regained his composure. Before the poison needle could pierce Bakshin's face, he reacted in time, simply flicking his hand to push Jagang Jin's hand away, simultaneously deflecting the needle upwards. Jagang Jin didn't give up on using the poison needle. He nimbly snatched the needle that was still flying in the air. Immediately, another lightning-fast attack was launched. Jagang Jin grasped the poison needle and stabbed it from above. This time, the target was lower, aiming from Bakshin's shoulder to his chest. However, even though Jagang Jin's speed was greatly increased after activating the Radiant Jade Palace 5 Thunder Toad technique, he still wasn't a superior opponent to Bakshin. The two exchanged techniques with their hands in a fierce clash, the airflow released by them colliding, even causing the ground to crack. Everyone watched the fight with intense anticipation. Anjang, seeing Jagang Jin use the Radiant Jade Palace 5 Thunder Toad technique, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "That's it, that's the power Doklong used to defeat Mayawal." Even Bakshin himself didn't expect Jagang Jin to be this strong when facing him. His attack speed was on par with the 72 Shadow Sword. Aside from astonishment, a glimmer of interest flashed in Bakshin's eyes. Although Jagang Jin's movements were still clumsy, it seemed that Bakshin had begun to acknowledge his abilities. This guy, he really is able to use the Radiant Jade Palace 5 Thunder Toad technique now. However, just that alone was not enough for Jagang Jin to be Bakshin's opponent. He quickly found his weak point and threw a strike aimed at the center of his chest. The moment Jagang Jin realized this, Bakshin's palm strike was only about a hand's width away from his chest. If he couldn't defend against this strike, the possibility of being knocked off his feet was very high. Right before Bakshin's palm technique hit Jagang Jin's chest, he promptly raised his crossed arms to shield himself, barely holding on against the strong thrust of his palm technique. Even though his body was a bit wobbly due to the power of Bakshin's blow, luckily Jagang Jin was still able to persevere and not move from his position. After he threw the blow, he quickly retracted his hand. Bakshin struck and withdrew his hand so quickly that he didn't realize his palm had been cut open, bleeding profusely during the impact with Jagang Jin's hand. It wasn't until he saw the blood spraying from the wound that Bakshin was startled to realize he had been caught off guard and injured. It turned out that Jagang Jin had implanted a poison needle into his palm where he had collided with Bakshin's hand. He had willingly taken the injury to inflict damage on his opponent. More importantly, the tip of the poison needle was coated with his most commonly used poison, designed to make his opponent lose the ability to think clearly for a short period of time. Thinking of victory within his grasp, Jagang Jin couldn't help but grin mischievously. Bakshin was immediately annoyed by his sly laughter. His eyes narrowed. "You're pulling tricks again. It seems I need to give you a proper lesson." Immediately after, with an angry scowl and blazing anger, Bakshin began to attack Jagang Jin relentlessly. Jagang Jin, of course, had anticipated the outcome of provoking Bakshin, and although there was a momentary flicker of worry in his heart, he remained resolute, ready to fight back with all his might. The 72 sword shadows were executed with bare hands, but their power was no less terrifying than when using weapons. Continuous bursts of internal energy were released whenever Bakshin's hand moved according to the technique. In over 20 exchanges, although Jagang Jin couldn't launch a single counterattack, he could at least block and defend against Bakshin's fierce attacks. However, Jagang Jin quickly fell into a weak position as his strength dwindled. Bakshin taunted him, "You look like you're about to die. I guess you're not used to this power yet, are you?" As the battle reached its most intense stage, Bakshin revealed the frustration he'd been harboring. "I don't know why Yuwa bestowed this power upon you, but it doesn't suit you." With those words, Bakshin unleashed a torrent of powerful internal energy, attacking Jagang Jin like a storm, leaving him unprepared. It felt like facing a raging storm with shards of sharp glass caught in the wind. The 72 strikes, executed with internal energy instead of weapons, were enough to inflict numerous large and small wounds on Jagang Jin's body. His entire body was covered in blood, and fresh wounds continued to appear, but he stubbornly persisted, trying to hold on. Jagang Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught of strikes while encouraging himself to hold on, despite the agonizing pain tearing through his flesh. Each time Jagang Jin's legs threatened to buckle from the repeated strikes slashing through his thighs and calves, he pressed his heels firmly into the ground, reminding himself, "Just a little longer, I have to endure." By now, everyone had lost their composure. They were all panicking and worried for Jagang Jin, but they couldn't intervene in the fight, as that would ruin all his previous efforts. Even Pyeonbok, who was usually sharp-tongued, couldn't hide his anxiety, expressing concern for Jagang Jin. "If this continues, he'll be finished." Bakshin, at this point, began to feel a chill down his spine at the sight of Jagang Jin's incredible willpower. His anger gradually subsided, and curiosity began to take its place. Gazing into Jagang Jin's unwavering eyes, Bakshin felt a surge of admiration for the mental strength he possessed. "What an incredible spirit! No matter what I do, he won't break." Bakshin couldn't comprehend what fueled Jagang Jin's willpower to such a degree. He began to attack more slowly and asked directly, "You'll lose your life if you keep this up. Is this worth sacrificing your life for?" Jagang Jin remained unfazed, replying, "There is no success without risking one's life. I'm simply using everything I have to win." Driven by his quest for revenge for the innocent deaths of the medical sects, Jagang Jin openly shouted his inner voice. This was what he always reminded himself of whenever he had to overcome a challenge that stood in the way of his vengeance. The moment he heard Jagang Jin's heartfelt plea, Bakshin instantly realized that he wasn't a bloodthirsty maniac as the Jianghu rumors claimed. His willpower was intertwined with a sense of responsibility for the deceased, something worthy of respect. At that precise moment, the final strike of the 72 strikes was unleashed. A long gash of blood erupted from Jagang Jin's abdomen, but Bakshin hadn't used his full power to take his life. The slash across his abdomen wasn't deep, but its force was enough to make Jagang Jin, already exhausted, stagger backward. For a moment, Jagang Jin's consciousness blurred from the blood loss. He lost his balance, about to topple backward, but fortunately, his willpower kicked in, urging his hands and feet to grip the ground firmly, maintaining his position. Blood mixed with sweat, flowing down Jagang Jin's pale face. He gasped for breath, his exhaustion evident. The tense atmosphere fell silent, allowing everyone to hear the sound of blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Close to those bloodstains were Jagang Jin's 2 feet, steadfast and unyielding, still holding their ground. Seeing Jagang Jin's weakened state, on the verge of collapsing, Bakshin finally relented, lowering his hand. "I thought you were just an assassin from the evil sects in the big cities, but it seems you have your own goals. All right, I acknowledge your abilities. I'll spare your life because of your unyielding willpower." As Bakshin was showing his magnanimity, Jagang Jin suddenly interrupted with a weak voice, "No." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as fragmented but firm words emerged from Jagang Jin's blood-stained mouth, his eyes becoming blurry. "I won." Feeling his authority challenged, Bakshin erupted in anger. "Don't be arrogant, kid. I'm sure you realize I deliberately stopped." However, Jagang Jin stubbornly argued, "You've forgotten, haven't you? The outcome of the match isn't determined by whether someone dies or not. It's decided by the condition of not taking a step back. Lift your foot, your left one." Bakshin furrowed his brow, both annoyed and incredulous. As he looked at Jagang Jin, he understood his own abilities better than anyone else, so he was completely confident that he hadn't moved. Therefore, Bakshin had no intention of immediately complying with Jagang Jin's request. However, fueled by a hint of curiosity and doubt, he lifted his foot as requested. As a result, the ground beneath his shoe sole was indeed stained with blood, evidence that he had moved his foot. As Bakshin's face darkened, Jagang Jin smugly emphasized, "If you hadn't moved that foot, there wouldn't be any blood under the sole." Everyone gasped in astonishment. Unjong and Pyeonbok couldn't contain their curiosity, exclaiming, "What's going on? My master lost. How is that possible?" Jagang Jin didn't hesitate to reveal the way he had won. "I had planned it all out before the final round began." At that time, Jagang Jin had requested that Bakshin throw away his weapon, and he did so without hesitation, tossing his staff aside. This was the reason why his attack range had shifted. To utilize the Qingcheng sect swordsmanship, as he had in the previous match, Bakshin would have no choice but to take a step forward to close the distance with Jagang Jin. However, as a master, he wouldn't easily fall for such a simple trap if his mind were clear. So, Jagang Jin had to resort to poison. The needle implanted in Bakshin's hand was laced with numerous toxins, the kind that dull human senses. In that state, if he were to become angry, it would be difficult to avoid momentarily losing his clarity. After hearing the reason for his loss, Bakshin couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction with a sarcastic chuckle. "Oh, so you're saying I advanced step by step without realizing it?" Jagang Jin nodded confidently in affirmation. "That's right." Seeing Bakshin's frustrated expression, Jagang Jin didn't hesitate to show his triumph. "Do you acknowledge your defeat yet?" Bakshin glared at Jagang Jin with furious eyes. "This sly rascal planned from the beginning to make me move. He even calculated every small gap in my thoughts." With that dissatisfaction, Bakshin naturally still hadn't acknowledged his own defeat. He sneered and argued, "I said you win when you make me submit, not that you win if you make me move. Am I wrong?" Jagang Jin was momentarily stunned, then reluctantly nodded. "You are not wrong." Bakshin continued to argue, his voice tinged with displeasure. "After deliberately pushing me back to throw me off guard, you led me to take a step forward, and now you're trying to argue that the standard of victory is not moving. You must think I will accept defeat for your sake and my own pride." but using someone's trust as a hostage is truly despicable. Bakshin's harsh criticism made everyone feel uneasy for Jagang-jin. However, what Bakshin did next was to teach Jagang-jin, not attack him. Just because there is no longer justice and chivalry on Jianghu doesn't mean you should disregard them, but you should even strive for them more if your goal is great. Jagang-jin had no words to retort to Bakshin. He could only silently accept his instruction. Despite Bakshin's harsh attitude, after venting his anger, Bakshin still softened his heart and opened the way for Jagang-jin for his life-threatening effort. Based on the standard we set, I cannot acknowledge that I lost, but I can't deny it if you insist that I was defeated according to Jianghu's usual principles. Therefore, I will accept your request. What Bakshin said means that finally, he has a little recognition of Jagang-jin's ability. He then turned to Ryung-kyung with a stern expression, and you are. Your return here again must be the will of God, so go and resolve the mess you created. Ryung-kyung only looked at Bakshin with sad eyes and didn't respond, but deep down, she understood what he meant. Bakshin didn't expect Ryung-kyung to respond. He simply snorted coldly and turned away. Untangling a tangled fate is something that is very difficult for others to help you solve. Then, everyone fell silent, and Bakshin returned to the Qingcheng sect headquarters on top of the mountain in silence. Bakshin had just left when Jagang-jin stumbled and fell to the ground from exhaustion. This time, Ryung-kyung reached out to help him up with a gentle smile and said, "You've worked hard, do long." Before Jagang-jin fainted, everyone excitedly ran to his side. "Amazing, we didn't expect you to fight against Taoist Bakshin. We won't be able to see this again, awesome." Unjong was the one who looked at Jagang-jin with the most admiration. "Although it was just a bet, I truly didn't expect you to be able to defeat my master. You're amazing, Du Long." Jagang-jin replied weakly, "If Taoist Bakshin went all out, I wouldn't have won." While his consciousness became blurry, Jagang-jin couldn't stop thinking about what Bakshin had said earlier. Most importantly, his last words sounded like a scolding, but in fact, they were advice for him. As expected, Taoist Bakshin's true nature. Ryung-kyung, understanding Bakshin's personality, smiled and glanced towards him. "You're right, if he had acted harshly, we wouldn't have been able to set foot here. Taoist Bakshin may appear fierce on the outside, but he's easily moved by kindness and can't be cruel to anyone." Watching Bakshin's figure disappear, Ryung-kyung felt a surge of emotion, her voice filled with nostalgia. It seems like his temperament hasn't changed at all. Then, Ryung-kyung's gentle eyes quickly returned to Jagang-jin. "I don't know how to thank you enough, Du Long. Thank you for fighting for us. Now we have more time. You've saved everyone." The image in Jagang-jin's eyes was now just a blurry still, but he could still feel the warmth of their smiles for him. Jagang-jin smiled contentedly and fainted into Ryung-kyung's sweet and gentle voice. "So, you can rest now." Meanwhile, at the Tang residence, Tang Haoran had just returned home and received news that she was under house arrest. She couldn't help but shout in anger, "What are you saying? How dare you strip me of my title and put me under house arrest? Is this grandfather's order or grandaunt's?" Tang Haoran became more and more furious, questioning the servant. The maid bowed her head and stammered in response to Tang Haoran's question, "No, it's not like that." Seeing her cowering, Tang Haoran grew even more annoyed and pressed. "Then whose order is it?" At that moment, Mangrio's insidious voice suddenly boomed, "It was my order." Tang Haoran couldn't help but furrow her brows in surprise. "Mangrio, what authority do you have to do this to me?" Mangrio chuckled gleefully in response, "I have been authorized by the young Mrs. Superiors." Before Tang Haoran could ask why, Mangrio took the initiative to explain with a sly smile, "From now on, at the Tang residence, before marriage, whether male or female, they are all treated as males and required to enhance their abilities. But Tang Haoran, from today onwards, you will no longer have to live in the guise of a man. From now on, you will be a beautiful bride." Mangrio's announcement stunned Tang Haoran into silence. It was a completely natural and predictable reaction for a girl who was suddenly forced into marriage, especially since Tang Haoran was a girl with big ambitions, not wanting to be a puppet in an arranged marriage. After hearing Mangrio's crazy idea, Tang Haoran couldn't help but rage and yell into the night, "A bride? How ridiculous! What are you scheming? It's laughable. What are you trying to plot?" Tang Haoran stared at Mangrio and was convinced that his eyes were full of sinister intentions. But no matter how agitated she became, he still chuckled nonchalantly. Mangrio casually defended himself with a chuckle, "I'm not scheming anything, I'm just trying to be a matchmaker for you. Before I close my eyes for good, I want to weave a destiny for a lucky couple." Tang Haoran couldn't accept that reason and grew even angrier. "Matchmaker? Why are you my matchmaker?" Mangrio shrugged indifferently, "Because I've decided to become the god of love. Now, are you ready to meet your groom? Tang Haoran shuddered upon hearing this. He's here. She couldn't help but feel a sense of panic, as if she had just stepped into an inescapable trap. Mangreo grinned, turned towards the door, and called out to Tang Haoran's groom who was waiting outside. Yes, don't hesitate, come on in. In a thick atmosphere of tension, a middle-aged man dressed in tattered and dirty clothes cautiously entered the room. His body was thin and emaciated, covered in sores, and his eyes were dull and lifeless. As soon as Tang Haoran saw the man who looked like a beggar, she was instantly devastated. Initially, she showed an expression of disgust and contempt for him, but gradually her mood shifted back to anger, her teeth grinding together. Mangreo ignored Tang Haoran's mood and spoke to the beggar with a cheerful voice. This is your bride. The poor beggar's eyes lit up in joy, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Are you serious? You mean this beautiful young miss will be my wife? Mangreo didn't hold back his obscene laughter as he encouraged the beggar. Yes, go talk to her. The beggar excitedly and droolingly stepped towards Tang Haoran without hesitation. Ah, young miss. As soon as she saw the beggar approaching her, Tang Haoran lost her composure and swung her leather whip. In a flash, the whip shot out, striking the beggar on the shoulder with a whistling, cracking sound. He had no martial arts skills and was completely unprepared, so he couldn't avoid the fatal injury. As the beggar fell lifeless before Mangreo, he remained calm and leisurely, as if nothing had happened. The more agitated Tang Haoran became, the more pleased he was. Having achieved his goal of making Tang Haoran feel resentment from being insulted, Mangreo issued a threat. It seems you're not very happy with the person I chose for you. What a disappointment, but because you've done this, I guess I'll just have to find someone else to replace him. Tang Haoran couldn't accept this, and she roared with fury, her leather whip clutched tightly in her hand. There are limits to how much you can humiliate me. What do you really want? Just say it. Mangreo knew it was time to reveal his cards to Tang Haoran, so without saying a word, he tossed an item at her with a smug expression. Tang Haoran caught the vial that Mangreo had just thrown at her, her brows furrowed with suspicion. Her heart grew even more impatient to know the true intentions of this cunning fellow. The vial had no label at all, but Mangreo insisted that it was the antidote for the poison he had laced into his prosthetic leg's hidden weapon. He gave Tang Haoran a task. I have received news that those from the evil sects in the big cities are with the Qingqing sect. Use this as an excuse to deliver this to Yuhua and get close to them. Tang Haoran still couldn't guess Mangreo's scheme until he grinned sinisterly and emphasized, seduce your groom, Du Long, that's what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into a coarse, cackling laughter. On the opposite side, Tang Haoran's eyes widened in shocked amazement, bloodshot threads filled her pupils, and a terrifying sound of grinding teeth echoed from her. What did you just say? Tang Haoran's fury reached its peak. She tightened her grip on the leather whip, her hand trembling. How dare you treat me like a lowly prostitute, and who do you want me to bring to you? You must be tired of living. With a ferocious roar, Tang Haoran swung the leather whip in her hand, with murderous intent aimed directly at Mangreo. Before the whip could strike, Mangreo casually showed Tang Haoran the jade token that Hades Tang Chung had given him. As soon as she saw the token, she immediately stopped her action. Tang Haoran froze in surprise, but she didn't give up on the idea of resisting Mangreo's absurd order. She was full of doubts and questioned him. A Hades token? How did you get that? Mangreo's eyes turned cold. He had no need to explain to Tang Haoran. He simply repeated his order with a threatening tone. Everyone in the Tang residence cannot resist orders from someone with a Hades token. Now you understand, right? Make sure you bring Du Long here for me. Otherwise, next time, her groom will be a leper. As soon as he finished, Mangreo tilted his head up to the sky and laughed triumphantly, making Tang Haoran fall into confusion, not knowing what to do to deal with him. The louder Mangreo's laughter echoed, the more Tang Haoran's face turned purple with anger. More importantly, Tang Chung's permission in this plan was the most disappointing thing for her. She never thought that her grandfather could push her, the only granddaughter, into the serpent's mouth. Grandfather, why did you let him do this to me? For the next few days, on Qingqing Mountain, the blue sky and picturesque scenery in the peaceful atmosphere gave the Ryung Kyung group seeking refuge a better chance to recuperate. Especially this was a suitable space for Jia Gang Jin to practice and enhance his fighting abilities. After the fight with Taoist Bakshan, Jia Gang Jin realized that he still had many shortcomings in martial arts and most of the moves he had learned before could not affect his opponent, so he asked Unjang to teach him martial arts. The little guy happily agreed. Anyway, it was not teaching the poison sect's techniques of the Qingqing sect, so there was no problem at all. Unjang both illustrated the ways of fighting with Jia Gang Jin, and carefully explained to him about each move. Joining hands is using your own hand to connect with the opponent's hand, resisting is to maintain the connection with the opponent so that you do not fall down, and at the same time, you must be able to predict the opponent's next intention. While Unjong was eagerly explaining, Gang Jin also listened attentively, memorized and closely followed each move of the little guy. Sticking is to make the opponent's hand be pulled along with your move. And pursuit is to follow the opponent's every move so that his hands cannot escape from you. After a few days of enthusiastically practicing those moves, finally Gang Jin reached the level of proficiency to be able to fight on par with Unjong. Gang Jin is now able to fight using inner strength while practicing instead of just simulating simple moves like the first day he was taught by Unjong. Moreover, Gang Jin is no longer overwhelmed in a passive state but has gradually gained the upper hand thanks to predicting Unjong's next move. Unjong happily grinned when he saw Gang Jin had made significant progress after only a few days. The little guy also emphasized the importance of this basic martial art. The joint locking technique is the foundation for the advanced cultivation techniques later on. It is necessary to use the joint locking, resisting, sticking, and pursuing moves skillfully. Gang Jin nodded in response with a thoughtful tone. It's not just as simple as punching, scratching or pushing. I have understood its purpose is to be able to read the direction and strength that the opponent intends to use. From there, you can be one step ahead of the opponent and take the initiative. After resting for a while, Gang Jin again suggested to Unjong, "Can we practice a little more?" Unjong couldn't help but widen his eyes in admiration and look at Gang Jin. "Wow, Duok Long, your concentration is truly admirable. We've been practicing non-stop from dawn until now." Just as they were about to start practicing again, suddenly Pyeonbok interrupted with a grumpy voice. "Hey, stop and think about other people even for a little bit." When Gang Jin and Unjong turned their heads to pay attention to Pyeonbok, he just pointed to So-So who was carrying a tray of drinks and blamed the two careless little guys. "The girl wants to bring you cool water, and she has gone back and forth changing the cup of water 3 times now." Finally, Gang Jin and Unjong sat down to rest and enjoy the cold watermelon juice that So-So had painstakingly prepared. It turned out that the little girl couldn't speak and was also embarrassed to disturb Gang Jin's practice, so she stayed silent waiting for them all morning. While enjoying the juice full of So-So's devotion, Gang Jin still couldn't stop thinking about the matter of becoming stronger and sighed to Unjong. "When I fought Taoist Bakshin, all my calculations were useless." Gang Jin remembered the time he fought Taoist Bakshin yesterday. He could only fight in a situation of struggling to resist and couldn't counterattack. There was no other way, so he had to deliberately expose a weakness for him to strike at his chest. It was actually a trade-off. Gang Jin accepted being injured to be able to cause some damage to Taoist Bakshin and take the opportunity to use poison on him. However, it was not a good way to deal with opponents stronger than himself, because it was impossible to guarantee that the trade-off was effective. After thinking carefully, Gang Jin confided his worries to Unjong. "From now on, I will have to face Miram masters like him. I can't just rely on luck forever. If I want to ensure that my plans are effective when I need them, I must start looking for more methods right now." Unjong, after finishing the juice, happily laughed and gave Gang Jin advice. "Don't lose your patience like that." Then, Unjong looked at Gang Jin with hope and trust in his eyes. "If it's you, I'm sure you will progress and develop very quickly. I was very surprised when you asked me to teach you the joint locking technique." Pyeonbok was also stunned and murmured because Gang Jin's efforts exceeded his imagination. "Yes, you practice day and night." After puffing on a cigarette, Pyeonbok murmured again. "I heard that when you have free time, you go looking for something in the grass on the mountain. I'm sure you are trying to create more poison or something else. You are really stubborn." Seeing Gang Jin just silently acknowledging, Pyeonbok's attention quickly shifted to Unjong who was smiling aimlessly beside him. "By the way, why haven't you returned to your sect yet?" The little guy immediately gave a confused smile and recounted. "Well, it's because a few days ago, after introducing the terrain of the mountains and the shelter for the Ryumkyung group, Unjong returned to the headquarters of the Qingcheng sect on top of the mountain, but as soon as he entered, he bumped into Taoist Bakshin and his loud yelling, 'You dare show your face here again? Don't you dare come near here until those people leave, you stupid thing.'" After being hit on the head by Taoist Bakshin's stick, Unjong had no choice but to return to the shelter of the Ryumkyung group. The little guy sadly sighed. "My master is furious." Unable to hold back his tears, Unjong threw himself into So-So's arms and cried loudly, "It seems that this time, my master is really angry with me, so for the time being, I will stay with everyone." Gang Jin smiled and patted the little guy. "Thank you, brother, Thanks to you, I have learned a lot. Unjong immediately became cheerful again. Well, I should do something to make ends meet when I am provided with food and accommodation here. Ha ha ha. Short conversations like this are getting closer and closer. Unjong's mind is also becoming more open in how to perceive good and bad people and gradually eliminating previous biased prejudices. Everyone is busy enjoying this rare peaceful time without knowing that a master is silently watching them from the hillside. Although Taoist Bakshan appears grumpy and cold-heartedly drives Unjong away, he still always cares and watches the little guy. Moreover, he also pretends that this surveillance is to monitor the members of the evil sects in the big cities, but in fact, it's because he is curious about Jia Gangjin that he comes to observe them every day, and because Taoist Bakshan is a master, no one can discover his silent presence. That night, after dinner, Jia Gangjin immediately plunged into practicing. It seemed that he was so busy that he had no time to relax. The period of practicing the Kwang Min Q Bich Dong Galoi Tang Thuet would last from evening to late night. Jia Gangjin has only been studying and practicing this martial art for a week, but he has made significant progress thanks to his high concentration and the amount of inner strength he has accumulated for a long time, which is correctly transferred. His progress makes Ryung Kyung both surprised and delighted to exclaim, "Amazing! You have now surpassed the first light in the Kwang Min Q Bich Dong Galoi Tang Thuet. It seems that the second light will not be far beyond your reach, because Taoist Bakshan has agreed to fulfill your request. So you will soon meet the high-ranking Taoist Muam, but before that, you must prepare thoroughly." Ryung Kyung was speaking, then coughed a few times with a pale face and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jia Gangjin couldn't help but feel sorry, temporarily stopped practicing and encouraged her. "I have a good master, so I'm sure the plan will go as planned." Ryung Kyung couldn't help but laugh at Jia Gangjin's somewhat clumsy social compliment. "Why are you suddenly saying something insincere? I guess I look really pathetic now, huh?" Seeing Jia Gangjin's worried look, Ryung Kyung smiled bitterly and told him, "After my inner strength reached the peak of purity, poison was nothing to fear for me anymore, but this time, I had to pay a heavy price for my arrogance." Jia Gangjin didn't understand, so he frowned and asked her, "Can't you remove the poison yourself?" Ryung Kyung coughed and explained, "This poison has penetrated deep into my meridians. If I try to force it out, my bloodline will be destroyed forever, so I am pushing it out little by little using the method of melting it, but because of that, my internal organs have to suffer damage." Ryung Kyung bitterly looked at the black blood on her hand, which was a sign that her internal organs were gradually being eroded by the poison. Jia Gangjin thought for a long time but couldn't find any knowledge in his mind about this poison, so he boldly stood up and suggested to Ryung Kyung, "I have never heard of such a poison before. Can I take a look at your body?" Ryung Kyung didn't hesitate and agreed right away. "I know my body, but okay, you can do that if you are curious." Jia Gangjin quickly went to Ryung Kyung and placed his hand on her chest and transmitted a small amount of inner energy to examine the meridians in her body. He confirmed that the results of the examination were exactly as she said. This strange poison is clinging to Ryung Kyung's body like bloodthirsty leeches. Because the poison is clinging to the blood vessel walls, it is very difficult to erode it to expel it without damaging the blood vessels. After a while of examining, Jia Gangjin vaguely felt that he had seen this symptom somewhere before. He tried to remember if anyone who had been poisoned by him was in the same condition as Ryung Kyung. After thinking for a moment, Jia Gangjin finally remembered where he had encountered a similar situation, but this coincidence made him unable to contain his surprise and widen his eyes. Seeing Jia Gangjin's excited reaction, Ryung Kyung eagerly asked, "Have you discovered something?" Jia Gangjin carefully thought about it again before confirming to her, "I have personally witnessed a poison that causes similar symptoms before." Ryung Kyung heard that and became even more anxious to know the details. Jia Gangjin then recounted, "It was when I encountered Phai Thuong Dai Du. That poison was in the antidote she used to prevent the effects of my poison." Ryung Kyung was surprised and widened her eyes after hearing that, and was momentarily confused, not understanding the connection in this story. The more Jia Gangjin thought, the more certain he was about his judgment and explained carefully to Ryung Kyung, "Your symptoms are exactly the same as what happened after Phai Thuong Dai Du fell. She tried to force the poison out by using inner strength, but because the poison penetrated deep into her meridians, it tortured her to the point of almost losing her life." Jia Gangjin couldn't help but shiver when he made a deeper speculation. "I'm afraid Mang Rio has a hand in this. Phai Thuong Dai Du's death must have been planned by him against me, but..." Ryung Kyung also quickly caught up with those conspiracy theories and made her own speculation. "The poison in my body is also from Mang Rio. In that case, are you saying that Mang Rio is the one who switched the antidote for Phai Thuong Dai Du? If so, everything seems reasonable." Because although he and Baek Lee-young worked together as advisors, his official relationship in the Martial Arts Alliance was with the Poison Research Department. The antidote was also produced by this department, and Mang Ryo was the leader there. When Ryung Kyung was almost sure that all clues pointed to Mang Ryo, suddenly Ja Gang-jin remembered an illogical detail. He quickly revealed to Ryung Kyung that Tin Long also used the same antidote as Phai Thuong Dai Du, which made Ryung Kyung surprised and confused. I can understand why he did that to Phai Thuong Dai Du, but why did he attack Tin Long, Baek Lee-young's adopted son? Mang Ryo was also the one who brought Tin Long back for treatment. At this time, not only Ryung Kyung, but also Ja Gang-jin became confused in the deduction. I don't know why he did that. Up to now, the clues they have are too few. Moreover, they are ordinary people who cannot catch up with the thoughts of a crazy, perverted guy like Mang Ryo. After trying to speculate but couldn't think of anything, Ryung Kyung couldn't help but feel tired and sighed while holding her head. Honestly, I'm really confused. I honestly don't have any clue about his thoughts. He is truly a formidable enemy. Seeing Ryung Kyung in such a weakened state, Ja Gang-jin's heart burned with anxiety. While he wasn't sure what was happening, he knew this poison wasn't ordinary. They couldn't just stay hidden at Qingcheng forever, but taking her to Shandong in her current condition would be too risky. He had to find a solution quickly. Ja Gang-jin toiled through the night searching for a solution, unaware that one was approaching him. The next morning, even before dawn, ominous signs appeared on Qingcheng Mountain, suggesting a day of misfortune. The Qingcheng disciples guarding at the foot of the mountain were carrying out their duties in a state of drowsiness, each yawning languidly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the path leading up the mountain, instantly jolting the drowsy disciples awake. They cautiously pointed their spears at the approaching stranger, their voices firm as they shouted, "Halt! This area is forbidden to civilians. Identify yourself immediately." Tang Haoran, fueled by frustration, finally arrived as instructed by Mang Ryo. Ignoring greetings or introductions, she simply vented her annoyance with a harsh tone, "Hand over the antidote." The disciples were completely confused, frowning with suspicion. They backed away cautiously, waiting for a clearer explanation from her. Since she was a woman, they couldn't immediately attack on the grounds of their being Taoist priests. Seeing their doubt, Tang Haoran grew even more irritated. She had already been unhappy about having to lower herself to this level, and her anger erupted as she yelled at the disciples, "If you want to save Yua, then hand over the antidote, now." Tang Haoran roared, her face contorted with ferocity, startling the gatekeepers. They had no choice but to quickly relay the message to Ja Gang-jin and Daoist Bakshin. Since Ja Gang-jin's residence was closer than Daoist Bakshin's, he received the news first. His biggest concern was the poison in Ryung Kyung's body, so when he heard of an antidote, he didn't hesitate and immediately went to meet Tang Haoran. "I hear you want to see me. You really think you can save Yua?" Ryung Kyung questioned with a furrowed brow, her eyes filled with doubt. Behind him, the other members of the evil sects from the big cities stared at her with deep suspicion. Although Tang Haoran hadn't yet examined the vial Mang Ryo had given her to confirm if it was truly an antidote, she confidently declared, "Yes, I have the antidote that can eliminate the poison in her." Everyone buzzed with a mix of doubt and hope. "What, you can save our liege with that?" Ja Gang-jin cautiously inquired. "It seems you won't just be handing it over to us, will you?" Tang Haoran replied openly, "Of course not, I have a condition." However, she then presented a different condition than what Mang Ryo had stated, lifting the antidote vial with a challenging gaze towards Ja Gang-jin. "You'll duel with me. If you defeat me here, the antidote will be yours." Ja Gang-jin's suspicion deepened as he narrowed his eyes to scrutinize her. "Duel? Why?" she awkwardly explained. "Just to see if you're worthy enough for it." Ja Gang-jin still felt Tang Haoran had an ulterior motive, so he tried to press for clarification. "What do you mean by worthy?" In reality, Tang Haoran wanted to test if Ja Gang-jin was worthy of being her husband, but her arrogant nature prevented her from saying so. She evaded his question and urged, "No need for more words. Accept the duel or not. Decide now." Ja Gang-jin couldn't make a hasty decision. Although he had only recently met Tang Haoran, he was sure she wouldn't just randomly challenge him without a purpose. Moreover, after his discoveries the previous night, he couldn't be certain if this was another scheme by Mang Ryo. Just then, Daoist Bakshin appeared, interrupting their exchange. "Hold on, you think you can just say whatever you want?" Before Ja Gang-jin could make a risky decision, Daoist Bakshin tactfully provided a reason for refusal on his behalf. "This is the territory of our Qingcheng sect. I cannot allow anyone from the Tang family to disrupt this place. I won't allow him to do as you please." Tang Haoran immediately retorted, "It's just a duel. Do I need your permission for this? However, Taoist Bakshan's sharp eyes saw through Tang Haoran's irregularity and bluntly exposed her, even though you say it's just a duel. After seeing the murderous intent in your eyes, I suspect things are different from what I just heard. What's really going on? Tang Haoran couldn't deny or fabricate anything in the face of Taoist Bakshan's astute questioning. After a moment of thought, she didn't bother trying to hide her murderous glare anymore and unleashed her terrifying killing intent towards Jia Gangjin. This is good enough. Isn't this something only my opponent can decide? Taoist Bakshan sighed in exasperation at Tang Haoran's stubbornness. As a Taoist priest, I cannot stand idly by while you come here with the intent to kill. At this moment, Jia Gangjin had thought things through and addressed Taoist Bakshan. Please allow this duel to happen here. I'm not sure why she's demanding this, but I owe her a debt because she helped me escape Unjang's obstruction. And besides, I truly need that antidote, so, regardless of her demands, I will comply. Jia Gangjin spoke, his eyes fixed on the vial in Tang Haoran's hand. Although he still had doubts, he thought if he didn't try, he might miss a chance to save Ryung Kyung. Taoist Bakshan pondered for a moment, then clicked his tongue and glanced at Unjang with a mocking smile. I've always wondered how you managed to escape my stupid disciple, so, that's how it happened. Unjang nervously chuckled, but still dared to speak up to support Jia Gangjin. If this is destined by fate and witnessed by the higher beings, then, Taoist Bakshan snorted coldly, finishing the thought that all the disciples understood, we cannot go against it. He then reluctantly granted permission for Jia Gangjin and Tang Haoran to duel, but under his supervision to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. I don't like this duel, however, I, Taoist Bakshan, will be the one to observe the fight. After everyone moved aside to make room for Jia Gangjin and Tang Haoran, Taoist Bakshan stepped between them and offered advice. As you know, the essence of a duel is to use martial arts to compete against each other and learn from it. It's more in line with etiquette to stop before taking an opponent's life. However, Tang Haoran, still filled with resentment, had no intention of showing mercy to the man she considered unworthy to be her husband. She boldly declared, there's no need to emphasize those limiting principles. After all, I didn't come here just to learn techniques today. Jia Gangjin, who always fought with full force, honestly agreed with Tang Haoran. Sounds great, because I don't know how to hold back either. However, his honest confession was perceived as a provocation by Tang Haoran. Are you trying to show me you're not nervous? Jia Gangjin continued to answer truthfully, not at all. You seem like the kind of opponent I'd have trouble defeating if I didn't go all out. Tang Haoran was surprised, thinking Jia Gangjin was complimenting her. The kind of opponent I'd have trouble defeating if I didn't go all out, you say. But Jia Gangjin poured cold water on her arrogance. If I want to get the antidote, of course, I have to use everything I've got. Those unintentional words fueled the anger in Tang Haoran's heart. She snapped, gnashing her teeth, blaming him for his insensitivity. You don't even know how I feel about being here. You have zero interest in that. All you care about is winning and getting the antidote. Tang Haoran had obviously shown interest in Jia Gangjin and expected a similar level of attention in return, but his concern wasn't for her, but for the antidote. Her ego bruised, she immediately whipped her leather whip down to the ground with a threatening look, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If that's the case, I'll etch this into your very bone marrow and show you exactly what I'm capable of. Taoist Bakshan knew that bloodshed was inevitable and didn't want to prolong it any further. He quickly raised his hand, signaling the beginning of the duel. Things I shouldn't see after existing in this world for so many years, things I shouldn't know, and things I don't want to see. It seems I'm forced to witness them today. Before we begin, I'll say one last thing. Don't do anything that will make you regret it, whatever it may be. Taoist Bakshan's sincere advice seemed to fall on deaf ears to the two young people, both fueled by their fighting spirit and burning killing intent. So, he didn't waste any more words and decisively waved his hand, signaling them to begin the duel. As the duel commenced, Tang Haoran and Jia Gangjin simultaneously stepped back to create distance. Instead of using her whip immediately, Tang Haoran pulled out a sharp kunai and held it in her left hand. Meanwhile, Jia Gangjin retrieved a poison needle and held it in his right hand. As they moved in circles to avoid becoming easy targets, they both simultaneously recognized their opponent's intentions and swung their arms to launch their projectiles. Jia Gangjin channeled his internal energy into the poison needle and used his familiar 12 flying threads technique, swinging his arm wide and launching the projectile in a blink of an eye. In that same instant, Tang Haoran swung her left arm, executing flash execution. The kunai in her hand cut through the air, its whistling sound completely overshadowing the faint noise made by the poison needle. The kunai and poison needle were launched towards their opponent with the intention of attacking, but coincidentally, they both landed on the same trajectory, making them lose their threatening value and becoming symbolic objects representing the internal energy of each individual. The moment the two projectiles collided, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Both the kunai and the poison needle were knocked off course, but neither side held the overwhelming advantage. The kunai, though larger, couldn't cut through the tiny needle. After the deafening clash, the atmosphere fell silent for a fleeting moment. The heat generated by the friction between the two metal objects, infused with internal energy, created a small plume of smoke, though only for a brief instant. The silence didn't last long as Tang Haoran seized this opportunity to unleash her whip. The crimson whip darted through the space between the kunai and the poison needle, falling to the ground, and shot towards Jia Gangjin with the speed of an arrow. Fortunately, Jia Gangjin reacted quickly, turning his head and running away from Tang Haoran's target. The long whip, missing its target, slammed onto the ground with a resounding thud and then surged forward, chasing after him. In Tang Haoran's eyes at this moment, resentment and fury were directed at Jia Gangjin. She continuously whipped her whip, her movements resolute, aiming to take his life. The whip whirled in the air, gaining momentum and then shot out again. After several vertical strikes proved ineffective because Jia Gangjin was constantly moving, Tang Haoran changed tactics. Swinging the whip horizontally, it landed squarely on his side as he was running away. Seeing Jia Gangjin fall, Tang Haoran gloated, "You can't even dodge this simple move, and you think you can beat me?" Since Jia Gangjin was now lying flat on the ground, Tang Haoran employed her old tactic, swinging the whip vertically in a straight line and roaring with smugness, "I'll show you the price you pay for your arrogance and lack of self-awareness." The whip aimed at Jia Gangjin's head, and at this moment, the tip of the whip was aligned vertically with Tang Haoran's fingertip. The danger escalated as Jia Gangjin's dodge range was reduced to a mere lean. With a loud bang of air, the ground where the whip struck cracked, scattering sand and rocks everywhere. Dust billowed, obscuring the vision of those around, and everyone was worried about Jia Gangjin's condition. At that moment, Jia Gangjin successfully dodged the fatal blow and rushed out of the dust cloud, but the sound of air being ripped apart still echoed behind him. It felt as if invisible blades were tearing through the air and relentlessly pursuing his every step. With a series of continuous attacks, Tang Haoran relentlessly closed in on Jia Gangjin. The more he tried to escape, the more fiercely she pursued him, preventing him from widening the distance between them to escape the whip's reach. Seeing Jia Gangjin's inability to fight back, Tang Haoran roared with disgust, "Are you going to keep running away like that?" With her shout, the sound of the whip slashing through the air and striking the ground with a resounding thud filled with menace. Tang Haoran became increasingly agitated. She attacked with a whirlwind of blows, her teeth clenched with resentment as she mocked Jia Gangjin. "How dare you, a person like you, how could you ever?" While Tang Haoran was furiously unleashing her rage, Jia Gangjin could only silently dodge the whip and urge himself to strategize. Observing her attack patterns, he noticed they were identical to the time he fought against Fei Chang Daibyo. Jia Gangjin recalled that day. To fight back against Jie Gaolian, he used the splitting arrow bullet for a sudden and swift attack. This meant a shocking long-range attack would be the key to his victory in this battle. Just as Jia Gangjin found his solution, Tang Haoran's whip suddenly wrapped around his ankle, constricting it like a python squeezing its prey, preventing him from continuing to run. Jia Gangjin looked down at his bound ankle in shock and tried to wriggle free of the whip, but it remained tightly wrapped around his leg, preventing him from escaping. Tang Haoran had no intention of giving Jia Gangjin a chance to break free. She immediately smirked, pulling her hand back to reel in the whip, drawing him closer. "I got you." As the whip wrapped around Jia Gangjin's ankle was reeled in, it also lifted his entire body into the air. He was completely helpless in this situation, his body suddenly thrown off balance and following the whip's influence. While Jia Gangjin was momentarily stunned by Tang Haoran's new attack and hadn't figured out how to counter it, she excitedly shouted, "Get ready to be crushed." At the same time, her hand holding the whip swung forward forcefully, as if wielding a sword to strike down. Immediately afterward, the force traveled along the whip, pulling Jia Gangjin with it and smashing him hard against the ground. Once again, he was rendered helpless and unable to fight back, his body completely at the mercy of the whip's forceful swing. The moment Jia Gangjin's body slammed against the ground, a deafening explosion occurred, sending shockwaves through the air for tens of meters. Dust billowed up, obscuring everything, along with the sounds of shattering rocks. While everyone's vision was obscured by the dust, Jia Gangjin alone lay in pain, spitting blood. It felt as if his body had fallen from a cliff, his back slammed so hard that it cracked. Although everyone couldn't see clearly what Jia Gangjin's condition was after the thick dust cloud settled, they could all feel how incredibly powerful the impact had been. Everyone became anxious and worried for his life. Even Taoist Bakshan furrowed his brows slightly. Tang Haoran then severed the connection between Jia Gangjin and the whip, reeling it back with a self-satisfied look. She proudly walked through the dust cloud in front of her to approach her opponent, who lay crumpled in the smoke. Although she couldn't see Jia Gangjin's figure through the dust, not even a scream of pain, Tang Haoran could still feel that he hadn't given up easily. It won't end just like this, right? As expected, Jia Gangjin quickly rose from his fall. He staggered to his feet, saying nothing in response to Tang Haoran, looking dazed as if his mind was still reeling and his limbs were not under his control. A heavy silence lingered for a while. Instead of taking advantage of this opportunity to relentlessly attack Jia Gangjin, Tang Haoran grew complacent and careless, giving him a chance to recover. When he stood up straight, her vision was still obscured by dust, so she could only see that his right arm was still hanging limp, as if his shoulder joint had been severely damaged. Taking advantage of Tang Haoran's moment of triumph, Jia Gangjin suddenly swung his right hand up in front of him. His eyes were sharp and didn't look like someone who had just been severely injured. It turned out that he had been silently focusing his energy, channeling his internal strength into his fingertip. In a flash, the splitting arrow bullet was launched, carrying poison like a bullet shooting towards Tang Haoran. The speed and power of the technique had significantly increased compared to before, even though he had yet to use the Guangmingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tianshu. Tang Haoran stared in shock as the poison bullet tore through the air and flew straight towards her. Seeing her opponent's reaction, Jia Gangjin couldn't help but feel both excitement and joy as he watched, hoping this surprise attack would catch her off guard. However, Tang Haoran's shocked expression vanished in an instant. A cold snort of disdain escaped her small, arrogant lips. Her expression revealed that this attack was not as surprising as Jia Gangjin had hoped. Tang Haoran simply waved her hand, and the poison bullet, which was heading towards her at bullet speed, was immediately deflected upwards. She didn't even need to use any tools to avoid the injury. She simply knocked it away with her bare hand. Now it was Jia Gangjin's turn to be stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes that the plan had failed so miserably, and he couldn't comprehend how Tang Haoran could so easily destroy this technique. Seeing the bewilderment in Jia Gangjin's eyes, Tang Haoran calmly answered his questions. "This isn't the first time I've seen you fight. I knew you would use darts and arrows." Right after that, she suddenly unleashed the whip with a loud shout. "I know exactly what you're going to do." The whip, contorting like a snake, shot through the air. Before Jia Gangjin could react, the tip of the whip struck his face. However, thanks to his swift dodge, he tilted his head at the right moment, resulting in only a slight scratch on his cheek that oozed blood. Tang Haoran didn't immediately retract the whip. Her eyes suddenly blazed with intense killing intent, and she continued to mutter nonsensically, "On the contrary, you know nothing about me." She was simply resentful about having to marry someone who didn't understand her. However, since Tang Haoran didn't explain clearly from the beginning, how could Jia Gangjin understand what was going on? Before he could even open his mouth, the whip, which was positioned in front of his face, suddenly sprouted numerous sharp spikes, as if illustrating her veiled words about the things she hadn't revealed. Not giving Jia Gangjin a chance to ask, Tang Haoran decisively whipped the whip. The whip, controlled by her frenzy, quickly slid across, then snaked back towards her like a serpent quickly retracting itself. The whip, covered in sharp spikes, instantly swept across Jia Gangjin's neck. In a moment of life or death, he hurriedly turned, but the whip still left a menacing streak of light tearing through the air, followed by a fine mist of bright red blood. The blood splattered on the ground, forming a crimson curve, mirroring the whip's supple shape. Though the technique hadn't ended Jia Gangjin's life, the damage inflicted was clearly significant. Tang Haoran stared intently at Jia Gangjin with eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Although he had tried to fight back, his techniques and internal strength were no match for hers. This further trampled her pride when she thought about having to marry someone inferior to her in every way. Seeing Jia Gangjin clutching his bloodied shoulder, slumping down and gasping for breath, Tang Haoran mockingly unleashed the resentment in her heart. "Look, you managed to turn around in a flash. Huh, if that attack had continued on its trajectory and hit your head, I'm sure you would have ended up here. But you've probably realized by now that your attack had no effect on me, and that I am stronger than you." Jia Gangjin fully understood that Tang Haoran's words reflected the truth, but he wasn't someone who would give up just like that. While Jia Gangjin remained silent, Tang Haoran calmly reeled in her whip with the demeanor of a victor. It seemed as if she was about to unilaterally dictate the outcome of this battle. True enough, the next second, Tang Haoran arrogantly lifted her chin and commanded Jia Gangjin, admit defeat. She eagerly awaited his surrender so she could prove to her family that such a pathetic person was unworthy of becoming the Tang family's son-in-law. However, Jia Gangjin defied Tang Haoran's expectations. He remained silent, only bowing his head in weary gasps. Of course, the thought of surrender never crossed his mind. He was simply taking advantage of the time to strategize. However, in Tang Haoran's eyes, Jia Gangjin's silence was no different from admitting his own incompetence, not even having the will to fight back. Her eyes narrowed with contemptuous scorn. Just as I thought, he's not worthy of becoming my husband. After deciding to use his final solution, Jia Gangjin decisively stood up, his body swaying, and declared forcefully, "No, I won't give up." The sight startled Tang Haoran momentarily. Jia Gangjin didn't falter in the face of Tang Haoran's power. He blazed with determination and declared to her, "I still intend to defeat you here." Seeing Jia Gangjin's stubbornness and the newfound strength that erupted from him, Tang Haoran was startled. What? At this point, Jia Gangjin had to resort to the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tianshu to unleash the greatest strength he possessed. How much stronger you are than me doesn't matter at all. I don't fight because I can guarantee victory. I fight because I have to win. Tang Haoran had never seen someone with such a strange mindset about fighting, and she was momentarily at a loss. She also sensed a more abundant flow of energy surging from Jia Gangjin like a torrential flood. Jia Gangjin began to strain his body, his bloody mouth muttering threats to Tang Haoran. "Prepare yourself. Now it's my turn to attack." At the same time, Jia Gangjin's entire body was enveloped in a surge of energy, billowing like a flood. Lightning bolts continuously shot out, tearing through the space around him.